The young man's memories returned. I have been reincarnated hundreds of times. In my first life, I boldly entered the martial world after learning only the 3 talents energy art and 3 talents sword art. But before I could even swing my sword, I was brutally cut down by bandits. Yet I was reincarnated again, only to be killed once more. Reborn again and again, every death led to another life. I carried all my previous memories. I repeated my life like this by borrowing other people's bodies. I seized this once-in-a-millennium chance and gave it everything I had. I believed this chance was born from my unbreakable will. That was to become the greatest person under heaven. The lonely old man looked like one who had wandered his whole life as he stood atop a mountain. A golden butterfly flew by and finally landed on the old man's hand. He let out several heavy sighs and muttered, "I'm truly exhausted. My life has repeated endlessly like your wings, little butterfly. I've reached my limit. I have nothing left to achieve. I fulfilled my ambition of becoming the strongest under heaven and rose to the position of supreme martial master. So now I don't know if this is some cruel joke, but I truly want to rest." His vision gradually blurred. He gave up and released his hand, letting the butterfly flap away. The old man slowly closed his eyes, feeling everything grow unbearably heavy. All he wanted now was to rest. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself inside a strange house. His hands had become firm and much younger. The old man looked at his current body again and cursed, "Damn it, what the hell is this?" The old man was now a young man. His hands trembled as he muttered, "How the hell have I reincarnated again? Why has this happened again?" The young man's shout echoed throughout the entire estate. He threw off the blanket and yelled, "I've had enough. I said last time was enough. I said I didn't want to live anymore. I'm completely worn out." A woman came over, held his hand, and called out, "Young master." With teary eyes she asked, "Why do you keep saying such terrible things?" He looked at her and wondered, who is she? The young man's memories began flooding in, making him clutch his head. The memories engraved into this body poured in painfully. She continued asking, "Young master, are you all right?" Looking at the woman, he thought, "I treated Nanny like my own mother. In that kid, I regarded him as my elder brother. Could the reason this scoundrel died really have been suicide?" He wondered. A man who killed himself woke up still saying he wanted to end his life. That's troubling. He turned to Nanny with a brighter expression. "I'm sorry, Nanny, I just had a nightmare." Surprised, Nanny asked, "Did you really have such a terrible dream, young master?" "You must have dreamed that because you're unwell. You've refused food for days. We should call a physician first." He gently patted the hand Nanny was holding and replied, "I'm fine. I just need a little rest." Nanny still worried and urged him, "Then at least eat something." The young man replied, "No, I'm not hungry. Right now I just want to be alone and rest. I also need to think about what I should do with the rest of my life." Nanny immediately asked in shock, "Young master, what do you mean by thinking about your life?" He realized what worried her. The young man waved his hand to reassure Nanny. "I misspoke. If another accident happens, I'd really be insane. Do I really look like a madman?" Nanny still looked at him with uncontrollable concern. She and the elder brother beside her both saw a gloomy aura surrounding him. Nanny said, "A little actually. Even the way you speak is very strange." He sighed inwardly, "I should fix the way I speak first. Besides, I just woke up and caused a scene, so there's nothing else to say." The young man said, I'll eat a little. Nothing bad will happen, I promise everyone." Nanny looked at him worriedly for a while. After watching him for some time, she finally sighed in relief and her face eased. Nanny and the elder brother left. She said, "I understand. I'll prepare some of your favorite dishes." Before leaving, Nanny added, "Please calm yourself." He assured her, "Don't worry so much. I'll be fine, so please don't worry." The door then closed. The young man quietly lay down on the bed. He muttered, "So it still isn't over. Why has it started all over again?" A few days later, I had fully recovered my memories. Because my memories were still mixed with those deeply engraved in this body. The original owner of this body was named Seok Jinho. He was the illegitimate son of one of the greatest noble families in the Central Plains. Though born into such a family, his misfortune was being an illegitimate child. No matter how wealthy his surroundings were, Seok Jinho's life meant nothing under the family's constant contempt. Seok Jinho grew up despairing over his fate. He gradually stopped eating and stayed in bed all day like someone waiting to die. In the end, he completely gave up on the world. At that moment, I took over his body and lived on as him. "A young man like you committed suicide? I'm the one who truly wanted to die. Why care about the family's contempt?" Seok Jinho's memories told me there were 2 people here who loved you more than anyone. The one he always called elder brother always addressed him as young master. A woman unrelated by blood always worried about Seok Jinho. Every time she saw him, she would say, "Why are you dressed so lightly in such cold weather? Seok Jinho smiled and replied, lightly dressed, that's absurd. If I wore any more, I'd have to roll instead of walk. The elder brother came over, draped another coat over Seok Jinho, and said, let me escort you back to rest, young master. Nanny entered the room and called, young master, why have you only just returned? It's already late and it's freezing outside. Seok Jinho scratched his head and replied, I was thinking so much that I didn't notice it had gotten dark. The elder brother pulled out a chair for Seok Jinho at the table. Nanny smiled and said, eat before it gets cold. He replied, no, why do you treat me like a little child? Nanny answered, complain after you've fully recovered. Seok Jinho looked at them and wondered, you left people like this behind and chose to die, you fool. Ever since I was reborn as Seok Jinho, I have been lost in deep thought. Thoughts I never had despite living through hundreds of lives. Perhaps because I was receiving love that was never meant for me, or perhaps because I no longer desired anything. I struggled through countless repeated lives, yet I couldn't even understand your choice. Even so, after becoming Seok Jinho, seeing how they looked at me made me realize I couldn't simply ignore it and keep pretending. Then what was it that you truly wanted? What made you unable to let go even after death? In place of your departed soul, I will use all my remaining strength to uncover the wish buried deep within this body. Though it may seem small, it appears to be a wish that could never be abandoned. Prove yourself, I conquered the martial world, yet in this identity, I truly pity you. From now on, I will fulfill your wish. That winter, one man left the world carrying an unfortunate life, while another reborn man continued his fate. After reincarnating into Seok Jinho's body, the old man remained determined to fulfill the boy's wish, which was to prove himself. So to achieve that, I began training diligently. For a merchant managing immense wealth, the presence of an outstanding martial artist is essential. That is why the first martial art I needed to learn was the overturning Tai Chi art. It is the foundation for mastering the secret arts I refined throughout countless past lives. The process of changing one's innate physique is naturally extremely painful, but without enduring it, mastering supreme martial arts is impossible. Seok Jinho thought I expected this, but it hurts so much I can barely survive. His shoulders trembled as he trained. Both his hands, arms, feet, and even his stance ached with pain. Seok Jinho told himself, just a little longer. Just a little more and it will be complete. Then Seok Jinho raised both hands, and his strength could finally control the supreme art. Seok Jinho tightly closed his eyes, feeling the power he had just cultivated. He rejoiced inwardly. Good, I succeeded. Though inner energy gathers slowly, being able to store it in this body's energy center is already a great achievement. Seok Jinho continued meditating to accumulate more inner energy. Suddenly, someone came running while calling, young master, making him open his eyes in surprise. Exhausted from searching for him, Nanny panted and cried, oh my, why are you drenched in sweat in this freezing snow? She hurried over and asked, young master, are you hurt anywhere? Seok Jinho replied, Nanny, honestly. He smiled and asked, do I really look injured? Nanny looked him over again and said, not exactly, but suddenly pushing yourself this hard could have serious consequences. Seok Jinho smiled at her words. Turning around, he replied, Nanny, this isn't just physical training, I'm practicing martial arts. Nanny asked, martial arts? Seok Jinho answered, that's right, martial arts, because I need to become stronger to protect you. Nanny advised him, please don't say that, I can protect myself, you only need to stay healthy. Seok Jinho replied, that won't do, I have a wish to fulfill. Nanny couldn't understand and wondered, what wish? She thought, but the only people you met that day were Yoon and me. Seok Jinho added, if you see Yoon, tell him to come find me, I still have many things to teach him. Nanny replied, yes, young master. She stood watching Seok Jinho's back for a while, deep in thought. No, now is the time to trust him instead of doubting him. This is the first time I've seen young master so determined. I will support you with all my strength, young master. Elsewhere, Yoon was also training diligently. He practiced tirelessly without stopping. Seok Jinho stood beside him, watching his training. Seok Jinho smiled and praised him. As expected, my judgment was right. You have the perfect physique to learn the heavenly ultimate iron armor art. He said, good, that's enough for today. Yoon smiled and asked, how was it? Do you think I've become a little stronger? Seok Jinho walked over and praised him. You still have a long way to go, but you've improved surprisingly fast. He said, if you keep training diligently and make greater progress, even a powerful physical martial art won't be able to break through the heavenly ultimate iron armor art, so keep working hard. Hearing that, Yoon happily said, I can't believe you care so much about someone like me. I'll definitely train hard and be of help to you, young master. Seok Jinho advised Yoon, don't belittle yourself, you're practically my younger brother. Yoon was so touched that his nose turned red and his eyes filled with tears. Yoon hugged Seok Jinho and cried, young master. Seok Jinho patted Yoon on the shoulder and muttered, this kid, he thought, he's truly wonderful. Seeing her two children like this made Nanny very happy. She brought them drinks and called, have some cool water. They both replied, thank you. Suddenly someone shouted, don't leave that there. While drinking, Seok Jinho noticed the commotion. Seok Jinho asked, what's all that noise? Nanny replied, didn't I tell you the former family head's 70th birthday banquet is the day after tomorrow? Seok Jinho was startled and replied, that's right, I completely forgot. Nanny asked with concern, will you be all right? That question puzzled Seok Jinho, so he asked, about what? Nanny said, because you'll have to face your brothers, and I know that's still difficult for you. He asked Nanny, difficult, who are you worried about? They're the ones who should be worried. Nanny asked in confusion, they. Seok Jinho replied, that's right, you don't need to worry about me. Nanny looked at him and thought, how did young master change so much after that incident? In the end, Nanny chose to trust him. She said, since you're so determined, I can't fall behind either. She added, I'll take care of the gift so you don't have to worry. Seok Jinho asked, a gift? Aren't we short on money? Nanny explained, who says everything has to be bought? The clothes you're wearing were made by me. Seok Jinho looked at his outfit in surprise and thought, that's incredible. No matter how many lives I've lived, receiving this kind of love and support from others like this. He placed his hands on Nanny's and Yoon's shoulders. Smiling, Seok Jinho said, with dependable people like Nanny and Yoon beside me, I'm sure I'll always return safe and sound. Nanny added, by the way, I heard outstanding figures from the 9 great sects will attend the former family head's 70th birthday banquet. If they notice you, you might have a chance to become their disciple, right? Seok Jinho replied, the 9 great sects, they're nothing special. Nanny urged him, young master, the former family head's 70th birthday has finally arrived. We should get ready. Nanny carefully tidied Seok Jinho's clothes and appearance. Smiling, he asked, Nanny, aren't you getting a little too excited? She happily replied, of course. Today is the day everyone sees how much our young master has changed. You'll surprise them all. Seok Jinho replied, but Nanny, you've always said I was the most handsome. Yoon added from behind, no, young master, you've changed a lot. Your eyes have become much more determined. You've grown stronger and you're far more confident now. Seok Jinho turned to Yoon and said, that's because I have people who truly believe in me. There will be many more changes in the future, not just my appearance. Today marks the first step of that change. He said, I can't predict or change what will happen, but you two will keep believing in and supporting me from now on, won't you? Nanny smiled and answered, of course, young master. Yoon firmly said, we'll follow you to the ends of the earth. Seok Jinho smiled happily and said, good, then let's go. Seok Jinho and Yoon set off while Nanny stayed behind, waving them goodbye. The estate stood magnificent, and on a special occasion like the former family head's birthday, it looked even more splendid. Seok Jinho and Yoon walked forward. The others whispered, isn't that the 4th young master? What's he doing here? He usually stays locked inside his own residence. Chun Seok said, his personality has changed a little, but can someone really change that easily? Seok Jinho muttered angrily, what a bunch of hypocrites. I can hear every word they're whispering. Yoon asked, young master, are you all right? He reassured him, don't worry, I really did live a miserable life before. A man stepped forward to block their path and said, I heard you've changed, so the rumors were true. A young man who looked somewhat like Seok Jinho stepped in front of them. Seok Jinho thought that must be Seok Manhwa. Seok Manhwa walked over and mocked him. Well, today is the former family head's birthday, so of course you couldn't stay hidden in your residence. Seok Jinho asked him, have you always been this rude? I'm the 4th young master, while you're only the 5th young master. Seok Manhwa replied, we're only a month apart, and have you forgotten that strength rules here? Seok Jinho sighed and asked, at best you're only a martial artist. Seok Manhwa angrily shouted, only, at my age, being a second-rate martial artist is considered impressive talent. Do you understand? Compared to a lazy bum like you, I'm doing just fine. Seok Jinho asked, you're really good at putting yourself in line, aren't you? Seok Manhwa grew even angrier and yelled, you bastard, how dare you say that? Seok Jinho calmly replied, do you really want to start a fight on such an important day? Plenty of eyes are watching you. Seok Manhwa glanced awkwardly at everyone staring at him. Seok Jinho advised him, save it for later, tomorrow will do. Furious, Seok Manhwa grabbed his collar and said, don't even think about running away. He told him not to worry. Seok Jinho smiled and thought, I still need one sign to prove I've changed, and this guy is a good choice. Objectively, he's ordinary, but his influence within the Siak family isn't low. I still have one more issue to settle. The crowd coming to congratulate the family head's birthday was enormous, with people constantly arriving and leaving. Yoon said it's really crowded, even more than last year. Yoon added that the 5 great martial heroes and representatives of the 10 great escort agencies from the Central Plains had also come. Some had even come from Gyeongnan and Manhwa. Looking around, Seok Jinho asked, "They must all be from prestigious families." Yoon smiled and replied, "That shows just how respected the former family head is. With so many guests, we'll probably have to wait a while." Seok Jinho exclaimed, "Even family members have to wait." Then he thought, only direct descendants receive special treatment. Yoon said, "No, that's not what I meant." Seok Jinho replied, "Neither did I was only stating the truth." Looking ahead, Seok Jinho found the scene amusing. He said, "Fortunately, there's something interesting to pass the time." Though surprised, Yoon followed him. He said, "Look at Seok Manho getting pushed around by those younger relatives. Even a direct descendant is no exception. He was acting so arrogantly just a moment ago." Suddenly, voices behind him whispered, "Look at him, what a solid build." Exactly, he's far better than most of the younger generation. Seok Jinho frowned in confusion, turned around and asked, "What's going on?" The elders replied, "How rude of us. Please forgive us, but we instinctively examined your exceptional physique." An elder asked, "Are you a descendant of the Seok family? What's your name? Judging by your movements, your foundation is very solid. Which martial family are you from? How long have you trained?" He sighed and replied, "I'm Seok Jinho, the 4th young master of the Seok family. I have no reason to answer the rest of your questions." They blocked his path and asked again, "You don't seem to know who we are. Go ahead, ask us." He calmly replied, "I know exactly who you are. You're elders from the Gyeongnan sect and the Mount Hua sect, aren't you?" He sighed and said, "It seems you've lost your way. I'll have a servant guide you." The others immediately began whispering, "Those are elders from Gyeongnan and Mount Hua. How dare he treat such important figures like that?" The Mount Hua sect elder spoke up, "So what's this about?" The elder said, "I'll be brief before you leave. Would you like to join the Mount Hua sect? We can surely make you a top martial artist." The Gyeongnan sect elder immediately objected. "No, join Gyeongnan instead. You've heard of the 36 swords under heaven, haven't you?" Seok Jinho replied, "I have no intention of joining any sect. My apologies." The Mount Hua sect elder warmly said, "Training alone will eventually reach a dead end. If you ever come to Mount Hua, I'll personally help you achieve sword-human unity." Seok Jinho stood by his decision and replied, "Please forgive me. I want to first master the martial art I'm currently practicing, so it's best not to waste any more time." But the elders persisted. "You'll master it eventually, but supreme cultivation arts exist for a reason. You understand, no one becomes the strongest under heaven using only inferior techniques." He answered, "That's enough for me. I still need to meet the family head, so please excuse me." But the elders still refused to let him go. One of them shouted, "Wait, don't leave yet." But the aura he released left the Mount Hua sect elder stunned. The elder widened his eyes. The young man before him was completely different from what he had imagined. He wondered, did that child just evade my hand? The Gyeongnan sect elder said, "Old man, maybe it was just a coincidence. But if it wasn't, that boy will surely become one of the most powerful people under heaven." The Mount Hua sect elder replied, "That's certainly possible. No matter what, it's a real shame. I haven't seen such talent in a long time. I must ask the former family head about that child in detail." Seok Jinho walked ahead and said, "What a pointless waste of time." Yoon asked, "Young master, are you really all right? Those were elders from famous sects." He reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm not their disciple anyway." Yoon replied, "Well, that's true, but it's still a pity." Suddenly another elder approached and asked, "What are you two doing here?" Seok Jinho replied, "Greetings, uncle, we're waiting for our turn." His uncle asked in confusion, "Are you an outsider? Why are you standing in the guests' line?" His uncle said, "Come with me at once." Seok Jinho asked, "Can we meet him right away?" His uncle replied, "Of course, you know I'm from the main family branch, don't you?" Seok Jinho said, "Thank you, uncle." Looking at the man he called uncle, Seok Jinho thought, he used to ignore my greetings, yet now his attitude has changed so suddenly. It's probably because the elders from the Mount Hua sect and Gyeongnan sect favored me. So now I'm finally worth talking to. The more Seok Jinho thought about it, the more excited he became, smiling. As they entered the main hall, the family head sat inside with imposing dignity. After finishing his conversation, an elder respectfully said, "Then I'll take my leave." The family head said disdainfully, "There's not a single useful person here. Even those merchant heirs called outstanding can't hide their fear before me." A subordinate stepped forward and reported, "Lord Seok Myungwoo and Lord Seok Jinho request an audience." The family head replied, let them enter. Seok Myung let Seok Jinho inside. Seok Myung said, former family head, Seok Jinho wished to pay his respects, so I accompanied him here. Holding a gift box, Seok Jinho bowed and said, happy 70th birthday. Nanny and Yoon helped prepare this gift for you. He presented the gift and said, it's nothing special. The family head thought people usually prepare gifts themselves. This boy is rather unusual. The family head touched the box and said, nothing is more precious than sincerity. That alone makes this gift even more valuable. He picked up the gift and praised it. It's truly wonderful. I heard the elders of the Manhwa sect and Jongnan sect took a great interest in you. Seok Jinho replied, yes, that's true. The family head asked, so which sect do you value? He answered, I'm interested in neither. I already told the elders of the Manhwa sect and Jongnan sect. My current goal is to completely master the martial art I'm studying. The family head laughed loudly and asked, I see. So your ambition is the entire martial world instead of an ordinary sect, he replied. Life never follows one's plans, but clear goals are still necessary. The family head curiously asked, what do you need from me, my young grandson? Seok Jinho replied, not at this moment. He said, very well, we'll discuss it another time. Seok Jinho bowed and said, please excuse me. After everyone left, only the family head and the room's usual silence remained. The family head thought, I wonder what kind of child could impress both the Manhwa sect and Jongnan sect. He showed no tension even standing before me. It seems I've found someone worth testing. He called out, Sword Emperor, are you there? The Sword Emperor respectfully replied, you called for me. The family head instructed, keep an eye on Seok Jinho, the child who just left. The Sword Emperor bowed and answered, yes, former family head. The family head thought, I must see whether he has the potential to inherit the Seok family. For now, I'll simply observe. After leaving, Seok Jinho let out a sigh and said, that troublesome matter is finally over. Yoon reminded him, young master, be careful. What if someone hears you? He happily replied, who's going to listen? Suddenly, a man walked over and called out. Surprised, Seok Jinho asked, what is it? What now? The man angrily asked, what now? What do you mean, what now? He asked, you're blocking my path again instead of moving aside. The man replied, I thought we could have a civil conversation. Seok Jinho coldly asked, you want to talk? You look more like you're here to fight. Aren't you Yi Jonggak of the Hubei family? The others immediately whispered, that must be him, but why is he acting like this? The atmosphere between them doesn't seem normal. Yoon said, young master, should I call the guards? Seok Jinho replied, stay where you are, he clearly has a problem with me. Yi Jonggak immediately started cursing. Seok Jinho added, it seems you're jealous because I caught the attention of the Manhwa sect and Jongnan sect, so you want to beat me just to steal some of that attention. Yi Jonggak angrily shouted, jealous of you? Stop spouting such nonsense. Seok Jinho said, if that's not the reason, then why did you come here to pick a fight with me? Yi Jonggak clenched his fists, trembling with rage. He roared and charged at Seok Jinho. But Seok Jinho easily sidestepped him and even mocked him for being so immature that he was provoked so easily. Yi Jonggak lost his balance and fell to the ground. He sat up, wiped the blood from his mouth and stammered, what? Seok Jinho asked, you're quite surprised, aren't you? I only just started learning martial arts, yet I redirected your attack. That must have shocked you, right? Being surprised is enough. If you started a fight on someone else's ground, you should have been fully prepared, shouldn't you? The more Yi Jonggak listened, the angrier he became. Yi Jonggak roared, what did you just say? Don't get so arrogant just because you barely deflected one of my attacks. Seok Jinho charged forward and warned him, remember, this is only self-defense, so don't complain when you get beaten. Yi Jonggak immediately realized something. Seok Jinho was too fast. His fist flashed forward and struck Yi Jonggak's face, forcing his head down. Yi Jonggak cursed, you bastard, how dare you do this to me? Seok Jinho thought, so you think you won't be defeated that easily. But you're far too mediocre. Your movements are simple, foolish, and easy to predict. Struggling against Seok Jinho, Yi Jonggak asked, you dodged my attacks 3 times. Seok Jinho said coldly, anyone can see them. If I couldn't dodge, I'd have to be an idiot, wouldn't I? Those words humiliated Yi Jonggak instantly. Blushing, he thought, am I really being mocked by such a novice? At last Yi Jonggak drew his sword. He shouted, I'll kill you, you brat. The others panicked and cried. He drew his sword. Should we interfere? Someone call the guards. Seok Jinho's expression darkened. He truly no longer wanted to spare this fool. Barehanded, Seok Jinho faced Yi Jonggak as he charged in with his sword. With a single simple strike from Seok Jinho, Yi Jonggak's sword flew into the sky. Yi Jonggak stared blankly after his sword. Seok Jinho rushed in and asked, what are you looking at? Then he drove another punch straight into Yi Jonggek's face. Yi Jonggek was blasted several meters backward. He screamed in agony. Seok Jinho picked up Yi Jonggek's sword. The others exclaimed, "My goodness, Yi Jonggek has trained for years, while the fourth young master of the Seok family only started training recently. He must be a martial arts genius." As expected, someone noticed by the Mount Hua sect and Zhongnan sect can't be ordinary. Members of the Seok family hurried over and asked, "Fourth young master, are you all right?" Seok Jinho smiled and replied, "Yes, you've already seen for yourselves." Meanwhile, the people of the Seok family looked at Yi Jonggek with confusion and disgust. They warned that this matter would not be settled lightly and that they would confront the Yi family over its seriousness. Looking at him, they asked, "Wait, fourth young master," Seok Jinho replied, "I want to handle this myself." Seok Jinho picked up the sword and pointed it directly at Yi Jonggek's face. He said, "Since you drew your sword, you should have been prepared to be cut down." Seok Jinho's face turned darker than ever. He said, "Should I stop here or use this sword to slice you into pieces?" Terrified, Yi Jonggek stammered, "I was wrong, I truly made a mistake." After several flashes, the sword fell to the ground, and after taking several blows, Yi Jonggek lost consciousness and collapsed backward. Seok Jinho said, "I'll leave the cleanup to all of you." The others immediately replied, "Of course, fourth young master, please don't worry." They whispered among themselves, "Did you see the fourth young master's movements just now? There wasn't a single wasted motion, and he completely overwhelmed his opponent. He's changed so much." After returning, a young woman sat high in a tree, looking down at Seok Jinho's group. She muttered, "He seems quite capable, doesn't he?" The elderly woman below replied, "We should observe him a little longer, young lady." The young lady praised him, "Keeping a close eye on him won't hurt. He's truly an outstanding young man. Someone else may snatch him away, so we must act first. Start by gathering all available information about him." "Do you understand every detail?" The elderly woman bowed and replied, "Understood, young lady." The young lady thought, "Little brother, you'll be the one who creates a new variable in the current situation. Then I, Seok Muryeong, will be able to become the head of the Seok family." Seok Muryeong seemed to have devised a new scheme, planning to use Seok Jinho to seize the position of family head. A man came over and pleaded, "Yoon, could you help me with something? It's nothing impossible." He placed 2 money pouches in front of Yoon. Yoon immediately waved his hands and said, "I can't accept this. We both know I don't have that kind of influence." The man asked, "What are you talking about? You and the young master may not share the same blood, but everyone knows you're like real brothers. I only need you to give me a chance." "Yoon, I heard you've become much stronger since learning martial arts from the young master. Didn't you recently save a maid from 5 thugs in an alley?" Yoon smiled and replied, "Well, that's true." The man continued pleading, "I've practiced the 3 talents sword art and 3 talents footwork for 5 years, yet I'm still the same. I want one proper chance to learn, so please help me. If the young master refuses, I'll give up completely. At my age, this may be my last chance." Yoon pitied his situation and stammered, "Brother. All right, I'll try, but don't expect too much. You know what the young master's personality is like, right?" The man became overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Yoon, thank you so much." The young master walked over and asked, "What's all this noise?" They both immediately bowed and greeted him. Seok Jinho asked, "Yoon, this noisy guy is disturbing my training. Throw him out." The man looked at Seok Jinho with a pitiful expression. He asked, "Why are you still here?" The man thought, "This pressure is no joke, but I have to do something. This is my last chance." He immediately knelt and kowtowed, pleading, "This humble one is Jeong Muryeong. Yoon and I have been like brothers since childhood." Smiling, Seok Jinho said, "Fine, since Yoon still hasn't thrown you out, I suppose you're quite close to him." Jeong Muryeong replied, "Yes, young master." After an awkward laugh, Seok Jinho asked, "You want to learn martial arts?" Jeong Muryeong answered, "Yes, young master." Seok Jinho praised him, "You're quite straightforward." Jeong Muryeong replied, "Since you already know everything, there's no point beating around the bush." Seok Jinho said, "You don't seem to have any ill intentions." Jeong Muryeong affirmed, "I'm someone you can trust." Seok Jinho asked, "Then why should I take you in?" Jeong Muryeong replied, "I'll prove my worth. I'll become a useful servant." Seok Jinho evaluated him. His personality didn't seem bad, and judging from his eyes, he possessed great determination. Besides, to train Yoon further, I also need someone to handle trivial tasks. Moreover, judging by Yoon's expression, this man had earned Yoon's trust over time. However, one deciding factor ruled against him. Seok Jinho asked, "Hey, your name is Jeong Muryeong, right?" The man replied, "Yes, young master." He continued, "But do you know?" Jeong Muryeong nervously asked, "What do you mean, young master?" He said, "You have absolutely no talent for martial arts." Jeong Muryeong kowtowed and replied, "I know. I've long realized I'm untalented in martial arts. Surprised, Seok Jinho asked, you know that, yet you're still this stubborn? Jeong Maryung replied, yes, because becoming a martial artist is my greatest dream. Seok Jinho explained, being a martial artist isn't as glorious as you imagine. Those praised as heroes are often just ordinary people chasing honor. Reality is even harsher. You could lose your life to a single sword strike. Jeong Maryung said, I'm not chasing fantasies. I know death can come anytime, anywhere. But every dream has a reason, doesn't it? Looking at Jeong Maryung, Seok Jinho thought, he reminds me of my former self. Somewhat troubled, he said, very well, I'll watch you for a while and see how long your determination lasts. Overjoyed, Jeong Maryung asked, are you serious? The young master replied, don't misunderstand, I never said I'd accepted you. I'll simply observe you from now on. Jeong Maryung replied somewhat dejectedly, yes, young master. Yoon comforted him, even so, you've been given a chance. Jeong Maryung asked, really? He immediately bowed and said, thank you, young master. Seok Jinho said, you're only allowed in the front courtyard. The inner residence and rear courtyard are off limits. Delighted, Jeong Maryung replied, I won't disappoint you. Seok Jinho said, that's up to you. From now on, don't let troublesome people like this wander in. Throw them all out, understood? Jeong Maryung bowed and answered, yes. Jeong Maryung burst into tears and said, thank you so much, Yoon. Yoon was also happy for his friend and said, it was all your luck. The young master happened to come out at the right time. Jeong Maryung happily replied, I only got this chance because you didn't throw me out. Suddenly another person spoke up, I'm here to see young master Seok Jinho. Yoon turned in surprise and replied, yes. A tall man asked, is he inside? Yoon awkwardly answered, yes, but. The man ordered, lead the way, I've brought a summons from Lady Seok Maryung. Yoon asked, what does the young lady need? The man arrogantly replied, your job isn't to question me but to take me to your master. Yoon answered awkwardly, all right. As soon as they entered, Seok Jinho grumbled unhappily, why are there so many visitors today? Yoon whispered, young master, they can hear you. The man spoke up, my apologies for entering without permission. Seok Jinho asked, did you just apologize? Did I hear that correctly? The apology lacked respect, even though Seok Jinho was of the same status as the man's master, which displeased him. The man asked, is there a problem? I'm here to deliver Lady Seok Maryung's summons. Seok Jinho mocked him, it seems your master likes raising dogs that bark a lot. I could tell from the way you bark at everyone. That instantly enraged the man. He shouted, what did you say? Seok Jinho replied coldly, a beating is the best cure for a rude dog. The man said, it seems you've grown arrogant after getting some attention. The man charged forward and declared, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of my lady. His fist shot towards Seok Jinho. He thought Seok Jinho wouldn't even have time to react. As expected, a little puppy is only this capable. But his punch missed completely and failed to touch Seok Jinho. Instead, Seok Jinho slapped him hard across the face. Seok Jinho had only used a little strength, yet it was enough to send the man crashing to the ground in pain. The man thought in confusion, what, my punch should have landed. Seok Jinho asked, does it hurt? It's still far from over. Then he struck the man again. The man realized, is that pressure point striking? He can accurately hit my pressure points. Seok Jinho smiled and said, now I've pulled out your fangs. Seok Jinho's fist drew closer and closer, yet the man could do nothing. Seok Jinho smiled and said, now I'll treat you with my fists. After some time, the sky was clear once again. Seok Jinho said, these mediocre fools acting so arrogantly are really troublesome, especially in my own home. Yoon asked, young master, would you like me to read the summons aloud? He replied, that guy gave me a headache, I can't even read it anymore. Yoon asked in confusion, really? Looking up at the sky, he smiled and said, usually the one who makes the mistake is the one who regrets it. After going this far, she'll probably send someone proper to apologize. At another, even grander estate. They drank tea while chatting. He said, I more or less understand the situation now. Seok Maryung asked, but why did you respond so forcefully? Seok Jinho explained, so he won't dare act like that again. Anyone who looks down on me deserves a lesson. Seok Maryung said, you've changed a lot. He replied, if I hadn't changed, I'd have died long ago. Back then, only a handful of people would have attended my funeral, right? Seok Maryung pretended to sob a little and said, our Jinho has really grown up. He replied, I don't know when I became our Jinho. Seok Maryung persuaded him, you're drawing the line too coldly. I'm your older sister too. Seok Jinho asked. You didn't summon me just to define our relationship, did you? Please get to the point. Seok Muryong began. Fine, I won't waste time. I'll be direct. Help me. Help me become the head of the Seok family. Seok Jinho bluntly replied, I refuse. Seok Muryong angrily asked, What, have your other brothers already approached you, or are you waiting for someone else? He explained, None of those. I have no ambition to become family head. Seok Muryong asked, Then are you planning to wander the martial world? But there's no reason for you to leave the family, is there? You can still achieve your goals by helping me. If I become family head, I'll provide the financial power while you provide the martial strength. That way, our Seok family can greatly expand its influence throughout the martial world. That's a far greater goal than yours. Seok Jinho explained, Only you are attached to this family estate. Seok Muryong immediately refuted, It's important to you too. This is your birthplace. Besides, don't you currently need someone powerful to back you? Seok Jinho refused. No, I don't. He thought that expression seemed sincere. Seok Muryong's calculations were understandable. He had caught the attention of the great sects despite only recently beginning martial arts, surpassed youths who started long before him, and subdued a first-rate martial artist by striking pressure points and disrupting energy flow. More importantly, he had fully proven his talent, so there was no reason for him not to be confident. Seok Jinho stood up and said, You'll do just fine without me, young lady. Seok Muryong asked in confusion, Young lady, stop that and call me sister like before. He replied, How would someone as insignificant as me dare? Seok Muryong said, All right then, I have one more request. Keep having tea with me from time to time, just like today. You know I don't have any siblings I'm close to. Seok Jinho replied, As long as you don't bring any rude people with you again. Seok Muryong muttered, So you're really going to keep that attitude to the end? Just wait, little brother. I'm not someone who gives up so easily. At the family head's residence, he asked, Really? That bold brat actually defeated the third young lady's guard. The subordinate replied, That's correct. He even sealed the man's energy channels, leaving him in terrible condition. The family head said, If he was the third young lady's guard, then he was at most a first-rate martial artist. I really wonder whether it was luck or genuine skill. The Sword Emperor replied, It was most likely not luck. Sealing someone's energy flow isn't something that can be done by chance. The family head happily said, I'd better ask him personally what happened. The Sword Emperor replied, Unfortunately, it seems difficult to meet him right now. The family head asked, Why, was he injured in that fight with the guard? The Sword Emperor reported, No, that's not it. I heard he left the estate early this morning without taking any attendance. Outside the estate, Seok Jinho smiled and said, Teeson hasn't changed at all. Thanks to that, I found this place without wandering around. Suddenly he was startled and wondered, What's that sound? Strange noises suddenly caught Seok Jinho's attention. Seok Jinho immediately moved, thinking, Those are definitely weapons clashing. He headed toward the sound. There two people seemed to be fighting. One was a woman in tattered clothes. The other was a burly man who looked utterly perverted. He said, Looks like this will liven up my boring day. Then he chuckled like a spectator, surprising both the woman and the vile man. Seok Jinho stepped between the two of them. He mocked, Just as I thought. Only the martial world has thrilling scenes like this. The perverted man asked, Who the hell are you? Seok Jinho replied, Who I am doesn't matter. Trying to rape a woman in broad daylight, you're quite the perverts. The woman said, That man is the two-faced ghost. He poisoned me with a toxin that destroyed my martial arts. Seok Jinho thought, Fortunately for this woman, but the martial world really is full of all kinds of people. The woman warned him to be careful, making him suddenly react. The two-faced ghost charged at Seok Jinho and shouted, You idiot! How dare you lose focus while I'm standing right in front of you? The two-faced ghost attacked, but he couldn't touch Seok Jinho at all. Seok Jinho asked in confusion, What is this? Is that some secret technique of yours? The two-faced ghost asked in disbelief, How is this possible? Seok Jinho replied, What's impossible? You're too slow, so of course I can dodge. If you're going to strike an opponent's weak point, at least do it like this. Seok Jinho kicked a stone straight into the two-faced ghost's knee, making him cry out in pain. The two-faced ghost screamed, This nameless bastard is only showing off because there's a woman watching. The two-faced ghost picked up a large rock and cursed, You've been arrogant long enough. Brat, I'll finish you with this one strike. Seok Jinho calmly replied, You're too slow. You take forever just to attack, though that's impressive in its own way, don't you think? The two-faced ghost was struck several more times by Seok Jinho and suffered serious injuries. Seok Jinho scolded him. I've dealt with loudmouths like you before. All you do is bark, you can't bite. The two-faced ghost coughed up blood and couldn't fight back. In the end, he was forced to kneel before Seok Jinho. Seok Jinho beckoned with 2 fingers and said, now I'll seal your pressure points as well. He turned to the woman and asked, I suppose you'd like to decide how this ends, wouldn't you, miss? Struggling to speak, the woman said, thank you so much, I truly appreciate your help. Seok Jinho replied, don't mention it. A panicked voice suddenly shouted, young lady. Exhausted from running, a man called out, young lady, what happened? The girl turned and called, uncle. Before quickly throwing herself into the man's arms, he said, I'm sorry, young lady, I should have been more vigilant. The girl replied, no, I'm the one who should apologize for sneaking out. Seok Jinho thought, so she secretly slipped out to explore the martial world on her own. The uncle lifted the young lady's chin and said, more importantly, you don't look well, you've been poisoned. She replied, I was struck by a martial arts dispersing poison. The uncle said, this will be difficult, but regulate your breathing. I'll use my inner energy to suppress the poison, so stay focused. The uncle began extracting the poison from the young lady's body. Her whole body glowed, and it seemed the treatment was almost finished. The girl looked much better and said, thank you, uncle. The man replied, I'm glad you're safe, young lady. He walked over, bowed before Seok Jinho, and said, also, forgive me for not greeting you sooner. Thank you very much for saving my young lady's life. My name is Baek Sengun of the Habuk Peng family. The young lady introduced herself, and I'm Peng Neiyin of the Habuk Peng family. He replied, forget the introductions for now and deal with that guy first. I've already sealed his pressure points, so he won't be causing any trouble. He thought if they start talking about repaying this favor, it'll only become troublesome. I need to leave at the right moment. Peng Neiyin told Baek Sengun that man called himself the two-faced ghost. He asked the two-faced ghost how arrogant. The two-faced ghost is a first-rate martial artist, and it said he once killed even a top expert. Peng Neiyin happily said, yet this young master subdued him almost instantly, disrupted the two-faced ghost's yin-yang palm, and counterattacked beautifully. Seok Jinho thought, all right, this is my chance to leave. Baek Sengun called out, young master, may I ask your name? But when he turned around, Seok Jinho was already gone. Baek Sengun thought, even if I was distracted by the two-faced ghost, I can't believe I didn't notice when that young man left, and he doesn't even seem to be an adult yet. He fell into deep thought. With teary eyes, Peng Neiyin said, that young master left before we even learned his name. Baek Sengun thought, could it be? That expression on the young lady's face. He comforted her, we'll find him no matter what. A martial artist of that level won't stay hidden for long. Peng Neiyin happily replied, that's right, he's even stronger than the 6 dragons. And we clearly remember his face, so it won't take long. Our Peng family will never forget this kindness. Let's find our benefactor as soon as possible. We'll do everything we can to find him. Seok Jinho wandered through the martial world until nightfall and muttered, it should be somewhere around here. The terrain hasn't changed at all. Seok Jinho parted a patch of bushes to take a look. He muttered, as expected, my memory wasn't wrong. A sudden scream once again caught Seok Jinho's attention. He asked, what's this? A black cat appeared before him. Seok Jinho asked, it seems you understand what I'm saying. Should I use my spirit eye to examine you? Are you a spirit beast, though you're still very young? The black cat was startled and let out a cry. Seok Jinho said to it, you can even sense my inner energy. I'll find you something else to eat instead of this 100-year-old wild ginseng. I'm watching several places besides Tisan Mountain. The cat happily licked his hand in agreement. Seok Jinho then dug up the wild ginseng and wondered. A 65-year-old wild ginseng isn't bad either, right? Then Seok Jinho held one root, the black cat held another, and the two sat together eating. He thought, as expected, this spiritual herb is very effective for me. I can already feel its energy spreading through my body. Based on my past experience, I need to slowly guide it into my energy center. Then the energy gathered from the 100-year-old wild ginseng will merge with the energy of the primordial heavenly thunder, divine art. Seok Jinho sat down and began cultivating. After a while he said, I've finished absorbing it. The black cat meowed, drawing his attention. Seok Jinho turned and asked, have you been waiting here all night? Thank you for protecting me. I'll repay you the next time we meet. Take care. The black cat walked over and rubbed its face against his leg. Seok Jinho asked in confusion, do you want to follow me? The black cat meowed several times in agreement. Seok Jinho said, if that's what you want, I won't stop you. From today on, your name will be Darky. Next, the black cat climbed onto his shoulder, and the man and cat traveled together. Darky walked along the rooftop. Seok Jinho asked, you want to stay up there? Darky answered with a meow. Seok Jinho said, well, I'm not sure how long I'll stay here, but probably until the end of the year, so make yourself at home. Suddenly someone called, young master. Jeong Maryung came over and said, young master, you should have ordered us to accompany you. Nanny ran over and hugged Seok Jinho. She asked, did your trip go well? He replied, Nanny, have you been well too? Yoon asked, did you accomplish everything you planned? Seok Jinho replied, of course, it was a very worthwhile trip. And, seeing the black cat, Yoon asked, oh, whose cat is this? Seok Jinho replied, this is our new family member from now on. I've named it Darky. Jeong Maryung muttered, so it's a pet. Seok Jinho explained, no, it's not a pet, it's my subordinate. Nanny smiled at Darky and said, so this little one is the young master's subordinate, it's so adorable. But he warned, this little creature is very dangerous, extremely dangerous. It can easily defeat several third-rate martial artists. Nanny looked surprised and said, dangerous? Young master, you really know how to joke. Looking at the black cat, Jeong Maryung thought in shock, a cat is actually his subordinate. I haven't even been accepted as one yet. Seok Jinho asked him, why do you look so serious? Jeong Maryung laughed awkwardly and replied, it seems I'm still an outsider and haven't been accepted as your subordinate. It makes me a little depressed even if it's only a cat. He asked, you've been training, haven't you? Jeong Maryung replied, yes, I've been training hard every day with Yoon. Seok Jinho said, we'll know once I test you. I'm going to rest today, so everyone carry on with your work. Jeong Maryung bowed respectfully and replied, understood, young master. Everyone adored the black cat and asked if it wanted some meat. Darky happily lay on the roof of the estate. Below, Jeong Maryung trained while shouting loudly. His shouting startled Darky, making it let out a big yawn. Jeong Maryung thought, did it just yawn? Is it looking down on me? Jeong Maryung walked over and scolded, you little beast, how dare you ignore and look down on me? Just then Yoon and Seok Jinho arrived, both smiling. Seok Jinho asked, were you arguing with Darky just now? Seeing him, Jeong Maryung respectfully greeted, young master. He explained that Darky didn't seem like an ordinary cat. Smiling, Seok Jinho replied, of course not, it isn't an ordinary cat, so if you call it a beast, it'll get angry, it might even beat you up. Jeong Maryung replied awkwardly, young master, even so, being looked down on by a cat. Darky suddenly leaped over and smacked Jeong Maryung hard across the cheek. Holding one cheek in confusion, Jeong Maryung looked at him. Seok Jinho said, I warned you, it'll lose its temper if you keep calling it a beast. Jeong Maryung stammered, but how can it understand me? The black cat began running around. Seok Jinho said, it seems Darky wants to show you something. Darky leaped into the air and began demonstrating martial arts movements. Even Jeong Maryung was stunned by the sight. He cried out in shock, good heavens, how can a cat do something like that? Seok Jinho proudly replied, Darky is a spirit beast, so it's capable of things like this. Yoon said in confusion, even if it's a spirit beast, doing something like this means it definitely isn't an ordinary cat. Tilting his head, Seok Jinho advised, keep this to yourselves and don't tell anyone. More importantly, we're about to have a visitor. The other two asked in surprise, we're having a guest. A man's footsteps entered the estate. The man bowed and reported, it's been a while, young master. The former family head has summoned you. Seok Jinho then went to meet the family head. He respectfully said, it's been a long time, grandfather. Have you been well all this time? The family head smiled and replied, how could I be at ease when my grandson left home without a word? Seok Jinho said, it's not too late to report everything now, is it? The family head drank tea with him and asked, are you teasing your grandfather again? He replied, I'm only telling the truth. The family head said, many people can't even speak the truth. You know that, don't you? More importantly, it seems something good happened while you were away. Your aura has changed a lot. Seok Jinho replied, yes, I was truly fortunate. The family head asked, do you still intend to leave the family and pursue martial arts? Seok Jinho stood up and answered, yes, I don't find anything worthwhile in staying confined within this family. The family head said, but this is your home. He replied, even if it's my home, that doesn't mean I must stay here forever, does it? People leave their families all the time. The family head said sternly, but you're different. Seok Jinho asked, I suppose that's because of my current situation. Could my former self have faced the former family head like this? Honestly, you only seem interested in me because you find me useful. The family head answered frankly, I won't deny that, but I sincerely want you to stay. Seok Jinho smiled and replied, I'm grateful for your feelings toward me, grandfather, but I don't believe I'm as special as you think. The family head smiled and said, if you're going to lie, at least make it convincing. Do you think I'd believe that? Seok Jinho replied, I thought there was a small chance. The family head thought, could his long confinement in his residence have been a clever plan to leave the Seok family openly? Judging by everything he's done recently, it seems he planned it all carefully. The family head said seriously, answer me honestly. Why would you leave a family that has already prepared such a smooth path for you? Isn't living comfortably as the tail of a dragon enough? Seok Jinho murmured, the tail of a dragon. The family head realized calling you a dragon may not be quite right. Then why not raise yourself into a dragon instead? Seok Jinho replied, that isn't my responsibility. It's the duty of my brothers and sisters. Looking at his teacup, he said, don't I also carry the Seok family's blood, but only half of it? Shouldn't those with the true bloodline bear that responsibility? I only have half. The family head asked, are you planning never to return? He replied, no, I haven't thought that far. The family head lowered his voice and said, then let me hold a farewell banquet for you before you leave. Until then, at least spend time talking with your grandfather. You'll grant me this request, won't you? Seok Jinho replied, all right. The family head smiled and praised him. Good, then go, you look eager to leave. Seok Jinho stood up and replied, then I'll take my leave. He walked outside and the door closed behind him. The family head said to his subordinate, did he inherit the Seok family's stubbornness? What do you think? The subordinate replied, he has changed greatly in a short time. His aura only seems comparable to that of an ordinary junior in the family, but we shouldn't judge him solely by the aura he displays. The family head muttered, but it's such a pity, truly such a pity. With that boy alone, the Seok family could become a true dragon. Seok Jinho and his black cat returned home. Yoon and Jeong Maryung came out to greet him and asked, young master, you're back. Did your meeting with your grandfather go well? Yoon said, it seems you had quite a long conversation with the former family head. He replied, not really. Lady Seok Maryung stopped me on the way back, so I came home a little late. Yoon asked in surprise, Lady Seok Maryung, did something happen? He replied, no, nothing happened. Right before we talked, Darky caught her attention. Maryung really liked Darky. She kept talking about pork, beef, and fish. He added, it's surprisingly useful in many situations. I need to fill my stomach first. Yoon, tell Nanny to prepare a full table of food. Yoon respectfully replied, yes, young master. He thought, right now, all I want is to live a peaceful life. A man and a woman arrived at the entrance of the estate. They stood there looking at his residence. Peng Nayin murmured, so this is the Seok family. Seok Jinho thought, why do I have a feeling something troublesome is about to happen? Peng Nayin wondered, so this is the family estate. Peng Nayin and Baek Sangun walked inside. She asked, is it all right to come without informing them first? We're only here to express our gratitude, so there shouldn't be any problem, right? Baek Sangun stepped forward and announced, my name is Baek Sangun of the Habuk Peng family. I'm here to see young master Seok Jinho. Please inform him. A servant replied, the Peng family of Habuk province? Then he exclaimed, this is an incredibly distinguished guest. A young master came out and greeted them respectfully. Isn't this Lady Peng? It's been a long time. May I ask what brings you to our estate? Peng Nayin replied, I'm here to see young master Seok Jinho. Baek Sangun said, he's the savior of our young lady, so we've come to express our gratitude. May we meet him? They thought angrily, why Seok Jinho? He replied, I understand, please follow me. The group began walking inside. At Seok Jinho's residence, he said, for some reason, I feel like something's about to happen. The group arrived where Seok Jinho was. Looking at the young master's face, he thought, his thoughts are written all over his face. He's clearly curious about my relationship with Lady Peng. The young lady and her uncle said, I am Peng Nayin. I've come to thank my life-saving benefactor. I regret not being able to repay you that day, so I came here personally. Seok Jinho replied, you've come all this way, so please come inside. My residence isn't very luxurious. Peng Nayin smiled and replied, I actually find this place quite warm and peaceful. Baek Sangun turned around and said, young master Seok Jinryong, thank you for guiding us here, but please excuse us now. Seok Jinryong asked, I'm not allowed to stay and listen. Baek Sangun replied, we'll be speaking with young master Seok Jinho for quite a while. Seok Jinryong said, then I'll have someone escort you to your quarters later. We wish to receive you properly as honored guests. Baek Sangun replied, understood. Seok Jinryong told his subordinate, hey, find out what happened between that guy and the Habuk Peng family. Hurry. The subordinate replied, yes, but how can I? Baek Sangun, one of the Habuk Peng family's top experts, is in there. Seok Jinryong angrily shouted, so you can't do it. The subordinate immediately answered fearfully, no, I can do it. Seok Jinryong thought the Habuk Peng family is famous for producing outstanding martial artists despite humble origins. If our family can gain the Peng family's support, becoming the strongest under heaven won't be impossible. If that's the case, she'd make an excellent wife. After entering, everyone sat down and drank tea together. Peng Neiyin said, I wanted to visit quietly, but it seems I ended up causing quite a commotion. Seok Jinho replied, Seok Jinryong may have been surprised, but I don't mind. Baek Sangan observed, you're truly different from others your age. It's impressive that you show no sign of being flustered before such a beautiful young lady, while Seok Jinryong's feelings were obvious. Peng Neiyin shyly said, there's one more thing. This is a small gift as a token of my gratitude. I've always wanted to repay you for saving my life. This is an identification token like the one I use. It can bring you many benefits, including considerable financial support. Seok Jinho was surprised and said, this is hardly a small gift. Baek Sangan smiled and said, how could it be more important than our young lady? If you refuse it, I'm afraid she won't leave. She's quite stubborn. Seok Jinho said, in that case, I'll accept it. Peng Neiyin happily said, thank you. Seok Jinho replied, I'm the one who should be thanking you. He thought I was looking for a way to earn money anyway, so this isn't a bad idea. Used carelessly, it could become a chain, but used wisely, it won't be a problem. In the end, everyone said their farewells. Peng Neiyin asked, did you sleep well? Peng Neiyin still looked somewhat shy. Seok Jinho pointed at himself and asked, is there something you want to say to me, lady? Peng Neiyin asked, you noticed. Peng Neiyin stammered, if possible, would you spar with me? Seok Jinho repeated in confusion, spar with you. Peng Neiyin happily exclaimed, really? He said, begin whenever you're ready, lady. She replied, very well, young master. Both of them drew their weapons. Seok Jinho said, ladies first, you may attack first. Peng Neiyin replied, then please guide me, young master. Peng Neiyin raised her weapon and charged with a slash. Her expression became completely serious. Seok Jinho simply leaned aside to evade. Every single one of Peng Neiyin's attacks was effortlessly avoided by Seok Jinho. She thought anxiously, I can't land even one hit. She decided that if that was the case, she'd try closing the distance. At last, Peng Neiyin got right up close to Seok Jinho, but she still couldn't do anything to him. Seok Jinho said, now it's my turn. In an instant, Seok Jinho was already beside Peng Neiyin and launched an attack. Peng Neiyin exclaimed, what is this? It looked like he used very little force, but it contained astonishing power. Moreover, it was as if he predicted every one of my moves. He even seemed completely familiar with my family's martial arts. Peng Neiyin was forced to retreat. Seok Jinho charged forward, catching Peng Neiyin by surprise. She raised her sword and thought, right now. At this distance, I have the advantage. He can't dodge this attack. She poured all her strength into that strike. As Peng Neiyin brought her weapon down, Seok Jinho counterattacked at the same moment. Peng Neiyin's weapon was knocked from her hand. Seok Jinho caught Peng Neiyin's weapon. Then he spun it a few times before pointing it straight at her. Peng Neiyin could only raise both hands and surrender. Seok Jinho seriously held the weapon pointed at Peng Neiyin. Seok Jinho asked, how about I give you some advice? Peng Neiyin sincerely replied, of course. I've actually been hoping to receive your guidance. He told her, your technique is excellent and your movements are very steady, but they're too predictable. I think you should add some unexpected attacks. Peng Neiyin curiously asked, unexpected attacks? So your final move just now was intentional? Holding a sword doesn't mean you can only use sword techniques. Seok Jinho praised her. You catch on quickly, lady. She replied, may we spar again tomorrow? He asked, tomorrow as well? Then he answered, sure, it'll benefit me too. Peng Neiyin happily replied, I'm so glad you think that. He said, then I'll see you tomorrow, lady. Baek Sangan remarked, what do you think? I thought the young lady was exaggerating, but if he reached this level in less than a year, his potential may even surpass the 6 dragons. Peng Neiyin proudly said, see, I judged him objectively. Baek Sangan asked, is that really so, young lady? They say you shouldn't make it too obvious when you like someone. Peng Neiyin sighed and replied, I have no idea what you're talking about. She turned to Baek Sangan and said, more importantly, aren't you curious about that young master's skill and level? He replied, I certainly am. If the opportunity comes, I'd like to test him myself. That would also be a way to repay his kindness. I'm really looking forward to it. Back at the family estate, the Seok family head Seok Myungil sat deep in thought. Seok Myungil asked his subordinate, is it really true? Has Jinho changed that much? The subordinate replied, I confirmed it personally. The child no one paid attention to rejected the offers from the elders of the Mount Hua sect and Zhongnan sect, and even defeated the Habuk Peng family's blade princess, Peng Neiyin. Talented geniuses appear unexpectedly beyond anyone's wishes. Seok Myungul chuckled and said, "That's good, but it's a pity he has no interest in family affairs." The subordinate reported, after refusing Lady Seok Muryeong's proposal, today he also turned down young Master Seok Jinryong, but the young lady still hasn't given up. Seok Myungul said, "He even rejected my father's offer. If he doesn't care about the former family head's proposal, then Muryeong's and Jinryong's mean nothing." The subordinate said, "Please look at the last page, there's something interesting." Seok Myungul looked at the last page about Peng Naein and Jinryong. This plan isn't bad, but it won't be easy to carry out. Even if the Habuk Peng family ranks last among the 5 great families, it's still one of the strongest powers under heaven. It's one of the prestigious families leading the righteous martial world. If Peng Naein has no feelings for Jinryong, then using wealth to bring the Habuk Peng family's precious jewel into our family will be impossible. The subordinate replied, "I'll investigate this matter." Seok Myungul reminded him, "There's one more thing. Tell Jinryong to stop causing trouble. If the relationship between our 2 families is damaged because of his pointless actions, I'll hold him fully responsible." The subordinate replied, "Understood." Seok Deokwal came to see his grandson, gently rubbed the black cat's face and said, "So you're the cat Jinho is raising. Since you're this calm, you don't seem like a suspicious guest." Seok Jinho had just returned home when he met that man. Uncle Deokwal greeted him. "It's been a long time, hasn't it, my nephew Jinho?" Jinho happily exclaimed, "Uncle Deokwal, it's been a long time since I saw you." The two went inside to talk. Deokwal said, "I heard you've changed, so it's true." While pouring tea, Seok Jinho replied, "I'll change even more from now on. I've grown up already." Deokwal smiled and said, "You're only 17, yet you're talking like an adult." Seok Jinho smiled and replied, "17 is old enough. Uncle, don't you know adulthood carries great meaning in our family?" Deokwal replied, "Of course, I know that better than anyone." Seok Jinho said, "I've always been grateful for your help, uncle." This man was Seok Deokwal, the head escort of the Seok Wind Escort Agency, operated directly by the Seok family. He too had been born as an illegitimate child of the Seok family. That was why he sympathized with Seok Jinho's situation more than anyone else. He couldn't ignore Seok Jinho. Seeing the boy isolated like an outsider, he always visited him whenever he returned to the Seok family after completing an escort mission. "Just as I promised the original Seok Jinho, I can't abandon him either." Seok Jinho asked, "So, uncle, what brings you here?" Deokwal sighed, "It's embarrassing that someone not even half my age saw right through me." Seok Jinho replied, "Uncle, you hid your expression well. My eyes are just sharp. Now that the truth is out, just tell me." Deokwal said, "It's shameful, but I need your help, Seok Jinho. Our escort agency is in great danger, and I even sought help from the great hero Beek Sangan. The 100 Demons Escort Agency has always coveted our Seok Wind Escort Agency, and they've recruited the Black Crow stronghold while plotting something sinister. I have no proof, but I'm certain they're behind it. The situation is rather complicated." Seok Jinho replied, "Naturally, if great hero Beek intervenes, things would become much easier. After all, he's one of Habuk Province's strongest experts. Even though the Black Crow stronghold is among the 18 forest strongholds, they're no match for him." Seok Deokwal sadly said, "Actually, I already asked him yesterday, but he refused. I heard you have a special connection with Lady Peng, so I came to ask you as my last hope." Seok Jinho said, "We're not as close as the rumors claim. I can arrange a meeting, but you'll probably still be refused." Seok Deokwal replied, "Even so, I have to try one more time." Deokwal held Seok Jinho's hand and pleaded, "Just arrange the meeting for me. I'll handle everything else myself." Seok Jinho replied, "Then let's meet them now. There's no need to delay. It seems they're already waiting outside." Seok Deokwal was stunned. Seok Jinho called out, "Both of you stop waiting outside. Please come in." Beek Sangan's expression darkened, while Peng Naein smiled awkwardly. Seok Deokwal quickly stood up and introduced himself. "I'm Seok Deokwal, great hero Beek, we met yesterday." Beek Sangan replied, "I remember, you're the head escort of the Seok Wind Escort Agency." Seok Jinho said, "Great hero Beek and Lady Peng, please have a seat. Haven't you already greeted each other?" Beek Sangan replied, "It's more than a greeting. It seems today's gathering is related to what happened yesterday." "Young Master Seok, are you also here to ask for my help?" Seok Jinho sat down and replied, "My request is, before we discuss anything, I should return this to you." He took out the identification token Peng Naein had given him yesterday, shocking both of them. Seok Jinho said, "Helping Lady Peng was simply what I should have done. I never expected a reward and can live without one. I'm returning it because I don't want great hero Beak to feel forced into doing something against his will. Instead of making a request, I'd like to offer you a proposal. There are 2 benefits if you escort me to the Black Crow's stronghold. First, it will satisfy your curiosity, and second, it will give me real combat experience. Beak Sangan replied, if it's only about curiosity, that's impossible. Seok Jinho understood them well. Both of you are curious about my martial arts, so if I fight the Black Crow stronghold chief, will that satisfy your curiosity? Beak Sangan asked, you're that confident? The Black Crow stronghold chief is a formidable opponent. If you think I'm bluffing, you can test my words yourself. Right now. The group then went out into the courtyard to spar. Seok Deokwal wondered, can Seok Jinho really fight great hero Beak's Ice Mountain Iron Fist? Peng Neian excitedly replied, the match won't end as easily as you think, head escort. Young Master Seok is no ordinary person. Seok Deokwal was still puzzled. Even if Seok Jinho had truly changed as rumored, the gap in strength should still have been enormous. Seok Jinho said, if you're ready then let's begin. Beak Sangan offered, I'll let you throw the first punch. Seok Jinho stepped forward and declared, let's start this match. Seok Jinho and Beak Sangan began fighting. Beak Sangan thought, he's incredibly fast and the aura he gives off is remarkable. Beak Sangan shifted his footing and thought, I didn't even notice I'd activated the Heaven and Earth Supreme Force art. If that's the case, I should stop his troublesome movements first. Beak Sangan launched a palm strike, but he was the one who ended up surprised. Beak Sangan thought in confusion, he broke through my force and closed the distance. To accomplish that in a single instant, Beak Sangan attacked again, but Seok Jinho still charged forward as if completely unharmed. Seok Jinho began his counterattack. His strike shot straight toward Beak Sangan. Beak Sangan thought it's still too early to suppress him with pure power. It's not impossible, just unnecessary to fight so recklessly. Beak Sangan muttered, the move I was most confident in has already ended. Seok Jinho replied, I know, then let's begin. The two exchanged the simplest hand-to-hand attack. Seok Jinho thought, I don't need to win this match. I only need to fight honorably. Beak Sangan wondered, did he just close the distance again? Seok Jinho suddenly landed a solid hit on Beak Sangan. Beak Sangan cried out inwardly, I let my guard down and got caught by such an unexpected attack. Beak Sangan thought, his movements make it seem as if he can predict every move I make. Unbelievable. Seok Jinho and Beak Sangan paused, neither attacking for the moment. Suddenly, they both launched another assault. Seok Jinho struck first. Beak Sangan defended while counterattacking. He thought, should I unleash my full strength to test his true ability? Beak Sangan thought, it should be fine just this once. Seok Jinho said, you can use more internal energy. That would satisfy your curiosity even more, wouldn't it? Since you said so. Beak Sangan thought, judging by everything he's shown so far, he should be able to withstand this. Let's see if he can block it. Beak Sangan unleashed the Habuk Peng family's ultimate technique. Heaven and Earth Divine Palm transformed into the Heaven and Earth Divine Fist. The force of the attack filled Seok Jinho's estate with dazzling light. Even Jeong Maryung was affected despite standing nearby. He asked, should we stop them? Peng Neian replied, just watch, it'll be fine. Jeong Maryung turned to Yoon and said, I'm worried something serious will happen. Yoon reassured him, just relax and watch, our young master is very strong. Beak Sangan then stood there with a satisfied smile. Seok Jinho said, let's stop here, you've seen enough of my strength, haven't you? Peng Neian praised him, just as expected of you, young master. Seok Deokwal cried out, Seok Jinho, has my Seok Jinho become this strong? Jeong Maryung teared up and said, our young master truly hasn't betrayed our trust. Yoon smiled brightly and replied, you were worried sick just now. Beak Sangan asked, will you be alright if you face powerful enemies? The abilities you've hidden will now be revealed to the whole world. Seok Jinho replied, I never intended to hide them. I can't abandon the one who raised and cared for me, no matter the reason. Seok Deokwal called out emotionally, Seok Jinho. Hearing that, Beak Sangan felt satisfied and replied, very well, we'll accompany you. Peng Neian was overjoyed and said, that's wonderful, uncle. Beak Sangan thought, the more I see him, the more I like him. I must report this to the family once this is over. We need to build ties with a sleeping dragon even greater than the 6 dragons. At Black Crow Mountain, Beak Sangan's group and Seok Jinho arrived. Seok Deokwal thought, I'm not sure whether this is the right decision. The group stopped to discuss, split our forces, do you want us attacked from 2 sides? The other replied, in theory, this isn't a pincer attack. Seok Jinho said, we only need enough people to make sure none of them escape. The head escort of the Seok Wind Escort Agency said, we can't act recklessly this time. No matter what happens, we must recover the goods, so we can't split our forces so easily. The Black Crow stronghold isn't acting alone. They have the 100 Demons escort agency backing them. Do you really think they'd entrust their entire scheme to the Black Crow stronghold? Seok Jinho said they've probably arranged for the goods to be smuggled out in an emergency. Their real goal may be to ruin the Seok Wind escort agency's reputation. The head escort thought that scenario makes perfect sense, but splitting our forces is still risky. Beek Sengen smiled reassuringly. You don't need to worry, even if things don't go as planned, as long as I'm here, nothing like that will happen. The head escort of the Seok Wind escort agency replied, even if Great Hero Beek says so, I'm still worried. Fine, we'll do as you suggest. The head escort thought, even though Great Hero Beek stepped in and I agreed, reducing the number of people attacking the front gate by more than half. Will this really be alright? Suddenly his vision was thrown into chaos. Seok Jinho charged ahead and blasted open the front gate. Everyone behind him cried out, Seok Jinho. Seok Jinho turned back and reassured them, there's no need to worry, Chief Escort. The head escort shouted, you expect me not to worry in a situation like this? Seok Deokwal reassured him, I guarantee it'll be fine. Seok Jinho is truly very strong. The head escort asked in disbelief, what did you say? Inside the Black Crow stronghold they shouted, who are you people? Seok Deokwal replied, you'll see for yourself just how strong Seok Jinho really is. The bandits charged out, only to have Seok Jinho grab one by the throat and lift him into the air. One look was enough to understand how powerful Seok Jinho was. The man who had charged out so aggressively was now gasping for air in Seok Jinho's grip, crying for help. Seok Jinho coldly threw him aside. A group came out through the main gate and shouted, everyone stay where you are, you dare attack this place. You truly don't know your place. Seok Jinho didn't waste words, he drew his sword. With several swift slashes, blood splattered across the trees. The head escort of the Seok Wind escort agency was stunned and muttered, I'd heard the rumors, but I never imagined he'd become this strong. Seok Jinho stared at the surviving bandits with murderous intent, making them tremble in fear. He stepped forward and asked, what's this? None of you dare charge anymore, you were acting so fierce just now. How did cowards like you even join the 18 forest strongholds? You don't even have the will to fight. If you're planning to surrender, then hurry and bring your leader here, you bunch of useless fools. A dark-faced man carrying a saber stepped out from behind the group. He grabbed one of the cowards by the collar and shouted, you're thinking of running because of one brat like him. He roared, are you even bandits of the Black Crow stronghold anymore? I'd better deal with you cowards first. The man who had been struck collapsed to the ground and cried out in pain, Chief. Seok Jinho and Peng Neian immediately realized this man was the chief of the Black Crow stronghold. The chief laughed savagely and said, you're just a brat running around. The chief leered at Peng Neian and sneered, I'll consider it good fortune that you brought me such a beautiful woman. After I kill you, she'll belong to me. Seok Jinho picked at his ear in disgust and said, enough of your nonsense. Hurry over here so I can deal with you too. The chief roared in fury. You dare speak to me like that? Die, you little brat. He charged at Seok Jinho, but with a single move, Seok Jinho stopped the chief's axe. The elders behind him and Peng Neian all cried out in shock, my heavens. Seok Jinho actually blocked that axe with his bare hand. The chief exclaimed in disbelief, you actually caught my axe with your bare hand. How is that even possible? Cracks began spreading across his axe. The chief stammered in fear, how can you? The chief shouted, I built this stronghold into one of the 18 forest strongholds with my own strength. How can a brat like you force me back? This can't be happening. Seok Jinho calmly rushed forward and slammed the chief's head down. The chief screamed in agony. Seok Jinho sighed and said, this is more boring than I expected. You're far too weak. Seok Jinho turned to the bandits and said, your leader has been defeated, so surrender now. Those who surrender will be spared, but anyone who runs won't escape. The bandits thought, hurry and pack up so we can run before they catch us. Peng Neian stepped in front of them, smiled, and asked, well then, where do you think you're going? Why are you all in such a hurry? One of the men shouted, woman, get out of my way. He thought, damn it, she's the young lady of the Habuk Peng family. I have to escape first. My life comes before anything else. There's nothing to gain by fighting her. She's just a young woman anyway. But with a single strike, Peng Neian sent him flying. Peng Neian said, you were defeated by a young lady, so stop looking down on others. Seok Jinho praised her, well done. She smiled and replied, it's all thanks to your guidance, young master. Let me check the area and see if anyone else escaped. Seok Jinho crouched down and did something. Peng Neian asked in confusion, what are you doing, young master? He replied, I'm checking whether he has a poison pill in his mouth. If he commits suicide, all our efforts will be wasted. Peng Neian admired him and said, you're truly meticulous. Seok Jinho reminded her, you must always be thorough and careful. That's how you survive in the martial world. At the Habuk Peng family head Peng Jingguk ordered, tell me about the eldest young master of the Seok family. The servant reported, yes, family head. His name is Seok Jinryong and he's 25 this year. He's competing with his brothers for the succession and his abilities aren't bad. It said he's rather narrow-minded. Peng Jingguk asked, what about his martial arts? The subordinate replied, he hasn't trained much, that's what the reports say. Peng Jingguk tapped his sword a few times and said, he's poor at martial arts and isn't even the official heir yet, so how does he dare talk about marrying our Peng Naian? He cursed, what an arrogant fool. A subordinate nervously said, family head, please calm your anger. Peng Jingguk softened his voice. My apologies, I got carried away. What about Seok Jinho? I heard he recently wiped out several bands of mounted bandits. The subordinate replied, we don't know why, but since last year he suddenly became much stronger and far more confident. Before that, he was so hopeless about his situation that he even tried to take his own life. Peng Jingguk muttered, he's become that strong and confident, and he's clever enough to deal with mounted bandits too. The subordinate added, the contract proposed by Seok Escort Agency is also very favorable. Both sides would benefit, and it seems the young lady has feelings for him as well. He continued, that's everything I know about him. Should we call the young lady back before harmful rumors about her begin to spread? Peng Jingguk ordered, bring the young lady back at once. I have something to discuss with her. If she refuses because of him, then we'll have to act. The subordinate asked, do you mean because of the fourth young master? Peng Jingguk replied, exactly. I may have to see that boy with my own eyes. Meanwhile, Seok Jinho was watching people carrying supplies back and forth. They returned and were welcomed with a lavish meal. Seok Jinho looked at Nanny and asked, Nanny, are you really that happy? Maybe we've lived in poverty for too long. With this money, our lives should finally become a little easier. Nanny wiped away her sweat and replied, I'm not happy because of the money, young master. I'm happy because the family head personally sent it. It seems he finally cares more about you. Seok Jinho smiled. I never expected him to send me off so generously even after I refused to stay in the family. Nanny gasped. What, young master, what did you say? Seok Jinho explained, don't worry, Nanny. I've decided to leave and stop living with this family. Nanny replied, is that so? If you've decided, I'll follow you. I'm also glad the family head finally acknowledged you. I heard he even said you could return to the family whenever you wished. Is that true? Seok Jinho said, I don't want to stay trapped in this family forever. I want to live somewhere peaceful with fresh air. You like places like that too, don't you? Nanny smiled. I'll go anywhere as long as I'm with you, young master. Jeong Maryung rushed inside in panic and shouted, young master, young master. Seok Jinho asked, has someone come looking for me? Nanny laughed. That's your charm, young master. That's why so many people want to see you. Seok Jinho muttered, I thought it would be better to talk things out calmly, so why did this happen? Who did this? Seok Jinho angrily stared at Jeong Maryung's swollen, red face. Nanny anxiously called out, Maryung, what happened? Jeong Maryung wearily replied, this face of mine. Seok Jinho said, that's right, who did this to you? Jeong Maryung began explaining, if you ask why, this is what happened. Seok Jinho asked, so you're saying no Chusum from the guard unit picked a fight with you? Then unit leader Bong Waryung saw it and beat you. Jeong Maryung replied, yes, young master. Masterless servants are treated however the guard unit warriors please. His face filled with grief as if about to cry. Seok Jinho asked, you're masterless. Jeong Maryung answered bitterly, I told them I belong to you, young master. Seok Jinho held his head and blamed himself. This is my mistake. I never officially declared him as my subordinate before everyone in the family. Seok Jinho called Jeong Maryung, come with me. Jeong Maryung asked, where are we going? Seok Jinho explained, I won't tolerate my people being oppressed like this. Jeong Maryung asked emotionally, your people? Do you mean I'm your subordinate? He answered, that's right, now come with me. Jeong Maryung replied emotionally, young master, thank you, I'll follow you right away. At the guard unit hall, Jeong Maryung said uneasily, young master, I'm only a servant. How could I dare come here? Seok Jinho said to Jeong Maryung, the problem isn't your status. The problem is that what they did wounded my pride. Jeong Maryung looked confused, so Seok Jinho added, from now on, never forget that you are one of my people. Jeong Maryung happily replied, this subordinate understands. As he arrived, the guards immediately greeted him. Greetings, fourth young master, what brings you here? Seok Jinho ordered, call 7th unit leader Bong Waryung here immediately. They answered at once, understood. we'll summon him right away. When they arrived, they stared at Jiang Maryang in shock, and Jiang Maryang said, that unit leader and that bastard were the ones who beat this subordinate. He even arrogantly cursed Jiang Maryang, you bastard. Seok Jinho shouted angrily, what did you just say? Seeing Seok Jinho's terrifying expression, they could only tremble and say, young master, that's not what this subordinate meant. Seok Jinho coldly asked, then what exactly did you mean? The man immediately stammered, I didn't mean that. I've heard many rumors about your overwhelming presence, but I never imagined it would be this terrifying. The other subordinates quickly rushed over and pleaded, young master, please calm your anger. Seok Jinho replied, calm down, you dared lay hands on my subordinate. Hearing that, they were stunned to learn the man they had beaten was actually Seok Jinho's subordinate. Seok Jinho continued, you only obeyed that man because of your contracts, right? I don't care about you since you're only subordinates. Just bring that man here or get out of this family. Suddenly a man shouted, stop at once. When they saw him approaching, they immediately called out, 7th Unit Leader. The guard unit's 7th unit leader, Bong Waryoung, asked Seok Jinho, 4th young master, what are you doing here? Seok Jinho folded his arms and said, so you've finally shown up. Bong Waryoung, I'm teaching your subordinates some manners because they have none. Bong Waryoung asked, what are you talking about? Seok Jinho repeated, they sold their dignity for money and don't even have the pride expected of a martial artist. Bong Waryoung snapped, you've gone too far. You think you can lecture us? Bong Waryoung drew his sword and charged at Seok Jinho. He thought, is this the finest sword technique they know? Their sword path is so obvious. Bong Waryoung kept swinging his sword and thought, how is he dodging my attacks so easily? No matter how talented he is, this is unbelievable. The rumors weren't exaggerated at all. Seok Jinho muttered, enough, I'll end this now. He caught Bong Waryoung's sword between his bare fingers. Seok Jinho mocked, you seem far weaker than I expected. He thought the original owner of this body might have taken his own life because of his weakness, but now that I'm here, everything is different. Seok Jinho declared loudly, I'll make this warning clear so no one in this family dares ignore my words again. Seok Jinho pulled Bong Waryoung's sword toward himself with his bare hand. To everyone's shock, he casually swung the sword a few times. The sword was now completely under Seok Jinho's control, leaving Bong Waryoung standing motionless with its tip aimed at him. The others whispered in disbelief, how did he evade the 7th unit leader's sword so easily? How is the 4th young master this powerful? Seok Jinho said, you'll pay for failing to discipline your subordinates and daring to look down on me. The guard unit commander Ma Cheng-san arrived and shouted, young master, please do me the favor of stopping. Ma Cheng-san assured him, I'll order Waryoung and Chusim to apologize properly, and they will both be appropriately disciplined. He glanced at him and thought, this is the commander personally brought here by the Supreme Elder over 20 years ago. At least he carries himself like a true martial artist. Seok Jinho lowered the sword and said, we'll end it here, but if this happens again, I won't let it slide. Ma Cheng-san sternly ordered them, apologize to the young master immediately. Waryoung and Chusim bowed and answered, yes, commander. The two knelt and said, we know our mistake, please forgive us, we're deeply sorry, young master. Seok Jinho said, don't apologize to me, apologize to him. They immediately turned to Jiang Maryang and said, we've committed a grave offense, please forgive us. Jiang Maryang froze for a moment, unable to say a word. Seok Jinho walked over and asked, what's wrong, why aren't you saying anything? Jiang Maryang replied, this subordinate just thinks everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Ma Cheng-san said, all right, this matter ends here, young master. Seok Jinho replied, very well. With the insight of an elder, Ma Cheng-san carefully observed Seok Jinho. Watching his back, Ma Cheng-san thought, I wondered why the Habuk Peng family put in so much effort. Now I understand. The Seok family has truly been hiding a monster. After returning to his estate, Seok Jinho watched the others training. Ever since that day, they had trained with full dedication. Jiang Maryang seemed delighted to be officially recognized as one of my people. His spirit had risen greatly, and he no longer looked as bloodthirsty as before. High morale is still better than running around picking fights. Whenever Jiang Maryang improved even a little, he happily told Seok Jinho, your Jiang Maryang has become much stronger, young master. Seok Jinho smiled and replied, very good. Besides Jiang Maryang, there was still another frequent visitor. I wasn't used to it before, but now it felt completely natural. They arrived calling, Nanny, we're here. Nanny turned and said, I thought you wouldn't come since it's already late. I'll prepare a meal for everyone. They said there's one more person with us today. Nanny asked, who is it? Peng Neiyan turned and greeted him. "Good morning, young Master Siak. A guest has come to visit today." The young man stepped forward and spoke. "Nice to meet you. I am from the Habuk Peng family. I'm Peng Mujin, Nayan's older brother." Siak Jinho replied, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Siak Jinho." Peng Mujin said, "Sorry for coming so suddenly. I should have contacted you first, but I couldn't wait to meet you." Siak Jinho replied, "It's all right. This is our first meeting, isn't it? Let's go inside and talk." Peng Nayan reminded him, "Do we really have to do this? We're troubling young Master Siak." Peng Mujin said, "It's hard to bring him back to the main family, so I had to come here instead." Everyone was curious about the man who made Lady Nayan become so feminine. Peng Nayan unhappily warned her brother, "Watch what you say. Even if you're my senior brother, I won't let you off if you keep talking nonsense." Peng Mujin smiled. "Looks like our Nayan has completely fallen for him. They make quite a good match." After entering, Siak Jinho looked at the object and asked, "What is this?" Peng Mujin explained, "Nayan said she owed you a debt and asked me a favor. This sword was personally forged by the head of our main family." Siak Jinho stared at the sword. He praised it. "This sword is magnificent. Its balance is truly perfect. I wonder if I'm worthy of receiving such a sword." Peng Nayan warmly said, "I'm glad you like it, young master." Seeing this, Peng Mujin thought, "Wow, Nayan has a side like this too." Siak Jinho asked, "But isn't the family head worried? Lady Nayan has been staying in the Siak family for over a month." Peng Mujin replied, "Of course he is, but my father only ranks third in the main family, so there's little he can do." Siak Jinho asked curiously, "Third?" Peng Mujin said, "That's right. The one with the greatest authority is the family head's wife, then comes Nayan." Blushing, Peng Nayan said, "Hey brother, what are you talking about?" Peng Mujin laughed, "See, even I'm afraid of Nayan because my rank is lower than hers." Siak Jinho smiled, "That's interesting." Peng Mujin secretly observed Siak Jinho. His temples looked ordinary and he wasn't giving off any overwhelming aura. Yet he somehow felt much stronger than me. Even Protector Beak acknowledged him as a martial arts master capable of controlling his inner energy with remarkable skill. "I really want to test my skills against him." Siak Jinho said, "Since I've received such a wonderful gift and now I have this sword, how about we have a spar? What do you think?" Peng Mujin smiled. "That's exactly what I was hoping for." Peng Mujin thought, "He's quick-witted. He's truly a formidable opponent." Everyone headed outside to prepare for the spar. This time, Siak Jinho thought seriously, "This spar is worth showing Yoon and Maryung. After all, I was the one who suggested it. But seeing how eager he is to win, I'll have to fight for a few more rounds." Peng Mujin spoke first, "I'm ready." Siak Jinho replied, "So am I." "Then let's begin." The moment those words ended, the two charged at each other. Peng Mujin was surprised. He thought, "I expected him to clash head-on. So this is his first time using that sword. Even though he's unfamiliar with it, he attacked me immediately. He's quite reckless." Peng Mujin slashed downward, but the one left shocked was him. Seeing the danger radiating from Siak Jinho, he couldn't help raising his guard. Peng Mujin thought, "This is bad. When did he get behind me? How is he so fast?" The two rushed at each other once again, but Siak Jinho's speed was impossible to match. Peng Mujin was already struggling, even though the fight had only just begun. Yoon exclaimed happily, "Young master, this truly is a duel between martial arts masters." Beak Sangan marveled, "What a surprise. I thought the eldest young master would have the advantage in a head-on fight like this." Peng Mujin cursed inwardly, "Damn it, how is he pushing me back so easily? I can't lose. I'm known throughout the martial world as the soaring fierce tiger. I won't let this end like this." Their swords clashed repeatedly, dazzling everyone watching. Yoon cried out, "Unbelievable, what a terrifying battle." Both fighters remained completely focused, carefully watching each other. Peng Mujin thought, "With this difference in build and arm length, I'll have to stay focused and wait for the right opening." But Siak Jinho never gave him a moment to breathe and kept charging forward as he thought. "In my previous life, I fought the Five Tigers saber art before. As long as his technique hasn't reached mastery, it isn't a threat to me. But I can't let this battle end so easily. I've been waiting a long time for this chance to awaken my senses." Peng Mujin wondered, "This is amusing. He's still holding back. Show me everything you've got. If you still hesitate, then fine. I'll show you the strongest martial art of the Habuk Peng family's heir, the Primordial Thunder Divine Art." The Primordial Thunder Divine Art surged forth. Siak Jinho calmly received the attack and still managed to withstand Peng Mujin's strike. He even counterattacked immediately, leaving Peng Mujin shocked then furious. Peng Mujin said, "I've lost. I have nothing left to show." Siak Jinho smiled, "You fought well." Peng Mujin said, "I'm a little disappointed that Nayan didn't even cheer for me. I guess she already knew how this would end. I've learned a great deal today." Siak Jinho replied, "I'm the one who should say that. This is the first time I've been pushed back so helplessly. Even against the 6 dragons, it wasn't like this. Seok Jinho said, "It should be about mealtime now. Let's go eat together. My nanny is an excellent cook." Peng Mujin praised him. "Wonderful. I'll finally taste the dishes Nayan has been praising so highly." He thought, "Yesterday I met the eldest young master and assumed the rumors were exaggerated. I didn't expect much from the 4th young master, but this is unbelievable. They're truly brothers." Beek Sangin walked over and asked, "Young master, do you now believe he's truly that powerful?" Peng Mujin replied, "You were right. Both his martial arts and character far exceed Protector Beek's earlier assessment." Peng Mujin thought becoming family with him might not be a bad thing after all. Elsewhere, the Supreme Family Head said, "Stormbreaker Thunder Tiger is Zhen Hao's nickname." Seok Myungul replied, "Then there's nothing to worry about. The Peng family's young master even came personally to spar with young master Zhen Hao. He'll surely become famous throughout the martial world soon." The family head replied, "The Peng family, so they rejected Jin Ryong's marriage proposal? That's like a slap in the face." After Zhen Hao left the main family and joined the escort convention, Jin Ryong didn't seem to regret it at all. "However, I heard Zhen Hao wasn't very interested in Seok Escort Agency. I'm curious why he joined the Escort Association." Seok Myungul replied, "This subordinate is also curious about the young master's decision. Still, Zhen Hao's actions have greatly increased our reputation." The Supreme Family Head said, "Whatever his reason for joining, I believe it's a good thing. I'm looking forward to seeing something happen again." As everyone arrived at the convention, they excitedly said, "This is so exciting. I wonder what will happen this time." Diakwal walked over and called out, "Zhen Hao, you're here. I wanted to welcome you myself, but I was too busy preparing for the event." Seok Jinho replied, "It's all right. Thanks to the excellent carriage you prepared, Uncle. I had a very comfortable trip and even enjoyed the scenery along the way." Uncle Diakwal said, "We'll talk about your lodging later. Let's head to the banquet first. It's better to eat something before anything else, isn't it?" Seok Jinho thanked his uncle. As they walked, they saw many flags, including the White Horse escort agencies. Yoon said, "There are so many flags." Uncle Diakwal explained, "They're the banners of the escort agencies participating in this event. It's a massive gathering featuring the 10 great escort agencies of the Central Plains along with many other large and small escort agencies. That's why people like them can show up so shamelessly." Seok Jinho curiously asked, "What do you mean?" Seok Diakwal explained, "That man over there is Bayam Woongang, the young chief of the White Horse Escort Agency. After the last incident, their agency's reputation was badly damaged and now he's here alone. Judging by his eyes, he's probably plotting something." Seok Diakwal explained that the heirs of the escort agencies were trying to establish their status by competing in martial arts matches, chatting politely while saying, "I heard you're quite skilled." Seok Jinho said, "Uncle, why don't you come inside with me?" Seok Diakwal replied, "The only thing I ever learned was swindling, so how could I? You should try fighting them yourself." Seok Jinho thought, people fight even at banquets. Is every martial arts faction like this? If they're discussing an escort agency's future prosperity, then strength really is an important symbol. So that's why the Seok family is so desperate to keep me. Seok Diakwal added, "Now eat your fill first. Watch what's happening while you eat. I have to go. We're short on workers." The others immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Everyone marveled, the food is incredible. This is where wealthy escort agencies gather after all. It seems to be made with delicacies from all over the Central Plains. Seok Jinho told Nanny and Jeong Maryung, "Don't be shy, just enjoy the food. I'll be away for a while." He told them to stay there while the black cat jumped down and followed him. Nanny asked worriedly, "Where are you going?" Seok Jinho replied, "There's someone I need to meet." She asked again, "Going to see the girl of your dreams?" Seok Jinho stammered, "And no, it's not like that." Nanny happily said, "After all, no one can compare to Lady Nayan." Seok Jinho walked to an area filled with young people his age. They were discussing, "What's going on?" The young chief of the White Horse Escort Agency challenged the young chief of the Green Pine Escort Agency to a duel. "Isn't that too much? I heard Bayam Woongang is a lay disciple of the Kongtong sect." Seok Jinho wondered, the Green Pine Escort Agency. Bayam Woongang stepped forward and said, "What's this?" The chief and young chief of the Green Pine Escort Agency refused my challenge. The young man replied, "A duel only happens if both sides agree. The Green Pine Escort Agency has every right to refuse." Someone from another escort agency said, "Sister, step aside. I've been waiting for this chance for a long time. I have to prove myself today." The young man replied, "Just stay where you are." Seok Jinho thought, "I've found them. Those two must be the chief and young chief. Did something happen?" Judging by their eyes, their grudge against the White Horse Escort Agency runs deep. Seok Jinho confidently stepped forward. He said, "It's a pleasure to meet you both. Are you the chief and young chief of the Green Pine Escort Agency?" The young woman replied, "That's right, but who are you?" Bayam Woongang shouted angrily, "Hey, that's rude, can't you see we're talking?" Bayam Woongang deliberately walked over but couldn't even touch Seok Jinho. He was shocked and thought, who is this guy? Why is he so fast? He's definitely no ordinary person. The others immediately asked, "Aren't you the Stormbreaker Thunder Tiger of the Seok family? You're the one who taught the Black Crow Fortress a lesson, right? Your young master Seok Jinho." Hearing that, Bayam Woongang wondered, then this man is Seok Jinho of the Seok family. Seok Jinho smiled and said, "Sorry, I was a little rude. My name is Seok Jinho, and who might you be?" Bayam Woongang introduced himself. "I am Bayam Woongang, young chief of the White Horse Escort Agency." Seok Jinho muttered, "The White Horse Escort Agency? We really are bound by ill fate." Hearing that, the others immediately asked, "Ill fate? What happened?" Another replied, "You're late with the news. The White Horse Escort Agency joined hands with the Black Crow Fortress to frame the Wind Escort Agency. Even the Kongtong sect had to mediate. It was truly disgraceful." Bayam Woongang angrily shouted, "Those idiots are just talking nonsense." Seok Jinho said mockingly, "How impressive. Is this what you call a sincere challenge? Aren't you better at stabbing people in the back?" Bayam Woongang demanded, "What do you mean by that?" Seok Jinho challenged him, "Since you couldn't face the Wind Escort Agency head-on, you came here to pick on the Green Pine Escort Agency instead." Bayam Woongang defended himself, "Young master, you've gone too far." Seok Jinho replied, "Do you feel insulted too? So you actually have some pride." Bayam Woongang glared at Seok Jinho, both looking ready to tear each other apart. Clenching his fists in anger, he thought, the plan was to pick an easy opponent and make a name for myself. "Seok Jinho, you're ruining everything. Since it's come to this, I'll just have to change my plan." He politely asked, "Then would young Master Seok be willing to teach me a few moves?" Secretly, he thought, "You're just an unknown made famous by the Habuk Peng family. I'll defeat you and steal every bit of your reputation." Seok Jinho smiled and said, "Teaching is only effective when the other person is at a level close to mine. From what I see, I'm not the right person to teach young Master Bayam." Bayam Woongang gritted his teeth in anger. "Are you mocking me?" Seok Jinho replied, "Of course not. I just think you're not at my level. Instead, how about we hold a martial arts match?" Bayam Woongang asked. "You want to fight me? I suppose you won't be asking the Habuk Peng family for help this time." Seok Jinho replied, "Of course not. I'll personally instruct the young chief of the Green Pine Escort Agency." The people behind him immediately cried out in shock. "What?" He said, "The match will be held on the final day of the convention, provided both the young chief of the White Horse Escort Agency and the young chief of the Green Pine Escort Agency agree." Seok Jinho turned to the two behind him and said, "Are you both all right? I may have acted a bit presumptuously." The young man immediately replied, "All right, I accept." The young woman beside him called out, "Jaeun." Bayam Woongang arrogantly said, "Young Master Seok, are you saying you're entrusting your reputation to the Green Pine Escort Agency? That benefits me, but you'd better think it through." Seok Jinho replied, "Then there's no need for more words. I'll see you here again on the final day of the convention." Bayam Woongang declared, "You'd better not run away." That was the promise between them, and as he turned away, he still couldn't resist cursing. "You're such a fool. You think Du Jaeun of the Green Pine Escort Agency can be my opponent? You're throwing your own life away." Thinking that, Bayam Woongang confidently walked inside. The young woman behind him said to Seok Jinho, "Young master, what are you doing?" Bayam Woongang of the White Horse Escort Agency fighting our Jaeun is simply unbelievable. Seok Jinho calmly explained, "Sorry for startling you, but it seems you're underestimating your younger brother." Hearing those words, both of them were shocked. He added, "I'm confident your younger brother will win." After returning, someone said, "I really can't understand what young Master Seok is thinking. Why did he choose that kid?" Du Jaeun felt overjoyed by Seok Jinho's encouragement and said, "He must have seen my potential." His sister asked suspiciously, "Hey, have you already become his admirer?" Du Jaeun replied, "No, but I think this is a great chance to learn from someone like him." His sister said, "He's just been overly hyped." "Are you really believing those words?" Du Jaeun replied, "I do trust him." Someone outside called, "Is the chief of the Green Pine Escort Agency inside? I'm here on young Master Seok's behalf." The visitor introduced himself, "I'm Jeong Maryung. I've been sent to escort the two of you." They couldn't help thinking, why is young Master Seok treating us so well? Has he fallen for me? Is he using us to humiliate the White Horse Escort Agency? No, if that were true, he would have accepted the duel himself. there'd be no need to place his hopes on our Jaeyoon. After returning, Jeong Maryung happily said, "Please come inside." Seok Jinho politely said, "Please have a seat. There's something I'd like to discuss." The two respectfully greeted him. This junior is Do Jaeyoon, Deputy Chief of the Green Pine Escort Agency, and this is Do Jiyoon, Chief of the Green Pine Escort Agency. Seok Jinho also introduced himself politely. "I am Seok Jinho of the Seok family." Do Jiyoon said, "I wish to thank you for helping our escort agency, young master, but I don't understand why you did all this today." Seok Jinho chuckled and explained, "I knew you'd think that. These days, it's rare to receive kindness in the martial world without a reason. If I said it was a bond from a previous life, would you believe me? I'm not helping you. I'm only repaying the debt your escort agency is owed on behalf of someone from the past. Back then, I was even weaker than the Seok Jinho of this life. My body was dying on a mountain in the middle of a freezing winter. I was buried beneath snow, colder than a corpse. I couldn't move at all, and all I could do was wait for my next life. A group of young people found me and shouted, 'There's someone here. Bring something to warm him up, start a fire, and boil some hot water.' The chief of the Green Pine Escort Agency found me during an escort mission and saved me from certain death. Others said it's only a rice ball, but it's better than nothing. The kindness he showed me back then remains the warmest and purest memory throughout my endless life." Seok Jinho told them, "My late mother once said the chief of the Green Pine Escort Agency had saved her life. She asked me to repay that kindness for her, which is why I stepped forward to help you today. However, because I was born out of wedlock, I couldn't repay that kindness with money. I'm only trying to repay it with the little talent I have." Hearing this, the two were deeply moved. Do Jaeyoon said, "Then does that mean?" Seok Jinho replied, "You guessed correctly, but I have one question." He asked, "I heard the Green Pine Escort Agency was once one of the 10 great escort agencies. What exactly happened to all of you?" Do Jiyoon said, "Please allow me to explain. As you said, the Green Pine Escort Agency was once recognized as one of the 10 great escort agencies of the Central Plains. However, just as the White Horse Escort Agency did to the Wind Escort Agency, they secretly bribed bandits to rob all of our cargo. At that time, my father, who was the agency chief, fought desperately to protect the shipment. My mother also went to the scene to search for evidence and never returned." Looking at Seok Jinho, Do Jiyoon thought, for some reason, his eyes seem far more ruthless than someone his age. He must have experienced something terrible in the past. Seok Jinho said, "I'm sorry for bringing back such painful memories." Do Jiyoon replied, "Not at all. It only strengthens my resolve. I now realize this isn't the time to refuse help, no matter how unreasonable it may seem." Seok Jinho stood up and said, "I'd like to share your burden, but we don't have much time. Come with me." He led them to another area, and the siblings couldn't stop admiring the place. Seok Jinho evaluated Do Jaeyoon. His muscles are well built, and judging by his movements, his foundation isn't bad. I'm sure I didn't misjudge him. He's simply overworked. That's why he can't bring out his full potential, but his courage is exceptional. He hasn't received proper training yet, but with the right guidance, he'll become surprisingly strong, enough to deal with that annoying Bayam Woongang. Seok Jinho said, "We don't have much time, so let's begin right away." Do Jaeyoon asked, "What?" Seok Jinho suddenly attacked, catching Do Jaeyoon off guard, yet he still managed to react. Seok Jinho silently praised him, "Not bad." Seok Jinho stepped forward and grabbed Do Jaeyoon's collar. He threw Do Jaeyoon to the ground. Seok Jinho assessed, his movements are far too stiff. His muscles have hardened from overworking. Worried for her brother, Do Jiyoon cried out, "Jaeyoon." But Do Jaeyoon quickly said, "Sister, don't come any closer. This is my chance to become stronger, so don't ruin it. If I miss this opportunity, I'll never be able to take revenge on those White Horse Escort Agency bastards." Do Jiyoon clenched her fists and muttered angrily, "That's right, I've been acting like a fool." Do Jaeyoon got back up and said, "This time I'll fight back." Seok Jinho replied, "Then come at me." Do Jaeyoon let out a loud shout to build momentum. Seok Jinho attacked him again, sending Do Jaeyoon stumbling backward in pain. Every strike he delivered was powerful. When Do Jaeyoon collapsed onto the ground, Seok Jinho turned around and walked away. "That's enough for today." Do Jaeyoon sat up and said, "But I still want to keep training." Seok Jinho explained, "Your body needs time to recover, so don't worry and just follow my advice." Do Jaeyoon replied, "I understand." The next day, Do Jaeyoon and Do Jiyoon returned to the training ground. Do Jaeyoon said, "I'm sure I can feel something surging inside my body." his sister asked. What are you talking about? Du Jiayun explained, yesterday I was beaten until I couldn't move, but today my body feels much lighter. Even my inner energy has become much more stable. Du Jiayun asked, and you don't even have a single bruise anymore. Have you really become stronger? Du Jiayun replied, I was wondering if I'd ever feel what you described. Is this the marrow-cleansing transformation? Siak Jinho walked over and praised them. You're here early. The two respectfully greeted him. Did you sleep well last night, young master? Did you rest comfortably? Siak Jinho replied, I hope you both did as well. Du Jiayun said, that's right, I slept better than ever, and this morning my body felt unusually light. Did you use a special pressure point technique on me, brother? Siak Jinho replied, I only helped relax your overworked muscles and blood vessels. Hearing that, Du Jiayun excitedly asked, so this is how my body is supposed to feel every day? Siak Jinho advised, you should restore your body to its natural condition at least once or twice a month because it also needs time to develop. Du Jiayun replied, I understand. Siak Jinho then asked, do you usually practice any particular sword style? Du Jiayun replied, yes, I'm learning my family's inherited sword techniques. Siak Jinho said, then show me your swordsmanship. On the following competition day, the chief of Siak Escort Agency said, isn't this great? This is the first time I've stayed so energized until the final day of the escort convention. It must be thanks to this duel. There's nothing to worry about with the Green Pine Escort Agency chief and Bayam Wungang. He turned to Siak Jinho and said, that's right, Zhen Hao. If I can't trust you, then who can I trust? I'm starting to believe you're a heavenly messenger sent to this world. Siak Jinho helplessly replied, you're praising me too much. He continued, this is a rare chance to deal with those people. Make sure you land a solid punch on those hateful Bayam family members. Siak Jinho replied, just sit back and enjoy the show. Du Jiayun and Du Jiayun ran over, calling, young Master Siak. He asked if they were fully prepared. Du Jiayun replied, honestly, I think I have about a 60% chance of beating Bayam Wungang. Siak Jinho reassured him, that's more than enough. The referee announced, everyone, get ready, the duel officially begins. Bayam Wungang arrogantly walked over and said, I guess you still haven't learned that running away is sometimes courage. I heard your former agency chief acted recklessly too and paid the price. Du Jiayun angrily stepped forward and replied, once this duel is over, you'll know exactly what we're capable of. Jiang Maryung quietly asked Yun, do we really have a chance to win this time? At a glance, his inner energy seems much stronger. Yun softly replied, I still can't say whether he can really win this time. At first glance, Bayam Wungang's inner energy still seems stronger, so why worry? The young master trained him personally, and inner energy isn't the only factor that decides victory. Bayam Wungang sneered, looks like you've changed after becoming friends with that Siak family bastard. Raising his sword, he cursed, but even so, you're still nothing more than filthy beggars. Du Jiayun thought, he's so fast. As expected, he's not just all talk. But young Master Siak was absolutely right. I can already read his movements. Du Jiayun took Bayam Wungang's first strike and was knocked backward in pain. During training, he had asked Siak Jinho, why can't I block even one attack? You didn't even use any inner energy. Siak Jinho explained, there's no such thing as some mysterious eye technique. It's simply about where you focus your eyes during combat. It's the most basic principle. Deputy Chief, where are you looking? Du Jiayun replied, my eyes, I'm looking at you. Siak Jinho said, wrong, you're still watching my sword tip. Du Jiayun replied, isn't that how you predict the attack? Siak Jinho explained. By the time the sword tip moves, it's already too late, especially against someone stronger than you. Bayam Wungang muttered in frustration, so all you've learned is to dodge around like a cowardly rat. Du Jiayun thought Bayam Wungang is one level above me, but these past few days I've learned everything by watching young Master Siak's movements. If I can tell where my opponent's weight is centered, and know which direction his body will turn before attacking, and see when all his strength gathers into his shoulders for a direct strike, then this is the moment. Du Jiayun fixed his eyes on his opponent. This time he didn't dodge but counterattacked head-on. Even Bayam Wungang was shocked and caught completely off guard. With a single strike from the boy he had always looked down on, he was sent crashing backward. Watching from the side, Du Jiayun exclaimed, Jiayun, you've really become much stronger. Siak Jinho said it's still too early to celebrate. His opponent hasn't shown everything yet. Du Jiayun asked worriedly, then what now? Siak Jinho replied, the real fight is only beginning. The man behind him angrily cursed, Bayam Wungang, you fool. He bore the same mark on his forehead as Bayam Wungang, proving he was likely his elder. Bayam Wungang gritted his teeth and thought, this is bad, I'm not even fighting Siak Jinho. If I lose to a brat like this, who knows what father will say. Bayam Woongang shouted angrily, I've played around long enough, you lowlife, now I'll get serious. Bayam Woongang unleashed a deadly attack. It forced Du Jaeun to struggle as he barely dodged aside. Bayam Woongang relentlessly pressed forward with continuous attacks. Even so, Du Jaeun did not panic. Both of them charged at each other with everything they had. Du Jaeun grew tired and was pushed back several steps. The chief of Seok Escort Agency said, this is becoming too difficult. Seok Jinho replied, after all, his opponent is one level above him, but it's all right. Jeong Maryung asked worriedly, then what should he do now? He can't spend his whole life fighting weaker opponents. The elder reassured him, running away is best, but if escape isn't possible, the situation becomes much more dangerous. Du Jaeun gripped his sword and charged straight ahead. The man said, you can't expect every victory to be perfect. Du Jaeun was struck hard on the shoulder, drawing blood. Yet his eyes never changed. In the end, it became a fight of trading flesh for flesh. Bayam Woongang was shocked and shouted, why won't you stop? They kept fighting, but Du Jaeun's determination never wavered, willing to trade flesh and bone for victory. Bayam Woongang was hit so hard that he spat out blood. His sword fell to the ground. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his face in pain. Du Jaeun walked forward and said, it looks like the winner has already been decided. Bayam Woongang thought in disbelief, I actually lost to nobody like him. Everyone will laugh at and mock me. I can't let him leave here unharmed. From behind, Bayam Woongang picked up his sword and muttered, who gave you permission to end this fight? Everyone watching became alarmed. They shouted Du Jaeun. Seok Jinho instantly rushed in to intervene. He said, so you're openly resorting to such dirty tricks. He mockingly added, did you learn that because you're exactly like your father? The spectators immediately erupted in anger. What? Bayam Woongang actually tried to ambush him? It looks like young Master Seok did something. Either way, didn't he end Bayam Woongang with a single move? Bayam Woongang's father ordered, take the deputy chief away immediately. The subordinates replied, understood. He angrily thought, I'll make you regret what happened today. You bastard of the Seok family, Seok Jinho. In sharp contrast to the others, the chief of Seok Escort Agency ran over, hugged Seok Jinho, and shouted, you lucky brat. Seok Jinho sighed helplessly. You're doing this again, honestly. Jeong Maryung happily shouted, that was incredible. We're so proud of you, young master. Seok Jinho said, why are you making such a big deal out of it? But they still replied, young master, you were truly amazing. Du Jaeun stepped forward and said gratefully, young master Seok, I don't know how I can ever repay this kindness. Seok Jinho bowed in return and said, as I told you, I'm only repaying a debt from a previous life. Even so, Du Jaeun replied, once our escort agency is back on its feet, we'll surely come find you. Please wait for us. And so the escort convention came to an end, with time passing peacefully and nothing unusual happening. Seok Jinho had truly adapted to his new life among everyone. In the blink of an eye, it was his first birthday in this new body. After everyone finished packing, Seok Myeonggul came over and asked, so you're really leaving after all? Seok Jinho replied, didn't I already tell you, Manor Lord? He sighed sadly, even at the end, you still never called me father. Seok Jinho said, I know you're very busy. Seok Myeonggul replied, even so, I should know where my son is going, and if I hadn't asked, would you have told me? That's why I postponed everything to come here. Seok Jinho answered without hesitation, I'm going to Hwanga in Habuk province. Seok Myeonggul murmured, at least it isn't too far. Seok Jinho explained that Nanny was born in Habuk, so traveling far would be difficult for her. Seok Myeonggul handed him a box and said, take this as your birthday gift. I think you need it most right now. Don't feel burdened. I haven't been able to do much for you all this time. This isn't to repay any debt, Seok Jinho replied. I'll accept it with gratitude. He then asked, what will you do in Hwanga? Seok Jinho answered, nothing grand. I just plan to open a small martial arts school. Seok Jinho's martial arts school, Ascension Martial Arts School, its signboard was hung up. Jeong Maryung excitedly asked, is it really Ascension Martial Arts School? Does that mean Yoon and I will be its first disciples? Carrying luggage, he replied, as long as you don't leave after becoming famous. Jeong Maryung trembled and replied, then you're no longer young master but school master now. He reminded them, Darky, bring the luggage inside first and we can decide the nickname later. Jeong Maryung teared up and answered, understood. A porter walked over and said, young master, the head escort asked me to deliver this to you. He said, no matter what you do, horses and a carriage are essential, so please keep the ones you've been using as the first step toward your school's prosperity. Seok Jinho replied, thank you, please tell him I'll make good use of them. Nanny looked around happily and said, this place is much better than I expected. The sea is right in front, so it feels refreshing. He smiled and replied, I'm glad you like it, Nanny, but you'll be very busy because you'll manage the school's daily life, including the garden and livestock. Nanny confidently said, young master, just leave everything to me. He replied, then I'll leave this to you too. He handed her a money pouch, but Nanny immediately refused, worried. No, young master, how could I keep it? He still held it out and said, we have many things to do, won't you even help me with this? Nanny accepted it with both hands and replied, understood, I'll manage it well. Seok Jinho called out, come on, let's finish up and get some rest. Everyone answered together, yes, schoolmaster. That afternoon, everyone let out a sigh, saying it was the longest shopping trip they'd ever had. Yoon said there was much more to buy than I expected, probably because we only brought a few sets of clothes. He replied, still, it's good we brought several large bags and will receive the livestock tomorrow. Nanny smiled and asked, but what about dinner? Everyone must be hungry. He replied, every alley smells delicious, so let's just pick a place and eat. Jeong Maryung sniffed the air and pointed in one direction. He said, schoolmaster, the aroma from over there is amazing. Everyone replied, you're right, though the outside looks shabby, the smell is incredible, so let's give it a try. Everyone opened the door and went inside. They figured a quarrel had just taken place inside. A man shouted at two children, what on earth did you two do? Seok Jinho said, please step back. I came here for a quiet meal, but it seems I picked the wrong time. A rough-looking man walked over and said, so you're customers, then we'd better leave. He stood before Seok Jinho and said, judging by all that luggage, you're not travelers. Is this your first time in this neighborhood? Seok Jinho replied, starting today, we'll be part of this neighborhood. The man grew even more excited and said, then we'll be seeing each other often. Let me introduce myself, I'm Oh Chunjeol of the Red Reed sect. He introduced himself as well, I'm Seok Jinho, the school master of Ascension Martial Arts School. Oh Chunjeol exclaimed, so you're someone who makes a living with the blade. Seok Jinho said, if we're done here, please step aside. Oh Chunjeol replied, fine. He told his men, let's go, even a single coin from these brats is still money. Seok Jinho asked, may we sit here? The owner came over and said, of course, please have a seat. 4 bowls of beef noodles, please, he added, and bring a little meat for the cat too. Seok Jinho called Maryung. Jeong Maryung came over and answered, yes, schoolmaster. He asked, were you planning to step in during what just happened? Jeong Maryung lowered his head awkwardly. He reminded him, it's good to have a sense of justice and every martial artist should, but once you draw your sword, things may not go as you intended. If I drive them away, they'll surely take revenge on those siblings. Will you protect them every time they come, or do you think helping once means you're done? Jeong Maryung replied, I hadn't thought that far. He said, I'm not telling you to endure things like this. If that were the case, I wouldn't have taught you martial arts in the first place. But if you step in, make sure you leave no grudge behind where you're about to walk away, not even a single thread. Jeong Maryung lowered his head and replied, I understand now, young master. He added, besides, I revealed my name, so they'll stay quiet for now, but they'll show their true colors once they learn who I really am. Jeong Maryung asked, so that's why you revealed your identity? Everyone praised him happily. As expected of our schoolmaster, I learned something new today. The 2 children brought the food over and said, here are your 4 bowls of beef noodles and the meat for the cat as well. Nanny exclaimed happily, goodness, you're so young, yet your cooking is amazing. The 4 of them enjoyed their bowls of beef noodles together. They all shared the same thought, it was delicious. The girl shyly replied, my grandmother's cooking is the truly delicious one, but she hasn't been well lately, so she couldn't come. Nanny happily praised her, oh my, this is already wonderful. Once your grandmother recovers, we'll definitely come back. Seok Jinho asked curiously, why did those men come here earlier? Were they collecting a debt? The girl replied, we used to run a roadside stall, then borrowed a little money along with our savings to open this shop. But my grandmother became ill and had to rest, so we're a little short on this month's payment. Oh dear, why are you telling customers about that? She bowed politely. Please enjoy your meal. He replied, it's fine, then thought, young siblings and a sick grandmother, their situation isn't good. The shop is small and shabby, but the food is excellent, so those men must have gotten greedy. They probably lent a small sum with huge interest to swallow the whole shop. Even then, those young siblings would spend their lives repaying it, and cutting off repayment midway is exactly how those thugs operate. First, I'll observe carefully. Since this concerns my livelihood, I'll have to deal with them completely sooner or later. Elsewhere, water splashed violently. A young man stood there practicing internal energy, sending water flying everywhere. Beside him, Jeong Maryung trained tirelessly as well, but he still couldn't control the water very well. It left him soaked like a drowned rat, making Jeong Maryung cry out, help. Yoon came over and comforted him. Maryung, don't keep falling into the water, he replied. It's really hard to keep my balance on the sand, schoolmaster. He smiled and explained, that's part of the training. There's nothing better for building strength than training on sand, so you're doing just fine. For your first day, you've done well already, Jeong Maryung happily asked. Really? He added, but don't get arrogant. That's enough training for today. Let's check the fish traps and get to work. The two replied, understood, young master. They emptied the fish trap and asked, young master, are we really supposed to just do the work you assigned us? We don't even have a shop yet, so what are we supposed to do? He replied, why do you think I told you to find good restaurants while I'm working so hard in the water? Seok Jinho said, what I do isn't something you can do. Understood, they answered together. Yes, schoolmaster. He waved his hand and said, then I'll see everyone tonight. Seok Jinho thought, life inside the martial arts school has mostly settled down, so it's time to handle things outside. I have plenty of money, but not enough to live comfortably forever. The school won't make profits immediately because it still needs a strong foundation. That's why I assigned those tasks to Yoon, Maryung, and Nanny. Until the school is stable, we need a temporary source of income. That's exactly why I chose Hwanga County. Seok Jinho dove from the boat into the sea thinking, this place is full of spiritual treasures. Eat them for internal energy or sell them for money. And this is a place only I can reach. The easiest ones to find are pearls around 50 years old, though I sometimes find 100-year ones. Anything older than that depends entirely on luck. I found one. It's definitely different from the others. They're quite sensitive to aura too. I'm not letting you escape, so stop running. Judging by its shell, it's not 1,000 years old, but probably around 500. That should be enough for body reconstruction. Seok Jinho surfaced from the sea. Soaked from head to toe, he tried to pry the pearl shell open. Seok Jinho muttered, let's see. After struggling for a while, he added, it's not easy to open. You've got strong will, but you picked the wrong opponent. Seok Jinho exerted force once more and finally cracked it open. He judged it to be around 500 years old, so the flesh inside was packed with spiritual energy. But the most valuable part is this inner core. He put it into his mouth and said, bon appetit. Seok Jinho sat down and felt twin currents surging like the sea itself. Fierce waves crashed endlessly, yet no matter how violent they were, the depths of the sea remained calm. The true energy of the primordial heavenly thunder divine art surged into his core, while the inner core's power spread through all 8 meridians. As it circulated through every meridian, the primordial heavenly thunder true energy absorbed the core's power and struck the governing and conception vessels again and again, until the final barrier was finally broken. Once the governing and conception vessels were opened, the body reconstruction stage finally began. Seok Jinho let out a tired breath and muttered, that took about 4 hours. Seok Jinho raised both hands. He said excitedly, the difference is obvious. I've already recovered about half of my previous life's strength. My cultivation is still lacking, but I have plenty of time to make up for it. After that, he returned to his new home. While sweeping, Jeong Maryung said, schoolmaster, you're back pretty late today. Carrying a bag inside, Seok Jinho replied, yeah, I got delayed today. Everyone warned him, the sea is dangerous at night, so please don't stay out too late, young master. Seok Jinho asked, Nanny still worries about me that much? Jeong Maryung then asked, what kind of clam is this? I've never seen such a huge shell. He replied, it's tonight's dinner, so get it ready. Nanny said, I'll prepare a few side dishes too. She tossed a smaller one to the black cat and said, this one's yours. The black cat eagerly rushed over to eat, but everyone said, it's not easy to open. If it's too hard, use the inner core's energy. As the cat struggled with the shell, Seok Jinho said, honestly, this little guy is so stubborn. In the end, it smashed the shell open and happily devoured it. Seok Jinho praised it, well done. Everyone called out, schoolmaster, everything's ready. He turned and replied, I'll be right there. They all ate together and exclaimed, I'm so full I could burst. Jeong Maryung asked, what kind of clam has such a rich flavor? We've visited many famous restaurants lately, but this taste is a first. He replied, because it's no ordinary clam. Yoon also asked, this is the first time I've seen such a giant clam. After eating it, my stomach feels pleasantly warm. Jeong Maryung happily asked, you feel it too? My stomach feels strange as well. Yoon replied, right, it's like something warm is spreading through my body. Seok Jinho explained, now go inside and circulate your energy, then you'll know for sure. Everyone exclaimed, could it really be that? He explained, not exactly what you think, but it's around 500 years old, so it has some effect. Nanny asked, young master, are you planning to use the things you left in the backyard? He replied, oh, those are for something else. She asked curiously, something else? He replied, I'm planning to start a business. Nanny asked in confusion. A business? Are you going to trade personally, young master? Seok Jinho replied, why would I do it myself? I'll leave it to someone better at it than me. The next day, everyone went about their usual work. Some tended the livestock while others worked the fields. Seok Jinho walked over and said, you're all up early today. Everyone greeted him together. You're awake, young master. He asked, how are you feeling? Nanny, it seems yesterday's meal worked well. She replied, young master, this is the first time I've woken up feeling so refreshed. Seok Jinho thought, I directly guided the energy into her body through massage, so she may have absorbed it even better than Yoon and Maryung. She picked up an item and said, young master, you said we'd have guests today. Yoon happened to walk by and asked, who are the guests? A horse carriage had just entered the courtyard. He said, speak of the tiger and it appears. The person outside respectfully said, we've arrived. Miss Seok Muryong stepped down from the carriage. She smiled and asked, have you been well, my little brother? Seok Jinho replied, it's been a long time, and I hope your trip here wasn't too troublesome, miss. Seok Muryong said, it wasn't far, and we're not at the Seok family estate, so can't we speak more casually? Seok Jinho replied, is that so? Then may I call you big sister? Seok Muryong immediately objected. What are you saying? We're not that far apart in age, so just call me sister. Seok Jinho replied, understood, I'll call you that. As they walked, Seok Muryong asked, by the way, why did you ask me to come first? This is the first letter I've ever received from my little brother. Did you leave home and start missing your sister? Seok Jinho replied, not really. I actually want to make a deal with you. Looking around, Seok Muryong asked, what is this place? Shouldn't you show me around before we discuss business? He replied, isn't it customary to inspect the goods before making a deal? Go ahead and take a look over there. Inside was a huge pearl clam, leaving Seok Muryong stunned. She asked in shock, could this be? Seok Jinho replied, exactly what you're thinking. It's a live 100-year crimson shell. Seok Muryong exclaimed, don't tell me you caught it yourself. Even fishermen who have spent decades at sea and martial artists with years of training often need 50 or 60 years to find one. And whether it's a 100-year purple shell or a 100-year crimson shell depends entirely on fate. Seok Jinho smiled and replied, of course I caught it myself or I wouldn't be asking for this deal. Even for me, it wasn't easy to obtain. I want to sell it through you. Of course you'll pay the price you originally estimated, right? I'd be a fool to haggle and lose this opportunity. Seok Muryong said excitedly, but may I ask one more question? Seok Jinho replied, you want to know how I got it? Seok Muryong answered, yes, because even obtaining a precious 100-year purple shell is incredibly rare. He replied, even I don't know. Spiritual treasures can only be found by fate. Seok Muryong proposed, sign an exclusive contract with me. I'll pay above market price, and in return, anything more valuable than a 100-year purple shell must be distributed through me. Seok Jinho replied, even with an exclusive contract, I can't guarantee how many you'll get. I don't want these treasures becoming common on the market. Seok Muryong smiled, that's exactly what I want too. He added, but a merchant offering extra money up front sounds like something's going on. Is someone looking for a 1,000-year purple shell? Seok Muryong replied, I won't answer that. The more you know, the more determined you'll be to investigate, so if you don't want the trouble, just leave distribution to me. Seok Jinho clapped his hands and said, fine, let's settle the contract term and the price. For now, you know these little ones are extremely valuable, right? As Seok Muryong prepared to leave, Seok Jinho asked, you're leaving without staying for a meal? She replied, I bought them at a high price, so I have to think carefully to sell them for even more. Seok Jinho answered, you don't sound unhappy, considering you signed the contract because you're confident you'll earn more. Seok Muryong replied, anyway, let's take good care of each other from now on. After the carriage departed, Jeong Maryung muttered, she really just left like that, even skipping lunch. Seok Jinho explained, a satisfying deal is enough to fill your stomach. She paid a lot, but it's worth it. Besides, the distribution rights to the 100-year Crimson Shell will greatly help in the heir succession battle. Nanny stepped forward and said, then I'll go prepare today's lunch. Seok Jinho replied, it's already late, so let's eat out at that beef noodle shop again. The food was good. Everyone answered, I agree, I liked it too. Seok Jinho sighed, entertaining guests is tiring. Let's relax tonight, come on nanny. But when they arrived at the noodle shop, they found it closed. Seok Jinho wondered, does this shop not open at night? Nanny said, it looks like something happened. Could the grandmother be in critical condition? Jeong Maryung asked worriedly, could those guys from before be causing trouble again? Yoon reassured him, if that were the case, this place would already be in chaos, wouldn't it? Jiang Maryung sighed in relief. That's good then. Seok Jinho stopped a nearby man and asked, "Excuse me, sir, do you know why the restaurant is closed today?" The man replied, "They're probably still at the grave." Everyone was shocked. The grave. He explained the children's grandmother had been sick for a long time. She collapsed a few days ago and never got back up. Yesterday, some nearby merchants helped build her grave. Nanny couldn't hold back her sorrow and exclaimed, "Oh dear, those poor children." Seok Jinho asked, "Could you tell me where the grave is?" The man pointed and said, "It's not far, near the entrance to the mountain over there." It should be nearby. Seok Jinho's group headed up the mountain. He noticed something strange. Seok Jinho said, "Come to think of it, it's time to feed the livestock. You three and Darky should head back first." Everyone asked in surprise, why all of a sudden? He ordered Yoon, "Take Nanny and return immediately." Yoon said to Nanny, "The pigs are probably squealing from hunger." Nanny replied, "That's not the important thing now, but let's go back." He thought, good thing Yoon caught on. It seems Maryung still doesn't understand why I sent them away. Nanny didn't need to witness such an ugly scene. The thug said to the two children, "You won't hand over the shop and you can't repay the money, so do you want us to kill you both?" The frightened siblings were forced into a corner and replied, "How could we possibly prepare such a large sum in just one morning?" But the man replied, "That's not our problem." The younger sister cried, "No matter how much you love money, why come all the way here to say this?" Seeing her cry, her brother shouted, Social continued, "Our grandmother just passed away, so why did you come before the funeral is even over? Couldn't this wait until the market? Are you afraid of Ascension Martial Arts School?" Oh Chunjial gritted his teeth and cursed, "You little brat, I let you off because you're young, and now you think you can look down on everyone. I'll send you down to join your grandmother." Oh Chunjial raised his hand to strike the two siblings. The older brother embraced his sister and cried out, "Social." Seok Jinho grabbed Oh Chunjial's arm. He twisted it upward with painful force. The older brother stammered, "Schoolmaster, the schoolmaster of Ascension Martial Arts School is here." Social turned and called, "Schoolmaster." Seok Jinho asked, "Were either of you hurt or robbed?" They replied, "No." He said, "Good, from now on, do exactly as I say. Cover your ears and nose, then turn toward a direction where you can't see anything." Oh Chunjial trembled and shouted, "What are you talking about?" Seok Jinho roared, "Do it now." Seok Jinho tightened his grip on Oh Chunjial's arm until he screamed in pain. He asked, "Which one of you has the courage to save your companion? Looks like I'll have to find out." Seeing his men's hesitation, Oh Chunjial cursed, "You idiots! Do you actually believe those rumors? Your leader's been caught and you're just standing there." Seok Jinho struck him on the neck. They thought he hit the mute acupoint in an instant. Were those rumors actually true? He said, "The brave ones with short lives can stay silent for now, while the cowards with long lives should listen carefully and spread my words. You people are like insects that never stop multiplying. That's why I didn't wipe you out the first day we met. Even if you disappeared, others just as filthy or worse would replace you. But it's different when someone chooses to live beneath even a human. If a bug keeps buzzing around and annoying people instead of staying hidden, shouldn't everyone in sight be crushed? So tell your leader and every underworld thug in Hwanga County this. If you don't want to be crushed to death, start living like human beings. If you understand, then get lost." The moment they heard that, they all fled immediately. Seok Jinho called out, "Hey, cover your sister's eyes and follow me, and if possible, don't look at the ground yourself." They walked past the corpses of the thugs. Social trembled and asked, "Where are we going?" Her brother comforted her, "Bear with it a little longer. The schoolmaster will explain soon. It's all over now." After walking a little farther, the two bowed and said, "Thank you, schoolmaster." He replied, "What are you thanking me for? Has the funeral been completed?" The young man answered, "Yes, thanks to you, schoolmaster." His sister also said, "Thank you for helping us." Seok Jinho said, "Then come with me." He led the two of them back to his place. Nanny smiled brightly and said, "Everything's ready." Seok Jinho said, "I told you to rest tonight, yet you still prepared even more dishes." Nanny replied, "I just enjoy watching everyone eat well." He said, "Everyone must be hungry, so let's eat." The older brother served food to his sister and said, "Social, eat this." Social shyly replied, "I've already eaten, brother, you should have it." Nanny quietly watched how much the siblings cared for each other. He asked them, "Do you two plan to reopen the restaurant?" The older brother replied, "Right now, it's our only way to make a living." Seok Jinho continued, "Then what do you think about working here instead? So Seol can help Nanny and so Kang can do the work Maryung and Yoon usually handle." so Kang asked, you want us to work here? Nanny smiled and said, I agree. I need help anyway, and honest people like So Seol are hard to find. Jiang Maryung warmly added, as long as we can keep eating beef noodles, there's more than enough room for both of you. Yoon praised him, so Kang looks strong, so he'll be a big help. Seok Jinho said, even if you still have the restaurant, running it with only the two of you will be difficult. You're both still inexperienced, so try different things and work here for a while. Once you're ready to stand on your own, you're free to leave anytime. So Seol said, just today's kindness alone is already impossible to repay. He replied, I'm not doing this out of charity. We're seriously short on people. You two happen to be honest, so I made the offer. Think carefully about the pros and cons before answering. They thought we could reopen the restaurant right away, but as the schoolmaster said, we're still inexperienced. More importantly, I have to protect So Seol, yet I'm still far too weak. If the schoolmaster hadn't arrived in time today, if I work here and earn his guidance, maybe I can learn martial arts and protect So Seol. To everyone's surprise, So Kang stood up in the middle of the meal. He bowed and said, I've made my decision. I'll work as hard as I can. Please accept me, schoolmaster. Seok Jinho replied, aren't you going to ask how much I'll pay you? I told you to weigh the pros and cons first. They replied, I already have. I believe I can gain things far more valuable than money. Wages aren't the most important thing. He asked, so you'd even work without pay? So Kang replied, if that's what you want, schoolmaster, I don't mind. He said, I was only joking. Nanny will decide your wages since you'll be working with her. Now let's eat. Nanny worked hard to prepare all this, so eat before it gets cold. Everyone replied, yes, schoolmaster, and began eating. At the Evernight Pavilion, a man asked while eating, has everyone arrived? So Ma Jiangshil of the Red Reed sect finally ran away. He was GM Chialong, leader of the Golden Iron Eagle Gang. Blood Ghost, leader of the Black Ghost Gate, replied, I heard he fled after taking all the wealth he'd accumulated. GM Chialong replied, figures, he made his living through loan sharking small merchants. Let's stop wasting time and get to the point. Hwano, master of the Evernight Pavilion, said, I'm sure everyone here knows why we've gathered. You two have probably investigated Ascension Martial Arts School already, which is why things have stayed quiet until now, but your patience has reached its limit, hasn't it? Blood Ghost replied, then what can we even do? He may be an illegitimate son, but he's still from the Seok family, and he's also connected to the Habuk Peng family. While eating, GM Chialong said, he easily dealt with O Chunjial of the Red Reed sect last time. We can't be sure of winning, and even if we do, we can't handle the wrath of the Seok family and the Habuk Peng family. Hwano said, I didn't expect the great gang leader to think so simply. Manager of the gambling house, could you stop thinking so rigidly? GM Chialong asked, do you have another way? Hwano said, who says we have to deal with him ourselves? To put it elegantly, we'll borrow someone else's blade to kill. We just need someone to take the blame. Let money take care of eliminating him. Blood Ghost asked, you mean frame the White Horse Escort Agency since they don't get along with them? The assassins of the Life and Death cult are unquestionably skilled, but aren't they too expensive? Still, we can't send incompetent men. Hwano said, at his age, even if he's fully matured, he's only at the Supreme Master level, so the Black Death Gate will be enough. He ordered the people outside to bring the item in. The man remarked, since we've made our decision, sign this agreement. Shouldn't we have something that binds all of us together? One signature after another was written onto the document. Back at Seok Jinho's place, he asked the Black Cat, are you bored? Just watching is already fascinating. Holding a brush is surprisingly similar to performing martial techniques. The strength you use changes the shape of the characters, and even with the same force, your state of mind still affects the result. The Black Cat walked over to look, and he asked in surprise, you understand it too, really? The Black Cat pressed its paw print at the bottom of the page. Seok Jinho smiled and praised it, you're really clever. He suddenly realized something and asked the Black Cat, you sensed it too. What's coming has finally arrived. Looks like today's the day. He thought that direction leads to Nanny's room. It looks like they're planning to kidnap Nanny to create a distraction and draw my attention. Then while I chase after Nanny, the others will attack from behind. Just a few days ago, I warned them to start acting like human beings. Was words alone still not enough? Sure enough, a shadowy figure was sneaking toward Nanny's room. Seok Jinho said to him, stop right there, there's no need to wake someone who's sleeping. Because I've come to greet you myself. The man in black thought, have I been discovered? I need to get away first. As he fled, he heard Seok Jinho order from behind. Darky, don't let him escape. The black cat instantly dashed after him. He thought Darky would never let that assassin get away, so now Jinho chased the man in black. He said, I think the two of us alone can settle this. The man in black thought in fear, he's even more terrifying than the rumors. He was just beside number 27, so how did he get here already? He landed a crushing punch on the man's face. He thought accepting this contract was a mistake from the start, and the mission had failed. Seok Jinho squeezed his mouth until blood burst out. He said, I won't let you kill yourself. The man in black thought, damn it, did he remove the poison pill from the assassin's mouth beforehand? This man isn't just a top martial artist or some rookie, he's like an old monster who has lived for decades. The assassin was knocked to the ground. Seok Jinho turned to another man and said, your partner has already failed. You now have two choices, reveal your employer and die peacefully, or suffer unbearable pain before revealing the employer and dying anyway. I don't care which you choose because the night is still long. The man in black answered in fear. It was GM Chialong of the Black Ghost Gate. The Nightless Pavilion hired them, and they're gathered in the VIP room of the Nightless Pavilion. The Dark Night still covered everything. Seok Jinho ordered, just deal with the escaping ones and never let any of them get away. Yoon and Jiang Maryung replied, we understand. He thought the two of them sensed the aura even while sleeping, so they'd improved a lot. Now was the perfect time to gain real combat experience. He said, today you will kill people. If you're hesitant or afraid, go back now, but forget everything you've learned because an incompetent martial artist is better off dying young. Seok Jinho said, the choice is yours. Jiang Maryung replied, I have no intention of giving up. Yoon said, neither do I. He praised them very good, then let's go. In the VIP room of the 100 Knights Flower House, they were still discussing their plans. GM Chialong muttered, why hasn't there been any word yet? Did they fail? I have a bad feeling. The Night Pavilion Master scolded him, stop saying such unlucky things. Don't you know words can become reality? Suddenly they heard a noise and Blood Ghost grabbed his sword and asked, who's there? The Night Pavilion Master said, it's probably just the wind, stop scaring yourself. A voice replied, no, it isn't. Seok Jinho charged inside and asked, I heard you're planning to kill me. Are you all ready? Seeing him, they cried out in panic, he's here. Everyone get out here. Their subordinates immediately rushed out in large numbers. Seok Jinho said gathering all the insects together would make wiping them out much easier. He shouted, we've come this far, so kill him now. The crowd rushed forward to attack him. Seok Jinho said, I was wondering whether I should show mercy again, but you charged in without a single excuse. As he attacked, he said, then I'll finish everything at once. That's even better. Blood Ghost trembled and said, how is this possible? He wondered, even if the assassination failed, I thought we'd win in a full battle. Was I just too arrogant and delusional? Seok Jinho warned, don't even think about escaping. I've already blocked the entrance, so no one is getting out. The Night Flower House Master knelt and said, I was foolish enough to scheme against you, great hero. If you spare me, I'll offer you regular bribes. He pointed his sword at him, and blood instantly splattered. Seok Jinho said, life has been too easy for you. You thought money could solve everything, so you hired killers, and even after I told you to live like decent people, you ignored me. GM Chialong said, people like us will always exist anyway, won't they? Seok Jinho replied, that's what I thought too, so I plan to just watch people like you continue to multiply. But thanks to you, I've changed my mind. In the end, he decided to kill him, since wiping everything out at once was much cleaner. The remaining man charged from behind with his sword. Seok Jinho asked, are you trying to die with me? He thought that no matter how strong Seok Jinho was, he was still just a fledgling. There was no way anyone could avoid the poison needles of the 7 treasures poison insects. Seok Jinho said, so these are poisonous insects. He shouted, how did you dodge that? Seok Jinho easily dodged and struck back. Darky stood at the entrance and thought, I'm a special cat from Tisan, where I met my master and was named Darky. He recalled following his master. The Seok family was boring, and only those foolish humans following his master made it less dull. He remembered a moonlit night when a terrifying tiger appeared, but now Hwangwa County had changed because the Beast King ruled over animals and harmed both humans and beasts. As he walked through the forest with a group of animals, he thought with determination, I've watched my master rule the people of Hwangwa County, and now I've decided to rule its animals. Now I'll capture the Beast King. The next morning in a forest, Darky examined a huge tiger footprint. As he climbed a hill, he heard a loud cry from afar and thought, that's a wolf cub. He quickly rushed toward the sound. On the way, he caught the scent of blood. At the foot of the mountain, 3 wolf cubs trembled before a massive dark figure. The tiger roared and stared hungrily at the wolves, making Darky think, you're going to kill the cubs too. He rushed over, stood in front of the three wolf cubs, and growled at the tiger. Darky roared at the tiger and thought, from today on, this mountain is my territory. The tiger roared back in fury. Darky leaped high into the air, shocking his opponent. He slammed down hard on the tiger, knocking it flat to the ground. He let out a commanding feline cry and ordered, "Get lost, and don't let me see you again." Hearing the warning, the tiger hurriedly fled into the forest. The three wolf cubs ran to their mother's body and cried. Darky jumped onto the cliff behind him and looked down at the three wolves. He declared in a commanding voice, "Greetings, my followers. From now on, you'll travel with me." That evening, one of the servants shouted, "Young master, look." He came out of the house with several others and asked, "What's going on?" The three wolves stood trembling behind Darky as Nanny explained. "It looks like Darky brought home new members. They're wolves." Seeing the wolves, Yoon said, "They're wolves. Is this really okay?" Jeong Maryung added, "Could they be spirit beasts like Darky?" Everyone gathered around the newcomers as he said, "With Darky here they won't cause trouble, and if we raise them into spirit beasts, they may be useful later. Besides, Darky can't manage the ranch alone, and wolves make the best subordinates." He looked at the wolves and made his decision. "Good, I'll accept you as members. From now on, your names are Blue Wolf, Yellow Wolf, and Brown Wolf." The wolves seemed thrilled with their new names and all howled together. The next morning, while he was practicing martial arts, someone approached outside and he sensed someone was coming. So Kang stood outside and said, "Master, there's a letter from the Siak escort agency." Hearing that, he ordered, "Come in." Knowing his master was training, he said, "Are you training? I'll wait." He replied, "I just finished, so it's fine." Seeing So Kang's gaze, he thought Yoon and Maryung looked at him the same way while training, saying nothing yet showing with their whole bodies that they desperately wanted to learn martial arts. He took the letter from So Kang and continued thinking, Nanny probably needs another escort besides Darky. He opened the letter from his father, which read, "Jinho, are you well? I planned to visit in person, but my schedule became hectic, so I'm writing first. After this escort mission I'll stop by, so wait for me. We can catch up and discuss some business. Signed, Siak Diakwal." After reading it, he thought it was finally time for them to come, and the internal affairs of the Siak escort agency would be interesting. After reading the letter, he looked at So Kang and said, "There's somewhere everyone needs to go, so gather them all, including your younger sibling." So Kang replied, "Yes, I'll tell them right away." After So Kang left, he looked at the sky and thought, "I've kept it hidden long enough. It's time to reveal it little by little." He then went outside with his followers. Nanny asked, "Young master, why did you summon us so early and even interrupt Yoon and Maryung's training?" Hearing that, the two of them asked, "Is it serious enough to cancel training? Are those villains back again?" Seeing their concern, he smiled and said, "Nanny and all of you, do you know why I had everyone travel around tasting the local food?" Jeong Maryung replied, "Wasn't it so we could pick only the delicious dishes for you?" Hearing that, he said helplessly, "Who do you think I am?" Nanny covered her mouth and laughed, "I thought you wanted us to learn how to cook the local specialties." Yoon scratched his head and said, "I didn't think that far." He happily led them to a restaurant and said, "The answer is right here." They looked confused, so Kang said, "This is the place we visited before construction started." Nanny rested her chin on her hand and said, "The chef's skills are good, but the ingredient management is a mess." Jeong Maryung and Yoon said, "It's suddenly closed, so we thought it had gone bankrupt. Why did you bring us here?" He pulled down the red cloth covering the signboard, and everyone read it together, "Nanny's Inn." Nanny asked suspiciously, "Young master, the inn's name?" He answered without hesitation, "That's right, it's named after Nanny, or rather after the inn's owner. This is my gift to you, Nanny." Hearing that, she was stunned. "What?" Seeing her reaction, he smiled and said, "You're already surprised? There's much more for you to receive." She replied uneasily, "This is too much. Wouldn't just using my name be enough?" He handed her a document and said, "The ownership contract under Nanny's name is already complete, and if it feels like a burden, just sell it and use the money." Hearing that, she quickly refused. "How could I possibly do that?" He firmly pulled her inside, saying, "Then just accept it. It's a gift for Nanny, but I need it too." Hearing that, she looked even more confused. "Yes." As they entered, she was amazed by the place. He explained, "The first and second floors are for dining, while the third and fourth are for lodging. Most students from the Ascension Martial Hall will stay here." She gradually understood the layout. He added, "The Martial Hall is large, but if the number of students grows, things will get complicated, and I don't want the hassle of arranging accommodation." After discussing it for a while, he said, "I'll leave this to you, Nanny." She no longer refused and happily replied, "Thank you, young master. I'll work hard." Before long, Nanny's Inn officially opened. Thanks to the Ascension Martial Hall's reputation for valuing its members, hiring staff wasn't difficult, and so Haejung's cooking soon attracted many regular customers. Once the inn had settled down, the guest who had announced his visit finally arrived at the Ascension Martial Hall. Seok Deokwal came with 2 disciples and greeted him. "It's been a long time, Jinho." He replied, "Uncle, you've had a tiring journey." Seok Deokwal patted his shoulder and praised him. "Every street is talking about you, driving out those evil path bastards and even opening such a magnificent inn." Noticing Nanny nearby, he reminded him, "Uncle, don't mention the evil path. Nanny will worry." Realizing his mistake, Seok Deokwal smiled and said, "You're right, I wasn't being considerate." He then looked at the disciples accompanying him and thought, "Jeon Youngdeok is quite strong among the first-class escorts. I expected this, but they really didn't come without a test." Knowing he couldn't avoid it, he asked directly, "You said we would discuss business, so this is a test, isn't it?" Hearing that, Seok Deokwal smiled mysteriously and said, "You came from the Seok family, so you should know. Trusting you and trusting the Ascension Martial Hall are 2 different things. You promoted these kids from servants to instructors, so you should show us their strength, shouldn't you?" Hearing that, Jeong Maryung and Yoon looked nervous. Their conversation echoed through the estate. After hearing him out, he replied, "Of course, let's head to the martial arena." He confidently led the way, thinking, "It's not that I doubt Yoon's or Maryung's strength." Noticing the escorts whispering behind him, he continued thinking, "I want the escorts joining the martial hall to sincerely acknowledge them, because even under orders, they wouldn't truly accept former servants as instructors." With that thought, he ordered Maryung, "Get ready." Hearing that, Maryung asked in surprise, "Me?" Looking at him with confidence, he said, "Yes. Show them the strength of an Ascension Martial Hall instructor." On the arena, Maryung stood facing his opponent. In the stands, So Kang asked nervously, "Master, am I really allowed to watch this match?" He replied coldly, "Why, not interested? Then you can leave if you want." Hearing that, So Kang quickly explained, "No, sir, I'll watch it gratefully." He observed him for a moment and thought, "I really like that look. His natural talent is good, so with proper training, reaching the supreme level won't be difficult." On the arena, Maryung said to his opponent, "Please teach me." The other man politely bowed and replied, "Please teach me as well." Maryung raised his sword, looked at his opponent with determination, and thought, "This is my first public match. I'm a little nervous." Thinking that, he rushed toward his opponent and continued, "But I can't disgrace myself." He swung his first slash, and immense energy burst from the blade. His opponent and everyone watching were shocked by the attack. Murmurs spread through the crowd. "What was that attack? It's stronger than I expected. I heard he humiliated an escort warrior back at the Seok family." So the rumor was true. Seok Deokwal smiled at Maryung's display of strength. After seeing it, his opponent smiled and said, "You've become astonishingly stronger." As he spoke, he launched his own attack at Maryung and said, "I'll fight seriously too." One strike landed on Maryung's shoulder. Enduring the pain, Maryung counterattacked with his sword. The other man struck him in the stomach with a palm. Maryung answered with a slash across the man's shoulder. Seeing that the opponent thought in surprise, he endured that pain and counterattacked. Has he trained his body? Whether it's body training or luck, I'll know soon enough. After a few more exchanges, the two continued fighting. They struck each other's arms. They even smashed their heads together until blood flowed. After the headbutt, Maryung fell to the ground and slowly got back up. Seeing that, the other man thought, wow, so it wasn't body training. Maryung gripped his sword again and charged at his opponent. The other man was startled and thought, damn it. He struck Maryung's stomach again with a palm. This blow injured him even more than before. Maryung collapsed to the ground, and the man looked at his hand guiltily, thinking he had accidentally used internal energy. Seeing things getting out of hand, Seok Deokwal stood up and shouted, "Stop. This friendly match has gone too far, so let's end it here." Hearing that, he agreed, "Let's leave it at that, as for the winner." But before he could finish, cheers erupted. Wow, did you see that? Even after Senior Jeon attacked him, he endured it head-on, and not only that, his counterattacks were incredibly sharp. Wasn't he really a servant before? If I train at the Ascension Martial Hall, maybe I can become like him too. Seeing everyone's reaction, he and Yoon smiled in relief, and he thought, there's no need to decide a winner anymore. Meanwhile, the opponent kindly said to Maryung, "Take this medicine for internal injuries and you'll recover quickly." Maryung quietly replied, "Thank you." Still blaming himself, the man said, "You're truly impressive. What exactly have you learned? I accidentally used internal energy in that last attack." Hearing that, Maryung waved his hand and laughed. "Yoon and I spar all the time, so I've become an expert at taking hits, but I've qualified now, right?" The man replied, "Yes, you have, and the escorts are looking forward to learning from you." A group of escorts excitedly gathered around him and said, "Instructor, please teach us. We can become stronger too, right? Mariang looked a little flustered. Seeing everything go so well, he smiled and said, their positions are settled now. Siak Diakwal praised him. This product is top quality, just as I expected. Now let's see if the price is reasonable. He happily replied, yes. In the study, a scroll lay on the table. He picked it up and read 30-day course, 60-day course, 90-day course, and the 6-month course includes 20 free days. He calmly sipped his tea while listening to the praise. Like father, like son, a discount is still a discount, but the longer the contract, the cheaper it gets. It's clearly a business strategy, yet very appealing. He added, the price also includes meals and lodging, so it's quite reasonable. He set the scroll down and asked, if we sign today, can the contract start tomorrow? It also includes 2 meals and 1 night's lodging. He replied, yes, but you need to sign up for at least 6 months. Folding his arms, he sighed and said, I was planning to choose the 6-month course, but I have one concern. Hearing that, he urged, go ahead. Thinking of his escorts, Siak Diakwal continued, instead of paying this time, I'll have them sign 5-year contracts. I noticed earlier that only the 2nd and 3rd class escorts signed up, while the 1st class escorts said they'd pay for themselves so they wouldn't be tied down. Hearing that, he thought for a moment and replied, since they're stronger, they can always go elsewhere, so you want me not to accept personal commissions, right? For now, I'll do that, since this is our first contract. Hearing that, Siak Diakwal looked at him gratefully and said, really? Thank you, Jinho. Skilled people are hard to find in this field. He replied in return, if anyone runs away during training, I won't give a refund. Siak Diakwal happily agreed, don't worry, they'd rather die than run away. That evening in an open courtyard, Mariang walked over and said, Master, you called for me. Hearing him, he replied, you're here. Looking around and seeing no one else, Mariang asked, did you only call me? He explained, because I have something to show only you. Hearing that, Mariang excitedly asked, is it extra training? Will you personally teach me? He sternly replied, you're still suffering from internal injuries and you want more training. Mariang looked disappointed. Since I'm lacking, I have to make up for it. He ordered, hand me your sword. Mariang respectfully offered his sword with both hands and said, here it is. Taking the sword, he examined it briefly and said, you've taken good care of it. Step back and watch, because there's something I want to show you. Mariang obediently replied, yes. He began focusing his power into the sword. Then he unleashed a series of beautiful sword techniques. Mariang stood there, completely mesmerized by the sword dance. When it ended, he applauded and said, Master, that was so amazing it moved me. He smiled and asked, have you memorized it? The question stunned Mariang. Huh, he repeated, I asked if you've memorized it. Mariang asked back, I have to memorize it. Hearing that, he explained, of course you do, because this is the new martial art you'll be training in. Mariang continued listening in a daze. Jiang Mariang exclaimed happily, a new martial art, so you're finally going to teach it. Jiang Mariang eagerly asked one question after another. What's this martial art called? Is it a first-rate martial art? How strong can I become if I master it? And after mastering it, is there another stage? As Jiang Mariang kept asking, Siak Jinho answered, it's called the 9 forms of thunder chase. It's a first-rate martial art, and if you master it, breaking through to sword aura won't be impossible. Besides, building your own martial foundation will help you more than relying on a single martial art, won't it? Jiang Mariang replied, I see. I have one last question. The movements you showed me don't really match a sword art called Thunder Chase. Was it always like that? He replied, that's only to make it easier to watch. Once you master the Thunder Chase forms and execute them properly, your attacks will strike continuously like lightning. Jiang Mariang replied, I'll train until my title becomes Thunder Chase Blade. He reminded him, stop talking nonsense and memorize the forms first. In the following days, Jiang Mariang trained tirelessly as people cried out, oh my, I'm dying. Siak Jinho asked, you'll be back to train tomorrow too, right? They replied, of course, I expected this much already. He told everyone else, that's enough for today. You've all worked hard. They answered together, yes, master. Siak Jinho thought the students' self-training should be fine. I'm more worried about So Kang since Yoon and Mariang are busy. When he went to see So Kang, he found him training non-stop without taking a break. So Kang said to his younger sister, why can't I do it like brother Mariang? So Seol replied, you haven't even learned it, so how could you? Just ask the master. So Kang replied, I'm already grateful he let me stay here. Asking for more would be shameless. So Seol answered, that's true, and your body couldn't handle it anyway. So Kang said, if he agrees to teach me, I'll learn even if I reach my limit. I train my stamina every night because brother Mariang said basic strength is the most important. So Seol advised, if you keep this up, you'll get sick. Siak Jinho thought, so that's how it is. He returned to his room when someone reported, Master, a letter has arrived from the Siak family. Seok Jinho ordered, bring it in. He said to So Kang, perfect timing. I was about to call you. So Kang asked me, then he asked him. You want to learn martial arts, don't you? So Kang explained, no sir, I'm already grateful you let me stay here. How could I ask for more? Seok Jinho asked again, you really don't want to? Then there's nothing more to say. So Kang admitted, actually, I do want to learn. He asked, then what's your reason? So Kang replied, in this world, So Seol only has me. At least until she gets married, I want to protect her. I thought that if I couldn't have wealth, I should at least have strength. Seok Jinho praised him, that's not a bad motivation, but if I teach you, will you have time? Yoon and Maryung are busy managing the students, so you won't be able to avoid the chores anymore. The martial hall alone is exhausting enough. Maybe just doing your current work properly is enough. So Kang replied, no sir. He asked in surprise, what? So Kang answered firmly, no sir. I'll finish every task because I want to protect So Seol. I'll do whatever it takes. He asked again, is that so? Then let's give it a try. I'm looking for a bodyguard for Nanny, so I'll give you the first chance. Starting tomorrow, train with the escort agency students, but don't neglect your work at the martial hall while you're learning. So Kang replied emotionally, Master, thank you. This isn't a dream, is it? Seok Jinho asked, do you wish it were a dream? So Kang replied, no sir. I'll work very hard. Thank you, Master. He said, all right, you may leave now. So Kang happily ran off, saying, good night, Master. Sitting alone in his room, he recalled that someone had brought him a letter. Was it Seok Jinryong and Seok Muryong? I don't know whether someone planted a spy or my sister let it slip, but they must already know about the 100-year red treasure. I expected this, but it still left a bad taste. I didn't think they'd be this arrogant. I need to stay on guard at least once because they still see me as beneath them. Seok Jinho went to the inn. He said to Nanny, we have quite a few customers, but it still feels lacking. Nanny replied, I think so too. If we improved a little, we'd probably attract even more customers. Seok Jinho asked, it sounds like you know what the problem is, right? Nanny replied, it's only my shallow opinion. He said, that's fine, please tell me. Nanny said, thinking about it, we don't have a signature dish. Every successful inn has its own specialty. He praised her, Nanny, you're quite perceptive. That's exactly what I've been thinking. After all, we've prioritized meals for the students, so the dishes are ordinary and convenient. That's why no one comes here for something special. Nanny replied, I think the same as you, young master, though it's a little embarrassing. Seok Jinho happily said, since we know the problem, why not create one, Nanny? Nanny excitedly replied, leave it to me. I'll make the signature dish of Nanny's inn. Seok Jinho advised, but don't overwork yourself, Nanny. I've also thought of another way. Just then, Jeong Maryung ran in shouting, Master. Miss Seok Muryong from the Seok family has arrived. Seok Jinho asked, my sister is here, so what? Jeong Maryung replied, she came with someone giving off a very strange aura. He's definitely from the martial world, but something about his aura feels unusual. Seok Jinho thought, a strange aura. Seok Jinho called out Jinho. Seok Muryong said, little brother, it's been a long time. Have you been well? Seok Jinho replied, why did you suddenly come without notice and even bring someone so dangerous? Seok Muryong said, you don't even know who he is, yet you're treating him so coldly. Seok Jinho said, I could tell at a glance he's from the Sichuan Tang clan. Did you really think I'd welcome someone like that? Seok Muryong explained, I had my own reasons. The man said, I earnestly requested this meeting. Could the master spare me a little time? I swear I won't cause any trouble. He thought his attitude is completely different from the Sichuan Tang clan members I know. How strange. Seok Jinho turned around and said, let's go inside first. Since you've come all this way, I'll at least hear your reason. The man introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tang Gongmyeon of the Sichuan Tang clan. Seok Jinho also introduced himself. I am Seok Jinho, master of the Ascension Martial Hall. Tang Gongmyeon thought, I heard rumors that a hidden dragon had appeared in Habuk province, and it seems they were true. Even after learning my background, he isn't intimidated at all. His composure is that of someone with perfect vigilance. There aren't even any calluses or scars on his hands. There's no way someone his age could have completely transformed his body, yet he's truly extraordinary. What surprised me most were his eyes. Even my nephew, the young clan head, is wary of me, yet this young man remains completely calm before me. Jinho asked, there's something I need to ask first. Tang Gongmyeon replied, what would you like to know, master? He asked, how did you learn about the 100-year red treasure? And how did you end up here? Seok Muryong replied, how could we know that? He asked again, how did you come to know someone from the Sichuan Tang clan and bring him here? They must have heard the rumors before approaching. I expected information to spread, but not all the way to the Sichuan Tang clan, so I want to know where you got it. Tang Gongmyeon replied, I'll explain everything, but first I must correct one thing. What I'm seeking isn't the 100-year red treasure. Seok Jinho asked, then what is it? Tang Gongmyeon replied, what I seek is the 1,000-year purple treasure. He asked not the 100-year purple treasure, but the 1,000-year purple treasure. You're quite ambitious. Are you trying to transform your body? Tang Gongmyeon replied, that's not the reason. My nephew has been bedridden after being poisoned. After searching through our clan's ancient records, we found a cure, but the most important ingredient, the 1,000-year purple treasure, couldn't be found. We know the cure but lack the ingredient. That despair is unimaginable. By chance, the beggar's sect informed us that the Seok family's daughter had obtained the 100-year red treasure. Though I know it's rude, I still came. I know this sudden visit must trouble you, master, but please understand. As his uncle, this was my only choice. Seok Jinho replied, your nephew's life hangs by a thread, so of course I understand. Tang Gongmyeon thanked him and said, then can the master find the 1,000-year purple treasure? He replied, I'll try, but you already know that finding a spiritual treasure depends on fate. Tang Gongmyeon said, of course I know. If you can find the 1,000-year purple treasure, I'll help you with anything. Seok Jinho said, I'll say it again, I can't guarantee I'll find it. Tang Gongmyeon replied, I understand, but even if you fail, I'll never forget your kindness. He thought the Sichuan Tang clan clearly distinguishes gratitude from grudges. Having them owe me a favor isn't a bad thing. The more cards I hold, the better. The next day, everyone went to the sea. Tang Gongmyeon looked around and thought, the master has searched with all his effort every day, but today will probably be another wasted trip. There isn't much time left. Seok Muryang said, so this is where you are. Tang Gongmyeon turned around and asked, you've come. Seok Muryang explained, Jinho always exceeds everyone's expectations, so I think you should wait a little longer. Tang Gongmyeon replied, that's all I can do. I'll trust the master and wait. That afternoon on the sea, the boat drew closer and closer to shore. Tang Gongmyeon said, it looks like the master is returning. He suddenly froze in surprise. Wait, that thing in the young master's hand, could it be? Seok Muryang excitedly said, look, I told you it would be worth waiting for. As the boat docked, Tang Gongmyeon rushed over and exclaimed, thank you, master, you've truly gone through so much. Seok Muryang smiled and said, thanks for your hard work, Jinho. Seok Jinho advised, please step back first. Its natural power is far from ordinary. Seok Muryang asked curiously, are you holding it with internal energy? Seok Jinho replied, yes, otherwise it would have sliced my hand off. He instructed, don't hand it to anyone else, it's best if you deal with it personally today. It won't die after a day or two outside, but you should leave as soon as possible. Tang Gongmyeon replied, I understand. I'll depart immediately. Master, please keep this for now. I don't have time, so I must take my leave like this. Seok Jinho replied, I understand. I know exactly what the Sichuan Tang clan is like. After you save your nephew, come find me. Just make sure you don't come empty-handed. Bringing lots of gifts is even better. Tang Gongmyeon laughed and replied, understood. He handed over the item and said, here, please take it. Tang Gongmyeon replied, thank you. The item immediately reacted, startling him. Tang Gongmyeon thought, it's called a spiritual treasure, but I never expected it to be this dangerous. If my internal energy slipped for even a moment, either I or this thing would have died. Yet he's holding it so casually. With skills like this, he truly deserves to be called the greatest rising genius. Seok Muryang said, great hero, let's leave quickly. The carriage is ready and can depart at any time. Tang Gongmyeon said, then I'll properly repay you next time. Please wait for me. Seok Jinho replied, I'll be waiting. After that, I'll take a short rest for now. Seok Jinho returned to the boat. He said, but I can't just leave these little guys alone. I wonder what they taste like. After that, he returned. Seok Jinho asked, the inn's revenue has increased a lot lately. What's the reason? Jiang Maryang explained, a group of martial artists from another region caused trouble at the inn not long ago, but Yoon drove them away. After rumors spread that this place was safe, the number of guests increased greatly. Yoon said, we're already running out of rooms. We probably need to expand again. Seok Jinho asked, is it really that bad? Jiang Maryang happily said, that's not the urgent problem. Recruiting more students for the martial hall is harder. If too many customers become a problem, the inn must be doing very well. Seok Jinho said, then we'll just buy another one. What's the point of having money? We'll buy a bigger inn and open a second branch. That solves it, doesn't it? Everyone smiled and asked, we can really do that. Nanny walked over and called out, young master, everything is ready. Everyone looked at the delicious dishes and exclaimed, wow, what's this? Jiang Maryang said, it looks like shrimp, but it's so huge and smells amazing. Nanny said, "This is the giant shrimp that young master caught. Everyone taste it and choose which dish should become our signature." Seok Jinho said, "Hurry and try them all and be completely honest with your opinions." Everyone then ate together. Jeong Maryung happily said, "It's not just huge, the meat is wonderfully chewy too." Yoon praised it, "This truly tastes like heaven. I never knew shrimp like this existed." Nanny came over and asked, "Young master, what do you think?" Seok Jinho said, "Personally, I don't think the dumplings are suitable. They taste great, but if the meat is minced like this, people may question whether we're really using this shrimp or just ordinary shrimp." Nanny replied, "I hadn't thought of that." Seok Jinho added, "But the fried and stir-fried dishes are truly excellent. They should be enough to become our signature dishes." Nanny happily said, "That's a relief. But where did you find these ingredients, young master?" Jeong Maryung said, "I'm curious too. I've dived into the sea many times and never seen them." Seok Jinho replied, "I found them while searching for the 1,000-year purple treasure. They live deeper than the 100-year purple treasure, so of course this is everyone's first time seeing them. They're perfect as signature ingredients because even if people know about them, they still can't catch them." Nanny said, "Doesn't that make things much harder for you, young master? You have to dive so deep just to gather ingredients." Seok Jinho replied, "I'll only sell them about twice a month, so don't worry. Besides, if you don't want me working so hard, then hurry and create another signature dish." Nanny replied, "I will definitely create Nanny's in secret signature dish." Seok Jinho said, "Come on, everyone, keep eating." They all answered yes and continued enjoying the meal. Just as Seok Jinho expected, the signature dish made from the giant shrimp quickly spread by word of mouth and attracted many customers. Nearby inns tried catching giant shrimp themselves and even used slightly larger ordinary shrimp to deceive customers, but they were no match for Nanny's inn. As the hot season passed, the morning and evening breeze gradually became cooler. Two people arrived at the gate and one said, "I heard it was old, but it's even older than I expected." The other reminded her, "Aaron, mind your manners." She replied, "Aren't I already being polite?" The new guests had arrived at the Ascension Martial Hall. Even Tang Gunseong, the head of the Sichuan Tang clan, shared Aaron's opinion. He clicked his tongue in displeasure and said, "The girl isn't wrong. It's both old and small." Beside him, Tang Gongmyeon defended the place, saying, "Isn't the people more important than the size?" Seok Jinho walked over to Tang Gunseong and said, "You've arrived, Hero Tang." Tang Gunseong laughed warmly and replied, "Master, you've been well." Looking at the large group, Jinho asked curiously, "What brings so many people here?" Tang Gunseong replied, "There's a bit of a story behind it. It's rather long." Before he could finish, Jinho interrupted, "I think I already understand the general idea." He then gestured toward the inside and said, "Please come in first." The scene shifted to tea being poured into cups as a voice spoke. The four of them sat across from Jinho holding teacups. Tang Gongmyeon said, "First of all, I sincerely apologize. I originally planned to come alone." Before he could finish, Tang Gunseong interrupted, "I won't waste words. I'm Tang Gunseong. Thanks to you, my daughter survived, so I came here to express my gratitude." Jinho smiled politely and replied, "It was all thanks to luck. The 1,000-year purple treasure isn't something effort alone can find. I never expected the clan head himself to come." Tang Gunseong replied meaningfully, "I have my reasons." At that moment, Harin blushed and raised her hand to cover her chin, trying to hide her shyness. Aaron gave a respectful salute and said, "Though it's a little late, I'd like to properly greet my benefactor." Harin also looked at Jinho and warmly added, "I am Tang Harin." Faced with the sister's enthusiasm, Jinho was caught off guard and stammered, "Ah, yes, pleased to meet you. I'm Seok Jinho." Harin nearly leaned across the table, clasped her hands together, blushed, and excitedly said, "I came to repay my life debt. I'll serve my benefactor for the rest of my life." Her words left Jinho stunned, and he could only awkwardly reply, "Ah, please sit down first and let's talk calmly." She answered with a loud yes as soon as he spoke. Tang Gongmyeon and Tang Gunseong were also deeply embarrassed by Harin's bluntness. Tang Gongmyeon awkwardly said, "Harin is very stubborn. She insists on repaying her debt, and we have no reason to stop her." Hearing that, Jinho's face darkened as he thought, "I knew the Sichuan Tang clan clearly distinguishes gratitude from grudges, but I never expected this." Looking at Harin standing proudly with a confident expression, he thought, "So that's why everyone looked so strange." After a while, Jinho slowly asked, "Can I decide how the debt is repaid?" Tang Gongmyeon smiled brightly and replied, "If the master has any request, please say it." Inside, however, he was already screaming, "Someone save me." Jinho then said seriously, "Miss Tang will stay here for 5 years, and I'd like the Sichuan Tang clan's assistance in exchange for reducing that period." After hearing that, Tang Gunxiang thought for a moment and said, 5 years isn't too bad." Tang Gongmyeon sighed in relief and said, "Of course we'll help." But unlike the two men's agreement, Haran teared up, looked at Tang Gunxiang and said, "If I don't return after 5 years, will you force me back? Are you planning to ignore our clan's iron rules?" Hearing his daughter's complaint, Tang Gunxiang awkwardly replied, "That's not what I meant." Jinho eased the situation by saying, "If Miss Tang is still here after 5 years, I won't persuade her to return. Is that acceptable?" Hearing what she wanted, Haran smiled again and softly said, "Since my benefactor says so, I'll obey. I won't object then." Looking at the graceful young woman before him, Jinho thought, having a daughter of the Tang clan here will be very helpful. A lifetime is too much, but 5 years is enough. After 5 years, she'll probably miss home and leave. Tang Gunxiang interrupted his thoughts. Standing up with his hands behind his back, he said, "Then Haran's matter is settled. Master, spar with me," Jinho asked in surprise. "A spar?" The scene shifted to the spacious arena, where Jinho and Tang Gunxiang stood facing each other, with Gongmyeon and the two daughters behind Tang Gunxiang, while Jinho's trusted followers stood behind him. The 3 followers behind Jinho chatted excitedly. "I never thought I'd live to witness the Bright King, one of the 3 kings and 5 supremes, spar in person." Another said, "No wonder the Habuk Peng family values our master." A third added, "It may be a spar, but it's also a lesson." Standing outside, So Kang wondered, but how long can the master hold out? Jiang Maryung didn't seem too concerned. He was only curious about the fight, casually replying, "We don't know yet, I'm curious too." Meanwhile, on the arena, Gunxiang stood with his hands behind his back and said seriously, "Shall I hold back, or do you want my full strength?" Jinho replied just as confidently, "You don't need to hold back that much." Hearing that, Gunxiang smiled with satisfaction and said, "You've got courage. Then come at me." The moment he finished speaking, Jinho activated his energy and charged forward like lightning. He continuously attacked Gunxiang with his sword, while Gunxiang effortlessly dodged every strike. Seeing that, Jinho increased the intensity of his attacks. His sword slashes came one after another, yet Gunxiang calmly avoided every attack. After a while, Gunxiang raised one hand and blocked Jinho's attacks with a single arm before saying disdainfully, "Is that all?" Jinho's sharp sword thrust forward as he said, "Now I'm really getting started." As he attacked, he thought, "It's been a long time since I've truly fought." To the spectators, only streaks of white smoke kept appearing across the arena. The next moment, Jinho dragged his sword as he charged toward Gunxiang. Gunxiang evaluated him, thinking his movements were completely different from before. Then his eyes widened. 2 streaks of white smoke collided, creating an enormous explosion. Dust flew into everyone's eyes, and they instinctively covered their faces and shut their eyes. At that moment, Jiang Maryung shouted, "Everyone, open your eyes and watch carefully. Don't miss this." Hearing that, Haran and Gongmyeon immediately opened their eyes wide. Jinho's and Gunxiang's swords clashed continuously, producing thrilling metallic sounds. While blocking Jinho's attacks, Gunxiang thought, he keeps using internal energy, yet instead of slowing down, he's getting even stronger. Even one of the 6 dragons would have collapsed from exhaustion by now. Under Jinho's relentless assault, Gunxiang became more cautious. As he gritted his teeth and defended himself, he thought, sword strikes aimed at vital points and left-hand techniques too. I'm really curious who taught him. As he continued blocking Jinho's attacks, he thought, to reach this level at his age. Jinho remained completely focused, fighting with an overwhelmingly commanding presence. Gunxiang grew even warier. There aren't many martial arts that produce lightning together with their techniques. Could it be? Thinking that, he circulated his energy, changed his technique, and thought, I'll fight a little longer and I'll find out. The next second, Gunxiang's energy-filled palm struck toward Jinho's knee. Seeing it, Jinho instinctively became alert and dodged. Gunxiang's palm narrowly missed as Jinho quickly leaned back to evade it. Although the attack failed, the outcome seemed to match Gunxiang's expectations. Instead of getting angry, he smiled with growing interest. The next moment, he immediately unleashed another technique and charged at Jinho. This time, Jinho dodged while silently thinking, as expected of the Bright King. Even without poison or hidden weapons, every move is still deadly. Suddenly, Gunxiang unleashed a deadly technique. Jinho instantly blocked it with his sword and thought, if it's come to this, then so be it. The next second, Jinho leaped back to avoid Gunxiang's attack and thought, if I push myself, I could win, but I'd need months to recover. There's no need to go that far. Suddenly, Jinho cupped his fists and said, I've learned a great deal today. Gunxiang asked curiously, you still have strength left, so why stop? Jinho calmly replied, this is enough. I've already proven myself, haven't I? Those words greatly intrigued Gunseong. Smiling, he said, it seems the master isn't a lamb but a python. Jinho didn't answer directly and only replied meaningfully, you weren't trying to hide it either. After saying that, he turned to leave and thought, even if you released such an intimidating aura, did you think I wouldn't know? This wasn't a lesson at all, but a test to see whether you could entrust your daughter to me. Walking behind him, Gunseong asked, I'm quite curious. Who taught you? Jinho casually replied, it's a place unknown to others, so even if I told you, you wouldn't know it, though it isn't anything strange. Gunseong showed no disappointment and simply said, I see. So it isn't the energy of the evil path? I only asked because I'd never seen those techniques before. Jinho smiled warmly and replied, as I said, it's a place no one knows. Before he could finish, Gunseong clicked his tongue and interrupted, I know. It's improper to ask about someone's master. Haran immediately ran over with a worried look and asked, are you all right, benefactor? Jinho replied awkwardly, yes, but calling me benefactor is a little embarrassing. Please just call me master or young master. Hearing that, Haran beamed and happily replied, understood, master. Seeing his daughter only worry about Jinho without even looking at him, Gunseong felt as if he'd fallen into a bottomless pit. Heartbroken and angry, he stammered, has Haran already put the master before her own father? Gunseong came through the fierce battle with Jinho completely unharmed, yet a single action from his daughter crushed him. Trembling, he muttered, am I ascending to immortality? Everything ahead is so white, it seems I'll be the first to ascend. As he spoke, he collapsed into Gongmyun's arms. Gongmyun hurriedly supported him and said, big brother, pull yourself together. At the same time, Jinho thought, so finding the 1,000-year purple treasure was all for nothing. One evening, as the sunset light filtered through every corner of the inn, Tang Gongmyun sat talking with Tang Gunseong and asked, is something troubling you? After sitting in silence with folded arms for a long time, Tang Gunseong finally replied, yes and no. Hearing that, Tang Gongmyun guessed the reason and continued, it seems you're worried about Haran. Tang Gunseong replied, that's part of it, but something else keeps bothering me. As he finished speaking, a thought flashed through his mind, making him frown as he sipped his tea. That spar earlier felt strange. The more I think about it, the more uneasy I become. He recalled Jinho smiling faintly with his hands behind his back, and that expression kept lingering in his mind. The master's eyes at the end of the spar were the eyes of someone who hadn't accepted defeat. Thinking that, Tang Gunseong slammed his teacup onto the table. His expression looked as if he still believed he could defeat me, the head of the Sichuan Tang clan. Could his confidence come from hiding some secret technique? Tang Gongmyun stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, but doesn't it actually suit him? Gunseong became annoyed by Gongmyun's calmness and said, what do you mean? Ignoring his anger, Gongmyun continued, I don't think it's bad. The heirs of wealthy clans usually marry for political reasons, so they wouldn't accept becoming a live-in son-in-law of our Tang family. As he spoke, he imagined Haran diligently taking care of Jinho, happily handing him a bowl of noodles and saying, master, please eat plenty. Jinho awkwardly replied, thank you. Thinking of that, Gongmyun added, someone like the master is perfect in both character and martial talent to become our son-in-law. But those words never reached Gunseong, who angrily shouted, stop talking nonsense and get out. Haran is my daughter. Gongmyun simply smiled and said, she's my niece too. Besides, no one knows how a relationship between a man and a woman will turn out, right? Gunseong could only snort without an answer. In the main hall, the two Tang leaders stood before the carriage, facing Jinho and the two young ladies. Gunseong looked at Jinho and said, you must visit Sichuan someday. Jinho warmly replied, yes, I will. After saying that, Gongmyun turned around and called back, Master Seok, until we meet again. Jinho respectfully bowed and said, have a safe journey. The next moment, he turned toward Aaron, who stood with folded arms and a puzzled expression. Noticing him looking, Aaron casually asked, what is it? Jinho replied, aren't you leaving too? Aaron frowned, leaned against Haran, hugged her arm, and said unhappily, can't I stay here with my sister? Haran was shocked, shook Aaron's hand off, and asked, what are you talking about? Why are you staying here? Aaron folded her arms and replied, I already discussed it with father last night. Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, Aaron said, my sister isn't married yet, so how could I leave her here alone? Haran only mumbled in response. Then she turned to Jinho, scratched her head awkwardly, and said, Master, I'm sorry. I didn't know about this either. Jinho smiled gently and replied, it's fine. I understand why she's staying. Then he cupped his fists and said, come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Seok Jinho. Aaron folded her arms, frowned, and said unhappily, you remembered pretty late. Then she introduced herself, I'm Tang Aaron. Please take care of me from now on. Jinho ignored her attitude and simply said, then I'll excuse myself. I still have to train the students. Harin respectfully clasped her hands and replied, yes, we'll take a walk for a while. Watching Jinho walk away, Aaron muttered, he's still such an annoying guy. He didn't even know my name until now. Hearing that, Harin immediately reminded her sister, what do you mean, that guy? Why are you calling the master that? Seeing her sister defend Jinho, Aaron angrily said, stop acting like an elder. We're twins after all. Seeing Aaron so upset, Harin gently said, but you've seen it yourself, haven't you? He's truly remarkable. Aaron nodded and replied, I admit that. As they walked together, Aaron continued, finding the 1,000-year purple treasure was already extraordinary, but that spar impressed me even more. She stopped walking and continued, even my brother would probably lose, so as a martial artist. Halfway through, she suddenly grabbed her head and scolded herself, why am I taking that guy's side? No matter what, I dislike him even more. With strength like that, instead of making a name for himself, he stays in the countryside. That proves he has no ambition. Hearing that, Harin only smiled, then stopped and said, it's better to have no ambition than to have nothing but ambition. Suddenly, something caught Harin's attention. A black cat with red ears appeared before the two girls. It meowed once and Aaron exclaimed, oh, it's Darky, so cute. The cat walked over to Harin and rubbed against her leg. Harin smiled and said, the master isn't here, so why did you come? As she spoke, she bent down, patted the cat's head and said, since you're a spirit beast, you must know we'll be living together from now on, right? You're so adorable. The cat looked completely content as she pampered it. Seeing that, Harin giggled and said, looks like you really like me. Aaron reached out both hands and said, Darky, come here. Only then did the cat notice her and look at her. Aaron gazed at the cat with sparkling eyes full of hope. But the cruel reality was that the cat turned away, leaving Aaron disappointed. She dropped to her knees and cried out sorrowfully, that's so mean. Why are you treating me like this? Why won't you come to me? While petting the cat, Harin smiled smugly and said, it must know you were badmouthing the master. If you want Darky to like you, you have to like the master too. Sniffling, Aaron muttered, that's so unfair. Harin comforted her, after our walk, let's visit the ranch. There are 3 wolf cubs there with very soft fur. Aaron pouted and said, but I like Darky. The sound of a carriage echoed as it rolled along. Inside sat the head of the Siak escort agency. He said, time passed faster than I expected. I hope at least someone has made progress. Siak Diakwal replied, that's right, you can tell just by looking. He continued, even at great sects, no one achieves remarkable results in just 6 months, so I wasn't expecting much. But with Jinho personally teaching them, at least a few should improve because Jinho guaranteed it himself. The scene changed to Jinho cupping his fists and saying, it's been a long time. Behind him, many students greeted in unison, greetings, escort agency head. This scene greatly surprised the head of the Siak escort agency and Siak Diakwal. He stammered, are these really the same kids I knew? Siak Diakwal added, they look completely different. Hearing that, Jinho smiled proudly and said, are you really that surprised? Didn't you entrust me with making them stronger? The head of the Siak escort agency smiled, looked at the students and said, I was worried I'd expected too much, but what kind of magic did you use? Recalling the students' training, Jinho replied, I only helped them build a solid foundation and taught them how to use their bodies. Their internal energy isn't much different from 6 months ago, but from now on, as they cultivate their internal arts, they'll grow much stronger and the results will become obvious. Hearing that, the head of the Siak escort agency asked, isn't it too much for one person? You'll be facing 5 opponents alone. Will you be all right? One escort smiled confidently and said, I'm a first-class escort. Fighting 5 at once is easy. Hearing that, the head of the Siak escort agency smiled with satisfaction and said, you're confident, but to test the training properly, it should be one-on-one. Jinho happily agreed, then let's not waste any more time. Begin. In the middle of the arena, the purple-clad escorts and the blue-clad students stood facing each other, while Jinho and the head of the Siak escort agency stood between them. Jinho turned to Siak Diakwal and asked, by the way, are the people you brought this time porters? Siak Diakwal nodded and replied, they're the next group to be trained. Letting them witness the results firsthand before training will motivate them more. Jinho smiled and added, they might end up even more motivated than expected. At that moment, the head of the Siak escort agency turned around and asked, why is it so noisy over there? Before him stood 4 women, the 2 Tang sisters, Nanny and her daughter. Nanny laughed and said, we were curious about the spar, so we all came together. Is that all right? Jinho immediately replied, of course. Harin shyly added, we'll quietly watch from here. Siak Diakwal asked in confusion, aren't those clothes the attire of the daughters of the Sichuan Tang clan? The head of the Siak escort agency nodded and replied, "It certainly looks that way." Seeing their surprise, Jinho calmly said, "I'll explain later. Let's begin first." The head of the Siak escort agency replied, "So that's what you meant, Jinho." Jinho nodded. On the arena, the purple-clad escort looked proudly at the blue-clad student. Folding his arms, Jinho announced, "The spar begins." The nervous student recalled Jinho's words during training. A martial artist will one day have to face a stronger opponent. At such times, the most important thing is your thinking. Quickly analyze your own strengths and your opponent's weaknesses, then guide the battle in your favor. He reminded himself, "Think exactly as the master taught me, and there will be a way to win." Facing escort Jion's spear head-on would be foolish. In weight, strength, weapon power, and internal energy, I lose in every aspect. Escort Jion interrupted his thoughts and said, "Plenty of people are still waiting, so I'll make the first move." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight at him. The student immediately stepped forward and thought, "Good, this gives me an advantage." Close the distance with Escort Jion and neutralize the spear's greatest strength. He swung his blade, trying to knock the spear away, but Jion dodged. Jion instantly thrust his spear back at him, but he sidestepped the attack. The student hurriedly thought, "This won't be easy. Ordinary techniques won't be enough. If I want to deal with the others later, I have to use internal energy and end this quickly." Seeing Jion's stance, he clicked his tongue and thought, "Just because you're winning now doesn't mean you'll win in the end." He adjusted his stance, recalling that just seeing Escort Master Jion's spear used to make his arms and legs go numb, and now he finally understood what the innkeeper meant by mindset. Then he shouted, "Escort Master Jion, I'm charging in now and coming straight at you." Jion stepped forward and replied, "Come." The spear and saber collided, sending dust and smoke everywhere. The disciple's saber had already started to crack. He thought anxiously, "At this rate, I'll lose before accomplishing anything." He knocked the spear aside and corrected himself. "No, what I can do now is attack fast and win." He unleashed a rapid barrage, making Jion think, "Such fierce attacks all of a sudden, it's time to finish this." Thinking that, Jion swiftly slammed the butt of his spear into the disciple's chest before he could react, leaving him only enough time to think, what was that?" The blow sent him flying backward. He quickly spun around and dropped to one knee to steady himself, silently admiring Escort Master Jion. "Fast attacks won't work and it'll end like this. No, even though the saber is cracked, it hasn't broken yet, so I can still exchange a few more moves." Siak Escort Agency Chief spoke, "That's enough, this is good." Siak Diakwal beside him smiled and nodded. Seeing that, Jinho's disciple ignored the blood on his lips and said, "I'm still fine, we have to decide the winner." Siak Escort Agency Chief refused, "No need, I've seen enough." He recalled the match and judged that the disciple had improved enough to duel an experienced escort master for so long, and even when facing defeat, he never backed down. Moreover, his final attack was extremely sharp, though sadly it failed, he said with regret. "Still, didn't he preserve in Master Siak's honor?" Jinho replied, "Ah, that's true." Escort Master Jion walked over, patted the disciple's shoulder and said, "If you regret it, challenge me next time, I still have another opponent." The disciple quickly cupped his hands and thanked him. "Thank you, Escort Master Jion, for your guidance today." Then someone shouted, "The matches continue, next challenger step forward." The scene shifted to the Summer Love Inn, where children ran around noisily. Guests could be heard chewing their food. Jinho poured wine for the two men. Siak Diakwal raised his cup and sighed, "This rich aroma makes me believe it's mountain ginseng wine, not balloon flower wine." Siak Escort Agency Chief asked, "They even serve this at the inn. It's a wine you can't buy with money." Jinho politely said, "I happened to find the balloon flower behind the mountain and saved it to treat you both." After a satisfied sigh, he said, "Only Jinho could do this." Then Siak Escort Agency Chief suddenly asked, "By the way, you haven't forgotten what we discussed earlier, right?" Jinho took a sip and answered, "If you mean the Tang family's daughter, the eldest daughter of the underworld king was in mortal danger because they lacked the 1,000-year antidote herb. After hearing I sold the 100 lotus red herb through Muriang, hero Tang Gongmyeon came to see me. And after I found the 1,000-year antidote herb and solved the problem, he came to repay the favor and is now staying with me, while his younger sister came along." Siak Escort Agency Chief said in surprise, "A 1,000-year antidote herb? No wonder I heard nothing about Muriang, so you were behind it." He then added, "I knew you'd become involved with the Tang family over this, but I didn't expect it would be because of their daughter." Siak Diakwal joked, "You might get married before I do." Siak Escort Agency Chief burst into laughter. "We all saw it coming, only now do you realize?" Someone cleared his throat and said, "Aren't you being a little too obvious?" Jinho raised his hand and explained, "Miss Tang and I aren't that kind of relationship, and you both know how clearly the Sichuan Tang clan separates favors from grudges." Siak escort agency chief replied, "Of course I know, but their father is the famed underworld king, and if he didn't approve of you, he would have repaid the favor another way." Jinho quickly argued, "He probably doesn't approve of me since I was defeated." While eating, Siak escort agency chief continued, "The Tang family head choosing a son-in-law through martial matches is practically the same as accepting the heir of a great sect, and speaking of marriage. The three Peng siblings have all entered secluded training." Tang Harin asked in surprise, "You even know that?" He replied, "If I couldn't gather information at that level, I'd better resign as agency chief, especially since my base is in Habuk province." Jinho picked up a piece of fish and changed the subject. "Let's leave that aside and discuss business. You didn't come here to talk about my marriage, did you?" Siak escort agency chief replied, "That's right, I wanted to ask something. After seeing the youngsters improve today, I wondered how much more they'd grow if the course lasted 1 year instead of 6 months." Jinho gave his opinion, "A 1-year course is fine, but I'm not sure it's cost-effective. I can guarantee a solid foundation, but beyond that, personal determination matters most." He asked, "You mean internal energy?" Jinho replied, "If someone has strong determination, having a guide helps, but this is group training, not individual instruction, so everyone's resolve differs, especially since cultivating internal energy requires patience and many may quickly lose heart and quit." Siak escort agency chief concluded, "Then for the core members, individual training would be better, since recruiting true experts is far harder." Siak Diakwal asked, "Besides raising average fighters to skilled ones, can you also turn peak first-rate warriors into supreme masters?" Jinho answered confidently, "Of course." It is said warriors face 2 great walls, the wall of sorrow from peak first-rate to supreme master, where most are stopped, and the wall of despair from supreme master to transcendent realm, which leaves even the few greatest experts hopeless. Siak escort agency chief asked in surprise, "You can help them break through the wall of sorrow?" Jinho raised his cup and said naturally, "The method is simple, keep hitting it until it breaks. Unlike the wall of despair, the simpler you think about the wall of sorrow, the easier it is to overcome, but most miss their chance because they overthink the first wall they face." He then asked, "How long would it take?" 2 years, 3 years, Jinho replied. "The shorter the period, the better. You could call it a short, intensive course." The scene shifted to the main headquarters of the Kongtong sect. Jin Juwek, a first-generation disciple of the Kongtong sect, asked sternly, "So you've come asking me for a favor to deal with a bunch of nobodies?" Bayam Woongang explained, "He's the one who subdued the strongman physician of Black Fortress and was recently hailed as the Thunder Tiger." Juwek was about to refuse, saying, "Even so, that's none of my concern." Before he could finish, a pouch was placed before him. Bayam Woongang said, "My father sends his regards, and I apologize for my many shortcomings." He opened the pouch filled with gold coins and added, "It's nothing much, my father only wished to contribute a little to the martial world." Juwek immediately changed his mind. "Come to think of it, I do have business that requires me to leave the mountain, and Chuangwa County is on the way, so stopping by won't hurt." Tang Aaron happily petted little dog, saying only here did she feel her heart purified. Tang Harin sighed helplessly, "It's because you love animals so much." Aaron rubbed against little dog and said, "I'd be even happier if Darky let me hug him." Harin replied, "You still haven't given up." Just then a voice came from behind, "So you two are here." It was the innkeeper walking with Darky, and Harin instinctively greeted the innkeeper. Aaron immediately rushed toward Darky to tease him, but before she could get close, he angrily scratched at her with his paw. Seeing Aaron crying in frustration, the innkeeper comforted her. "Darky doesn't like being clingy." Harin awkwardly smiled and patted her shoulder. "You're probably too enthusiastic, so he's keeping his distance." Looking at the cattle nearby, the innkeeper asked, "How have you two been here? Not bored?" Harin replied, "Not at all, we've really enjoyed it." Holding the sulking Aaron, she continued, "We've learned so much sparring with the innkeeper, and cooking together has been fun too. Strangely enough, cooking feels a lot like making poison." Hearing that, the innkeeper smiled, "You've helped me a lot too. I never thought of combining herbs with cooking." Harin warmly replied, "I'm glad we could help." Suddenly, little dog bared his teeth and barked loudly, and Aaron asked, "What's wrong, you guys?" She then frowned toward the entrance and said, "Sister, I think we have visitors." Harin looked at the door and replied, "Yes, though they don't seem invited." Outside, Jin Juwek strode in aggressively and shouted, I am Jin Juek, a first-generation disciple of the Kongtong sect. Tell the innkeeper to come see me. His booming voice made everyone's heads ache and spin. Everyone covered their ears with pained expressions, crying, "Ah, my ears." The two inside the inn walked out and asked, "What are you doing? Do you know where you are to act so rudely?" He sneered, "You call this rude? How shameful that you can't even endure this much." Bayam Woongang added, "They're all the same, looking down on everyone." He proudly strode forward and declared, "I'm here to teach a lesson in proper respect for seniors in the martial world. How dare insignificant people like you block my way?" Thinking to himself, he laughed sinisterly. "Even if you're a warrior on par with the 6 dragons, you're nothing before a supreme master. Today is your last day, Seok Jinho." Suddenly, a voice startled Bayam Woongang. "I was wondering who came here looking for trouble, so it was you." It was Seok Jinho, who gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Was your father not enough? You even brought someone from your sect." Jin Juek turned toward him and shouted, "Just as I'd heard, you're truly rude, not even greeting a senior of the martial world." Jinho mocked loudly, "A senior, greeting someone who comes causing trouble at another person's home. Is the Kongtong sect's etiquette so lofty that I simply can't keep up?" Juek instantly drew his sword and lunged at Jinho, shouting, "I'll teach you some manners." A brilliant sword flash swept across Jinho's neck. Certain of victory, Bayam Woongang raised his hand in celebration. "It's over. Even if I couldn't humiliate him as planned, this is good enough." Looking at Jinho's gray-black body, he secretly rejoiced, thinking that ending it for certain was what truly mattered. But contrary to his expectations, Jinho's figure gradually faded away, and he stammered in disbelief, "WH what?" As Bayam Woongang and Jin Juek frantically searched for him, Jinho said, "Looks like you were eager to see me fall, because disappointment is written all over your faces." Bayam Woongang panicked, "Where are you?" Juek's eyes sharpened, a displacement technique, not bad, but he swung his sword behind him, saying, "You can't hide your presence, so you're still nothing but a fool." Seok Jinho sneered, Tusk. Then he appeared behind him and said, "You still haven't figured it out." Juek looked back in shock. Did he deceive my senses? Thinking that, he slashed repeatedly. Or is he simply moving faster than I can track his presence? Trembling with rage, he thought, "No matter what, I can't let him see I'm shaken. I have to cut him down now." This time his blade struck Jinho, and he proudly declared, "Just as I thought." Jinho only snorted in contempt. Yet Jinho dodged again. Juek slashed several more times, and Jinho avoided every strike. Juek thought, he's dodged everything so far, but he'll soon run out of strength. Swinging wildly with a twisted face, he thought, that moment will be his last. His sharp sword kept slashing relentlessly. Jinho calmly dodged while judging inwardly. His attacks have become careless. This will end soon. Juek suddenly raised his sword high. Jinho seized the opportunity, thinking now. Seeing the people behind him, Jinho realized, since I've only been dodging, he's using them so I can't evade anymore. Damn, resorting to such a dirty trick. Juek unleashed a killing blow and laughed. "Let's see where you dodge this time." "If you dodge, the people behind you will take it all." Someone behind shouted, "Get ready to block it." Jinho casually brushed his shoulder. With a light wave of his hand, he shattered Juek's attack. Juek was horrified and began to panic. The people behind exclaimed, "The innkeeper stopped that attack alone. How is that possible?" Killing intent gradually appeared in Jinho's eyes. Juek stepped back in terror and stammered, "Why you blocked that attack?" He immediately launched another slash. "Then stop this one too." Jinho lowered his head, raised his hand, and executed a technique. His palm paused gently. Then he struck straight into Juek's chest. Juek screamed in agony, "Ah!" Then he flipped backward and crashed to the ground. He lay sprawled on the ground. Watching him tremble stiffly, Jinho mocked, "All your acupoints have been thrown into chaos, so of course it hurts, but since you used killing moves too, you shouldn't have any complaints." Clutching his stomach in pain, Jin Juek raged inwardly. Someone who just reached the supreme realm can't disrupt acupoints. Those White Horse Escort Agency bastards dared deceive me. Thinking that, he tremblingly reached out toward Jinho. He pitifully knelt before Jinho and stammered, "W8, let's talk." Jinho cut him off. "You used internal energy through your voice to intimidate young disciples, proudly unleashed killing moves and sword aura to harm others, and now you still dare ask to talk." Juek hurriedly replied, "I understand, but..." Before finishing, he coughed up blood and shouted, "But what will you do? You're just the owner of a village martial arts school, yet you dare harm a disciple of the Kongtong sect. If you touch me, my sect will never spare you." Hearing that, Jinho stroked his chin and mocked. "Right, as you said, everyone trusts and praises the 9 great sects, the 1 alliance, and the 5 great families. So if a major sect acts, wiping out a tiny martial arts school like this would be effortless." Juek grew even more arrogant. "So you do understand. A mere village martial arts school owner like you dared threaten a disciple of the 9 great sects, and no excuse will save you. Just then someone said, you don't need to worry about justification. Aaron stepped forward angrily. We will testify in the name of the Sichuan Tang clan. Jin Juwek cried out in shock. The Sichuan Tang clan, why are they here? Siok Jinho laughed with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Bayam Woongang was completely shaken. Those women are from the Sichuan Tang clan. Juwek glared at him and shouted, shut your mouth. He continued, that appearance must belong to the Tang clan's daughters. I heard one of them stayed home because of poisoning not long ago, so why is she here? Tang Harin said contemptuously, I never expected a disciple of the Kongtong sect to act so cowardly. It's truly disgracing the 9 great sects. Behind her, Tang Aaron calmly added, sister, don't get too upset. They might even try to kill us to silence us, though of course they don't have that ability. Jinho called out, Yoon Maryung. They answered together, yes, innkeeper. He continued, take the disciples inside and check their condition. Yoon immediately replied, yes. Then he looked at Jin Juwek. Tusk, you're a martial artist, yet you resorted to such tactics against disciples who just began training, and you're called a disciple of a righteous sect. Juwek waved his hands awkwardly and said, I'll apologize and settle this quietly, so don't do anything extreme. Without another word, Siok Jinho kicked him straight in the neck, sending him tumbling backward. Jinho stepped over, grabbed his cheek hard and said, that's your way of thinking, not mine. Pulling him close, he said coldly, you barged in, harmed my disciples, and now you want to settle it quietly. Juwek begged in fear, please, be merciful just this once. Jinho cut him off, gritting his teeth as he shouted, if it were you, would you spare someone who came to kill you? Juwek was terrified out of his wits, tears streaming down his face. Siok Jinho relentlessly slapped him across the face. Writhing in pain, Juwek cursed, why you madman? With blood covering his face, he panicked inwardly. Is he really going to kill me? After a while, Jin Juwek lay motionless on the ground as Jinho said darkly, just like the Black Fortress, and now this. Then he turned toward Bayam Woongang with killing intent. Are you really that brainless? Bayam Woongang was frozen with fear, unable to speak. He suddenly turned and fled, leaving his subordinates behind while shouting, kill them all. They answered in panic, why yes. As he ran desperately, he thought he only needed to buy enough time. But he was slower than Jinho's killing intent and was quickly caught. Still struggling to run, he heard Jinho coldly ask, where do you think you're going? He stammered, those escort masters, what are you doing? Jinho slapped him hard and said, see for yourself. He cried out in pain. The others stared at their own bodies in shock. Our internal energy is dispersing. What poison? Tang Aaron covered her nose with a cloth, raised her poison gourd, and said, fools should always be careful when standing before a member of the Tang family. In less than a minute, they were all lying scattered across the ground. Siok Jinho smiled at her. Thank you, Tang Harin replied, no need to thank us, it's only natural. Bayam Woongang immediately knelt with folded hands and begged, please spare me, if you let me live I'll surely repay this kindness. Jinho sneered, kindness? You're too noisy, be quiet. The moment he finished speaking, explosions erupted all over Bayam Woongang's body. He gritted his teeth in agony. Then Jinho looked at the 2 remaining subordinates and said, it would be nice if someone talked. They instantly knelt and kowtowed. We'll tell you everything, we'll reveal whatever the great hero wants to know. Jinho asked, was the White Horse Escort Agency chief involved too? One replied, the young agency chief made the plan, but paying hundreds of taels of silver to that Kongtong sect priest wasn't possible without the agency chief's approval. Jinho asked, what proof do you have? He pointed at Bayam Woongang and said, in the young agency chief's prison, in case that Kongtong sect priest disobeyed, the agency chief kept their exchanged letters. Jinho calmly replied, that's useful information. The man hesitantly pointed at himself and asked, then, me. Jinho simply raised 2 fingers toward them. Their fate was the same as their masters, as their bodies exploded. They staggered miserably, coughing up blood everywhere. Tang Aaron clicked her tongue and said, tusk, that was too gentle. If it were me, I'd have made them suffer the most painful poison. Jinho smiled and replied, they gave up the evidence, so they deserved a reward. She looked at him with a judging gaze and thought, that ambitionless guy is more decisive than expected. At least he's not indecisive. She then looked at Bayam Woongang and asked, what about him? Seeing him trembling non-stop, Jinho smiled slyly. I don't like leaving future trouble, but I'll spare him for now since I still have a use for him. Tang Harin stepped forward. Of course, the innkeeper has his own plans, but the Tang family also wants to help with this. Jinho replied, thank you, but since it involves the Kongtong sect, it won't be easy for you to step in. She looked at him worriedly. That's exactly why we can't ignore it. The Tang family is one of the 5 great families and cannot overlook the 9 great sects' evil deeds, and besides, Ascension Martial Arts Hall is not an outsider to us. Jinho gratefully replied, then let me thank you in advance. When speaking of the righteous martial arts world's great orthodox forces, the 9 great sects, 1 alliance, and 5 great families are always included. So the disgraceful actions of the White Horse Escort Agency and the Kongtong sect caused a huge uproar across the martial world, leaving martial artists shocked by the conspiracy that began long ago at Black Fortress. The Kongtong sect declared that everything was Jin Juwak's personal action and that he died on the spot, while only the White Horse Escort Agency was left to take the blame, lacking both the Kongtong sect's influence and any excuse. Not to mention the Siok family and Siok Escort Agency thoroughly investigated until the White Horse Escort Agency collapsed. Even so, no one believed the Kongtong sect because those who first cooperated with the White Horse Escort Agency were Kongtong sect disciples. Jin Hao added, since they're one of the 9 great sects, they'll probably end it here. Siok Myungul calmly replied, for now, you should be more careful. Jin Juwak's master is an elder of the Kongtong sect. I wonder if righteous sects are really like this, but no one knows what they'll do. Jinho smiled. Thank you for worrying about me. I've already considered it. Not everyone in the righteous sects is kind. Siok Myungul replied, I didn't know you'd thought so deeply. It seems this father worried too much. Jinho continued, it's only because I have to protect everyone here now, so I must think more carefully. He looked around and said, now that I'm here, this martial arts hall is rather modest. More people are coming too, so why not expand it? Jinho raised his teacup with a smile. Rude people won't get in anyway, so it's fine, he replied, so you've learned how to stay in control. Then he looked toward the training yard and said, those disciples training now are workers from the Siok Escort Agency, right? Jinho answered, yes. He continued, everyone's eyes burn with determination and trust in their instructor. It's truly impressive, which is why I also want to entrust my people to you. Siok Jinho replied, thank you for thinking so highly of me, but many people are even more outstanding than I am, so you'd be better off seeking them. He immediately answered, they're different because you're family by blood, and besides, this Ascension Martial Arts Hall may become the Siok family's 2nd escort team. Jinho set down his teacup and replied, I have no intention of becoming part of the Siok family. If that's why you came, then we have nothing more to discuss. Siok Myungul helplessly raised his hands. I understand, I won't bring that up again. Instead, I'd still like to entrust my people to you for training, and I'll pay double your listed price. Jinho replied, I know you hate wasting money. He answered, I don't consider this a waste. Jinho continued, you surely know I've already signed an exclusive agreement with the Siok Escort Agency. Siok Myungul calmly said, the Siok Escort Agency and the Siok family are one and the same. Jinho fell silent in thought. Then he smiled warmly, I'll think it over and contact you later. Siok Myungul replied, very well, I hope you'll consider it positively. Jinho added, by the way, I've prepared a return gift. He replied, a return gift? Jinho then called Mariang Yoon. The two quickly carried in several large and small treasure chests. Among them, one glowing purple treasure immediately caught his attention. Could this be? Jinho continued, this is my thanks for helping me with the White Horse Escort Agency, and I prefer keeping favors and grudges separate, so I'll also send a similar gift to the Siok Escort Agency. Siok Myungul looked troubled. Hearing you say that to your own father saddens me, but considering the wrongs I've committed, I have no right to feel sad. He carefully examined the treasures. Still, we've grown closer than before, but isn't this far too much for the help I gave? The past can't be changed, but the future is ours to create. Thinking that, he pursed his lips, looked at Siok Jinho and said, let's become closer little by little, son. A small boat cut through the waves toward the open sea. Water splashed onto the deck, making the gray wolf leap around excitedly. If its owner hadn't held it back, the little rascal would probably have jumped into the sea. Mariang tightly held the playful blue wolf and shouted worriedly, do you even know how deep the water is? Watching the owner and dog struggle, Siok Jinho couldn't help laughing at the usually composed instructor's pitiful expression. Taking care of all 3 dogs isn't easy, is it? Hugging the now well-behaved blue wolf curled up like a puppy, Jiang Mariang smiled bitterly. I originally wanted to raise it as a guardian beast, but now I'm not sure I can. A long meow suddenly came from the top of the boat. Darky jumped down and proudly sat before the 3 wolves. It seemed that one cat's authority surpassed even their owners. The instructor looked at Darky gratefully and said affectionately, thank goodness we still have Darky. From the bow, Yoon carried over a pile of fishing rods with an excited smile. let's all go fishing. Nanny looked at the colorful bamboo rods with delight. I never imagined I'd one day sail on such a large boat and fish at sea. It's all thanks to young master that I can enjoy such luxury. Chen Hao laughed. Money is meant to be spent on things like this. Without another thought, he waved everyone over and showed them how to bait the hooks, and Nanny happily joined in. After some effort, everyone found their favorite fishing spot. Though still young, the So Kang siblings were surprisingly enthusiastic. The boy eagerly cast his line and said to his sister, "I'll catch the biggest fish for you." The little girl curiously replied, "Bigger than the innkeeper's," leaving her brothers speechless. At the bow, Harin and Seok Jinho were also fishing. The peaceful scenery lifted her spirits and she smiled. Everyone looked so happy. Seok Jinho replied, "After all the recent trouble, relaxing like this and easing the stress is nice." But the peaceful mood did nothing to calm the fiery younger twin. Sitting beside them with an annoyed face, Erin grumbled that she thought coming here would be peaceful because no one would recognize them. Yet a huge incident happened as soon as they arrived, and now the rumors had surely spread everywhere. Harin could only softly comfort her irritated sister. Dropping the topic, Erin suddenly turned to Seok Jinho, and his casual reply led her to ask what she truly wanted. Erin asked seriously, "Why do you live in a place like this? If you wanted, becoming famous throughout the martial world would be easy." Jinho answered with another question, "Do I have to become famous?" Unable to understand, Erin insisted every martial artist dreamed of fame, and that a true man with ambition should aim that high, ignoring her sister's warning glare and loud protest. Sitting between them, Harin awkwardly looked at Seok Jinho and apologized, "I'm sorry, innkeeper. Erin always talks like this." Jinho paid little attention because he already knew her stubborn, proud personality. Hearing someone mention her personality, Erin turned angrily to argue, but before she could speak, Seok Jinho answered the question she had always wondered about. "The one who sets goals and standards for my life is myself. I understand your curiosity, but I don't want anyone telling me how to live." The serious, calm expression on someone who usually acted carefree made Erin see the innkeeper in a completely different light. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Harin urged Erin to apologize for her thoughtless words. Though she knew she'd gone too far, her natural pride made apologizing difficult, and in the end, she mumbled a tiny apology that was barely audible. Jinho had no intention of pursuing it and only told her to be more careful next time. While things remained awkward, Nanny suddenly shouted from the other side, "Young master, I think I've got a bite." Seok Jinho calmly walked over and looked at her sharply bent fishing rod. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. The strength of a woman who spent all year cooking was impressive, and after a brief struggle, the fish surfaced, its silver scales, blue fins, and long pointed snout dazzling everyone. Nanny cried, "A swordfish, young master, help me." Seok Jinho laughed heartily. "That's a big one." Late that night, the light in the innkeeper's study still flickered over Seok Jinho's desk. Lately, more and more guests had come to the Summer Love Inn, making him worry the daily catch would no longer be enough. Leaning back tiredly, he thought about the martial arts hall. Fortunately, the Seok escort agency and Seok family were watching over it, so he needed to finalize the short, intensive course. Aside from the conflict with the Kongtong sect, everything else was going according to plan, and even that wasn't very important. Despite the quiet night, strange noises outside caught Seok Jinho's attention. Curious, he peeked outside to see who was training so late. In the empty training yard, only 3 small figures remained, tirelessly swinging wooden swords. Instructor Jiang walked over from behind, unable to hide his admiration for their diligence. Hearing footsteps, the disciples stopped and gathered around him. Jiang Maryung gently advised, "There's no need to train this late. You're still growing, and staying up will keep you from getting taller." The oldest disciple replied worriedly, "We know, but we've already fallen far behind." Jiang Maryung stroked his chin thoughtfully because he had once been in the same situation. Someone suddenly exclaimed, "I've heard about that." Another disciple quickly interrupted, "That was just by accident." It was true that Maryung had once lagged far behind everyone else. After watching from the shadows for a while, Seok Jinho finally stepped forward. Hearing the innkeeper's voice, the disciples cried out in surprise. He smiled and explained that he had only come because he heard the noise, but the children had already turned pale. They repeatedly apologized for disturbing his sleep, leaving him, who had only come to see the diligent disciples, rather amused. After briefly observing the 3, he judged that they had the weakest foundations among all the disciples, though fortunately their diligence made up for it. After some thought, Seok Jinho finally decided to give them a chance by teaching them heaven-turning Tai Kai, though whether they understood it would depend entirely on their own talent. The innkeeper picked up a staff made of several sections linked by iron joints. Calmly, he said, "The three of you attack together, and I won't move from this spot." The disciples were confused by the strange request but obeyed. They quietly discussed a strategy before charging together, wanting to try even if they weren't confident. Seok Jinho had no intention of giving them time to coordinate, and the heavy iron-linked staff suddenly became incredibly flexible in his hands. The heavy iron weapon whipped through the air like a water snake and shot toward the two disciples. Had he not held back, they wouldn't even have dodged that strike. While he seemed focused on the two in front, the third disciple leaped from behind to launch a surprise attack from his blind spot, but his lack of experience had already been anticipated. Seok Jinho simply pulled the staff back and swung it behind him. The staff's trajectory changed so quickly that the disciple couldn't react in time. With a loud smack, the staff knocked the wooden sword from his hand, shocking the other two disciples. Without giving them a moment to breathe, Seok Jinho swung the staff at them again. He indirectly showed them how a moment's carelessness could mean death, and the two disciples could only endure the unexpected strike. In less than a stick of incense, all three were lying motionless on the ground. Every prediction and calculation made by the inexperienced children had failed completely, making them doubt their own judgment and hesitate to try again. Casually retracting the iron staff into his hand, Seok Jinho smiled. "Did I hit too hard?" Sitting on the ground full of admiration, the children quickly shook their heads, saying it didn't hurt, but he immediately questioned them. "Then why couldn't you block it? Those strikes weren't strong or painful." Seeing them speechless, he changed the question. "If I had attacked with a sword or saber instead, could you have blocked it?" One of the three hesitated before answering. "Maybe I could have blocked the first strike, but when you suddenly changed the attack's path, I couldn't react." Seok Jinho smiled happily. "You've hit the key point." He patiently explained, "Earlier I heard you worrying about falling behind the others. Everyone has different talents and natural aptitude, and poor aptitude doesn't mean you should give up martial arts. It only means you'll improve more slowly, not stop entirely." As he spoke, he pointed toward Maryang, who stood proudly with his arms crossed like a living example. Then he turned back and asked, "If you want to become stronger faster, there's one thing you must pay attention to. Do you know what it is?" One disciple timidly answered, "Is it targeting the enemy's weakness?" "Half right," Seok Jinho explained. "More precisely, you must use your brain. To exploit an opponent's weakness, you must understand everything about them, hide your own movements, detect theirs, and one direct strike can close the gap." The three had remarkable comprehension, and after hearing that much they immediately exclaimed, "So we must know both ourselves and our enemy, and judge the situation instantly. Using your brain is never a bad thing." Nodding at their understanding, Seok Jinho still reminded them not to neglect training because the stronger the opponent, the broader their perspective becomes. The disciples answered loudly together, "Yes." He then promptly sent them back to their rooms to sleep. As he walked away while planning his next moves, Seok Jinho disappeared into his study. Early the next morning, he headed out to the open sea alone in a small boat. He loosened up his body, preparing for a successful underwater hunt. Beneath the boat, the silhouette of a huge sea dragon-like creature swam beneath the surface as if waiting for prey. The moment he spotted the creature below, he dove straight into the water. Seok Jinho muttered, "So you've already noticed me. As expected, you're no ordinary creature. Still, with ambush skills like yours, you'll never become a guardian beast." He reached out and attacked it. The creature opened its huge mouth and let out a deafening roar. Then it circled around Seok Jinho, looking for a chance to attack. Seok Jinho thought, "Your endurance is impressive. Let's see how long you can keep this up." He attacked the creature again, and man and beast continuously clashed. But the creature actually wanted to escape more than fight, and after another blow from Jinho, it slowly began to sink. Seok Jinho understood its intention and thought, "Where do you think you're going? You don't have to struggle so hard." Seok Jinho dove straight down after it. He thought, "Even underwater, I'm not letting you escape." Seok Jinho hurled a sword downward. The sword pierced straight into the monster's body, making it cry out in pain. Seok Jinho watched it struggle. Then he swam down to where its body had fallen. Looking at the sword embedded in the giant monster, he pulled it free. After examining it, Seok Jinho thought, "It's bleeding too much, I'd better stitch it up." He made several precise movements to sew the wound closed. His eyes then glanced toward a cave entrance, making him pause. "But what's with this cave? Something feels different. It looks like the other entrances are just illusions hiding this place." Looking at the monster, Seok Jinho said, "It's still breathing, so I'll check the cave first." Seok Jinho dragged the monster into the cave. He surfaced and took several deep breaths after diving for so long. He said this place was built by humans. It must have belonged to a reclusive master hiding from the martial world. Seok Jin-ho left the monster's body there and walked straight toward the door. He placed both hands on the stone door and pushed it open. The sight inside left Seok Jin-ho stunned. Inside was a corpse beside a mountain of gold. He thought, isn't this Maiyang, one of the three great divine masters? He wanted to become the world's strongest but failed and died here alone. Still, it seems he achieved it before he died. His body hasn't even decayed. He touched one of the items and muttered, just look at him, even the everlasting martial arts fist manual is here. No wonder the Namgun clan desperately searched for the divine wanderer. The Arhat energy art of the Shaolin Temple, the seven-star fist of Wudang, the fallen fist of Kunlun, and the Kongtong sect's core palm art. So that's why he became the martial world's common enemy and had to hide like this. Seok Jin-ho looked toward a shelf filled with bottles and wondered. What are these? After examining them, he muttered, what a madman. Just the scent alone tells me these spiritual medicines surpass even the finest spirit pills. From manuals to medicines, he stole everything needed to become a supreme master. How pitiful, he spent his whole life stealing, yet still failed to fulfill his dream. He added, but your determination never wavered even in death. I truly respect that. As a fellow martial artist from 500 years ago, let me pay my respects. May you rest in peace. After returning, Seok Jin-ho called out loudly, Yoon Maryung, come out and take this. Hearing him, they happily answered, yes, innkeeper, we're coming right away. He returned carrying the corpse of a giant eel. Jeong Maryung asked, innkeeper, what exactly is this? Seok Jin-ho explained, I found it by chance while hunting the giant river fish. I thought it would benefit the three wolves, so I brought it back. It's quite large, so I figured the disciples could help process it faster. Jeong Maryung said, then the three wolves are one step closer to becoming guardian beasts. Nanny, Tang Haran, and Tang Aaron came over and asked curiously, young master, what's going on? Why is there such a huge eel? Seok Jin-ho replied, it's for tonight's dinner. Yoon and Maryung will prepare it, and Nanny, I'll leave the seasoning to you. Nanny answered, seasoning is easy enough, but this thing is terrifying. Tang Haran crouched down and asked, innkeeper, may we examine the inedible parts? Seok Jin-ho replied, of course. If you need anything, wait until I'm done and take whatever you want. She answered, thank you. The sisters inspected it and said, I thought a creature this big wouldn't be poisonous, and it really isn't. Its teeth are huge too, so should we make daggers from them? The other praised the idea. That's not bad. Let's examine them first before deciding the shape. Seok Jin-ho said, you heard them. Other than the edible parts, don't throw anything away. It seems they want to examine everything else. Yoon replied, as expected of the Tang family. Seok Jin-ho instructed, process it first, then let the three wolves drink its blood. As for the meat, divide it among yourselves and the disciples as you see fit. Everyone answered together, we'll prepare it right away. Jeong Maryung turned to look at the three wolves and said, but what about these little guys? They're already drooling. I wonder if they'll stay still until we're done. But as soon as Darky let out a single meow, they immediately became obedient. Seok Jin-ho praised him. Well done, Darky. Seok Jin-ho reached for the bottles. He opened one and brought it to his nose. Seok Jin-ho praised it. This stalactite essence is incredibly pure. As expected, it's genuine. It might even help me surpass my current realm. That evening, everyone at the Ascension Martial Arts Hall enjoyed the giant eel together. Although it wasn't a guardian beast or a spirit pill, it was still very helpful for those just beginning martial arts. The Tang family sisters eagerly studied the giant eel. Since it was their first time seeing one, they examined it until late at night, while the three wolves drank its blood under Darky's supervision. Night gradually deepened beneath a silent, cloudless sky. As Jin-ho strolled, he said, what a peaceful night, Darky. From here on we have to stay quiet. Darky let out a soft meow in reply. Seok Jin-ho quietly opened the door and slipped into Nanny's room. Seok Jin-ho thought, I know entering like this isn't right, but please forgive me this once. It's all for Nanny's sake. Simply knowing about the pure stalactite essence was already dangerous enough, so Nanny only needed to receive its benefits. I'll bear the danger myself. Seok Jin-ho began infusing the pure stalactite essence into Nanny, so she could absorb it. He silently prayed, I hope Nanny never suffers from illness and lives happily for a very, very long time. With all his sincerity, Seok Jin-ho did everything he could to give Nanny the best life possible. After finishing, Seok Jin-ho turned to leave, smiling as he thought, just don't be too surprised when you wake up tomorrow morning. Seok Jin-ho quietly slipped out of the room. The black cat immediately jumped onto his shoulder. Seok Jin-ho asked, you'll have to put up with that smell for a while, all right? You want some too? You haven't even finished absorbing the 100-year antidote herb yet. Seeing Darky constantly acting spoiled, he smiled and said, all right, just one drop. Seok Jinho sighed helplessly. Good grief, now I even have to stand guard for a cat. The next morning, Nanny urged everyone, food for the guests goes over there, cooking ingredients go over here. She instructed Seol, any leftovers can be shared with everyone at the inn, so making extra is better than running short. So Seol smiled and replied, yes. She then turned to the Tang family sisters and told them they didn't need to help, but Tang Haran warmly replied, I've become interested in cooking lately, and besides, it's the innkeeper's birthday, so of course I should help. Tang Erin complained, I don't see what's so natural about that. Tang Haran reminded her, anyone who doesn't help doesn't get to eat. If you've received someone's kindness, helping is only natural. Nanny said that if they felt tired, they could go inside and rest. Tang Yaling replied, no, I'm just doing what I should, not because of the innkeeper. Sister, I'm right too, all I do every day is eat. Seok Jinho walked over from behind and laughed, everyone's really busy. Nanny smiled and greeted him, young master. The So siblings greeted together, greetings, innkeeper. Tang Haran stepped forward and said first, good morning, innkeeper. Seok Jinho asked, wouldn't eating together be enough, why prepare so much? Nanny smiled and answered, what if guests come? People from the main family or the Seok escort agency might arrive. Seok Jinho smiled and replied, I didn't tell anyone, how would they know it's my birthday? Nanny replied, these days I only feel at ease after preparing plenty of food. Seok Jinho didn't argue and said, all right, if that's what you want. Nanny explained, the disciples alone can finish it all. Just think about that giant eel last time, only the skeleton was left. Seok Jinho smiled and said, Nanny's absolutely right. Someone suddenly rushed in from outside, shouting, innkeeper, innkeeper. Seok Jinho asked, why are you in such a panic? Jiang Maryung replied, there are so many guests arriving. I've heard the names of countless families and sects I've never even heard of before, and people from the Habuk Peng family have also come with gifts. Miss Peng apologized because she's in seclusion and couldn't come herself. Oh, and Miss Seok Maryung has arrived as well. Nanny smiled and said to him, see, I was right. Seok Jinho replied, I know, from now on I'll listen to Nanny. Then I'll go receive the guests, you've all worked hard. Everyone answered together, yes. Tang Haran wondered, the young lady of the Habuk Peng family, she seems quite close to the innkeeper. Nanny bent down and asked Tang Haran, are you concerned about that? Miss Tang immediately replied, not at all. Martial artists all have friendships, it's the same for me. Understanding, Nanny smiled and said, you don't have to worry, I don't think young master has those kinds of feelings for her. Tang Erin curiously asked, is Sister Peng the same? A talented woman who never pays attention to men personally came to the Seok family, so there has to be a reason, right? Tang Haran thought irritably, I'm being far too curious. Outside, countless distinguished guests had come to celebrate Seok Jinho's birthday, and gifts were piled into huge stacks. Seok Muryong praised, that's my little brother, you've finally established yourself in Hwangwa County. Seok Jinho replied, not really, I just opened a martial arts hall with only a few customers. You're praising me too much. Seok Muryong asked curiously, do you have that giant eel dish today? I want to try it too. Seok Jinho said, it's sold in limited quantities, so come at the right time. Seok Muryong pouted, you're so cold-hearted. One of Seok Muryong's people brought a gift and she said, take this birthday gift, little brother. Seok Jinho opened it and praised it. This is far beyond what I expected. Seok Muryong smiled and said, it's expensive but looks ordinary, though it's anything but ordinary. It's furniture for your hall. Since it's a martial arts hall, it should look the part. Seok Jinho smiled, thank you, sister, this really surprised me. Seok Muryong covered her mouth and laughed. It's the first time I've seen that expression on you. My preparation was worth it. But you know I don't like empty words of thanks, right? Seok Jinho smiled helplessly. I'll definitely keep that in mind. Seok Muryong said, more importantly, it's almost time to renew the contract with Seok Escort Agency, isn't it? Seok Jinho asked in confusion, how do you know that? Seok Muryong explained, I'm Seok Muryong. If I didn't know, would I have survived the struggle between my two older brothers? My information network is that strong. Seok Jinho replied, the inheritance has nothing to do with me. She said, now that the exclusive contract is ending, I'm wondering if they'll accept my commission. Seok Jinho replied, so you don't just want better intelligence but stronger force too? Seok Muryong admitted, that's right. I'm interested in that intensive short course and hope to improve my guards. Seok Jinho said that depends on Seok Escort Agency's decision, and we also need to hear other opinions. Seok Muryeong smiled. Have you already forgotten my birthday gift? Seok Jinho explained. I just wanted to think it over carefully. You don't have to jump to conclusions. Seok Muryeong interrupted. Hall Master, it's Muryeong. Seok Jinho asked, what's the matter? Jeong Muryeong replied, you need to come outside. Seok Jinho asked curiously, did something happen? Jeong Muryeong hurriedly replied, no, a guest has arrived. Seok Muryeong said, if you're doing this because of our two older brothers, I'll be angry. Jeong Muryeong replied, miss, it's an important guest for the Hall Master. The Supreme Estate Lord is waiting outside. The Supreme Estate Lord entered the martial arts hall with his attendants. One attendant looked around and said, with this many customers, he's living quite well in Hwangwa County. The old Supreme Estate Lord added, the hall seems a little small for so many visitors. It looks like the reception still isn't adequate. The attendant laughed, doesn't everything start small? It can expand over time. The old Supreme Estate Lord sighed. You'd only say that because he's not your grandson. Even if I worry, nothing will change. Seok Jinho and Seok Muryeong came out. Supreme Estate Lord. The old Supreme Estate Lord walked over with his hands behind his back. It's been a long time, Jinho. Happy birthday. Thank you, you've come, grandfather. Seok Muryeong is here too, yet you didn't tell me beforehand. Wouldn't it have been better if we came together? Seok Muryeong hid behind Jinho and smiled. I didn't think of that. I'll tell you next time. The old Supreme Estate Lord said no more and asked, Jinho, can we talk for a moment? Yes, please follow me. Haha, you really look like a hall master now. Lead the way. Inside the room, Jinho poured tea for the old Supreme Estate Lord. It's your birthday, yet you didn't even tell me. Don't you think that's a bit much? Seok Jinho calmly poured tea. I've just been too busy. You're still the same. Even so, I hear news about you from time to time. I heard someone even reports directly to the estate lord. Seok Jinho said, you don't need to worry about that. You know exactly what the main house is like, yet you still say that. I've already stepped down, so I don't want to interfere, but your father doesn't seem willing to give up on you. I won't stop him, and father probably wouldn't listen to me anyway. Jinho took a sip of tea and thought, the estate lord must have quite a headache. He says he'll only watch, yet he's already worried about his son. The old Supreme Estate Lord took something from inside his robe. The guests are waiting, so I shouldn't keep you any longer. He took out a document. This is your gift. A gift. Seok Jinho picked it up. It doesn't look like a receipt. It's a land deed. I bought some land around your martial arts hall. Seok Jinho broke into a cold sweat while looking at the deed. This wasn't just a little land. It was 5 times larger than the current hall. He quickly said, I don't need that much land. The old Supreme Estate Lord folded his arms. You'll have to expand the hall and build a farm someday. Owning the land first is never a loss. He put away the land deed. Thank you, I'll make good use of it. There was no need to refuse. To repay you, I'll have the giant eel prepared. If you want to eat it later, you'll have to come at the right time, so please enjoy it while you're here. Then I'll gladly try your famous giant eel. You don't need to worry about the Kongtong sect anymore. A struggle doesn't always require force. You don't have to worry, even if they send elders, I can handle 1 or 2 of them. Hearing that, the old Supreme Estate Lord laughed. As expected of my blood, then he stood up. The tea was excellent. May I stay 1 night? I'll have someone escort you to your lodging, grandfather. Just as he was about to leave, the old Supreme Estate Lord stopped. Oh, there's something I want to ask. Yes. He turned around and asked, which one is it? The daughter of the Peng family or the Tang family? We're not that kind of relationship. The old Supreme Estate Lord burst into laughter. You're just like the rest of the Seok family's descendants, even in romance. Seok Jinho entertained guests until late at night, including the head of Seok Escort Agency and Seok Deokwal, and even people he had barely met all gathered together. Even the Taoist brother and sister from Cheongsong Escort Agency said they stopped by on their way back from the rescue mission from Habuk to Liaoning and Jilin, and since they were collecting information in Hwangwa County, they wanted to say goodbye one last time. Thus, the lively birthday celebration finally came to an end. Ascension Martial Arts Hall returned to its normal routine. Jeong Muryeong shivered. It's so cold. When will we become strong enough to ignore the cold? Haha, is that even possible? I heard today's visitors are trying to cross the wall of agony. They must have shed countless tears for it to earn that name. That's right. To be honest, only those chosen by Force Aura can use it. Even Darky can use Claw Aura. When will we surpass Blade Aura and reach Force Aura? Yoon laughed. Stop talking, you're scaring the kids. Jeong Muryeong chased the dogs away. Yoon suddenly noticed, oh, we have guests. 3 men walked in together. Yoon thought, the people who haven't crossed the wall of agony all seem pretty old. Right, I'll go invite the hall master. Someone asked the 3 newcomers, where have you come from? Miss Seok Muryeong sent us. Please come inside. The man in blue said, I heard escorts from Seok Escort Agency would come. Not escorts, the chief escort will come. Hearing that, he pondered, the chief escort, that makes sense. An intensive course wouldn't be for ordinary escorts. He looked around. Miss Seok Muryeong did send us, but can we really cross the wall of agony that no one has ever overcome? If we fail again this time, we'll never escape the peak first-rate realm even until death. Seok Jinho came out and said, welcome everyone, I'm Seok Jinho. All 3 bodes, nice to meet you, I'm Na Yulkyung, I'm Jang Wonpul. I'm Hwang Guchial, it's an honor. He looked at the 3 and thought, my skills may surpass theirs, but fortunately they aren't trying to pull rank because of their age. He said, please rest today and start training tomorrow, or if you prefer, we can begin today. What do you think? The 3 gathered to discuss it. Na Yulkyung smiled. We want to cross the wall as soon as possible, so there's no reason to waste more time. We'd like to start now. Very well, please follow me. Standing above them, he said, you probably guessed already, this intensive short course is actually nothing special. Just spar with me one-on-one and find your own enlightenment. The Tang family sisters secretly watched from the corner. Tang Aaron said, one-on-one sparring, can crossing the wall really be that easy? Tang Haran replied, I think that's the only way left. Whether someone teaches you or you learn alone, neither really works. Tang Aaron turned away and said, that's exactly why it's suspicious. People spend their whole lives unable to cross that wall, yet now they can do it just by sparring. If that were true, it would never have been called the Wall of Agony. Tang Haran looked back and said, you talk like you've already crossed it, but you haven't improved for over a year. Tang Aaron gaped. I'm almost there and you barely made it yourself. Barely, I wasn't even out of breath. You're so annoying. Tang Haran patted her sister's head. I was joking, you're almost there too, and you'll even reach a new realm, that's only natural. But if this succeeds, things will become chaotic. Father will probably be the first to rush over, since many martial artists in the main house are also stuck at the Wall of Agony. But if this intensive course really helps people cross it, it will attract far more attention than it already does. Back with Seok Jinho, after discussing it, he said, I'll spar with each of you one by one. Who wants to go first? Na Yulkyung volunteered, I'll go first. Jang Wonpul smiled, since our elder is so confident, let's let brother Na go first. The older one should cross the wall first. Na Yulkyung was a martial artist who had crossed the wall over 20 years ago. They both saluted, please guide me, Hall Master. His determination could be felt through his aura. Seok Jinho drew his sword. If you're ready, let's begin. I'll let you make the first move. Na Yulkyung raised his sword. Since I came here regardless of my age to ask for help, I won't refuse. He leaped into the air. He raised his sword high and struck toward Seok Jinho. Seok Jinho blocked the attack with a single move. Na Yulkyung landed on the ground. Without pausing, he unleashed a flurry of attacks. Seok Jinho dodged every strike aimed at him. Then he began launching his own attacks. Na Yulkyung cursed, damn it. He gritted his teeth and defended himself. He hadn't even used sword aura, let alone sword force. Yet defending against him was already extremely difficult. Every clash shook his bones and muscles. I can't end meaninglessly like this. If this can help me cross the wall, then even if I must use every last bit of strength, I have to land this strike. Once again, he leaped into the air. Seok Jinho blocked his attack. Na Yulkyung was stunned. Impossible, I used every bit of my remaining inner energy, and it was still meaningless. Seok Jinho struck Na Yulkyung with a palm. He sheathed his sword and said, you've worked hard, let's spar again tomorrow. Na Yulkyung was speechless. The other 2 rushed over and asked, big brother, are you alright? He looks completely dazed. I can see that. His eyes lit up. I saw what lies beyond the wall. He quickly stood up. Please exchange a few more moves with me. I feel like I've found a clue. The other 2 broke into a sweat. Please wait a moment. Understood, go ahead. Seok Jinho did not refuse. Then let's begin right away. This time Seok Jinho attacked first. He leaped high and slashed downward. Na Yulkyung blocked it with his sword. He let out a loud roar. He knocked Seok Jinho away. Seok Jinho thought, as expected of a veteran who has survived countless battles, that last strike exhausted all his power, yet he still refuses to give up. And those eyes, perhaps he wasn't exaggerating when he said he'd found a clue. They truly looked like the eyes of someone who had seen beyond the wall. A state understood only by oneself and one's opponent. People call it the selfless state. But entering the selfless state doesn't guarantee crossing the wall. Only by gaining true insight there can one succeed. And when you reach the peak of your martial art, you must visualize that perfect state. So the first step is pushing the opponent to their limit and leading them into the selfless state. The second step is letting them briefly glimpse their perfect self at the peak of their martial art. Now Yulkyung's sword began glowing with golden light. He unleashed a barrage of attacks. Seok Jinho could only dodge them. The two watching below were stunned. That's Blade Force, Big Brother did it, he really succeeded. Now Yulkyung was also shocked. Blade Force, I created Blade Force. Seok Jinho said, congratulations, see it for yourself. I understand. He raised his sword and examined it closely. It's Blade Force, real Blade Force. Thank you, Hall Master, thanks to you, my lifelong wish came true. There's no need for that, it's simply what you earned under our agreement. Tang Aaron watched and said, he's helping people cross the wall of agony so easily, yet he knows it'll only bring him more trouble later. But then again, he's never been someone who wanted a quiet life, and deep down he still wants to make a name for himself. She looked up at her sister. If I asked, he'd probably help me too. The Hall Master is generous. I already told you it's not like that. The entire afternoon, Seok Jinho kept training with the three of them. This time all three attacked together. Tang Aaron suddenly jumped in. Please, just one move. He sent all three flying. He also struck Tang Aaron's forehead with a palm. WI. She held her head and ran off while he folded his arms and said, that's enough for today. Nanny brought over some water and smiled. Oh dear, training is fine, but you could go a little easier on her. Go easier, she should be thanking me, or when would she ever cross the wall? Nanny said, I know, but please be gentler with the young lady. I hear her crying in pain every night. All right, starting tomorrow I'll be a little gentler. So Kang suddenly ran over. Hall Master, a strange guest has arrived. Who is it that has you so flustered? Brother Maryung is receiving him, but the atmosphere is a little. The atmosphere at the entrance was tense. The visitor gritted his teeth. Ah, are you asking whether I made an appointment before coming? How dare you ask the first young master that? Jeong Maryung and the two dogs turned serious. Yes, I am. If you came without an appointment, you'll have to wait until the hall master agrees to see you. This isn't the Seok family. The man in white's attendant drew his sword. You lowly fool, are you asking for a beating by speaking so rudely? You don't know your place. Seok Jinho arrived just in time and stopped him. You. His face turned cold. Draw that sword and you're dead. He walked over with murderous eyes, and even his voice was filled with killing intent. The young master turned to look at him, startled by the murderous look on his face. He seems completely different from when I saw him at the Seok family. He left so confidently that I already had my doubts. It seems the rumors were true and he really became a top master. Feeling the crushing aura around him, the young master sized him up. He walked over with his hands behind his back and said, since you're here as a guest, shouldn't you show some manners, or are you looking down on me? The young master frowned and shot back, are you looking down on me? He showed no fear of that cripple and replied sternly, why shouldn't I? This isn't the Seok family and we're not close brothers either. Humiliated, the young master shouted angrily, how dare you? Before he could finish, the pressure crushed him. Still unaware of the danger, he stubbornly yelled, W, what are you doing? He glared at him with killing intent and said coldly, still don't understand your situation. Do you think the Seok family can protect you here? Relying on his status, the young master roared, bastard, do you think you'll get away with treating me like this? He calmly replied, oh, then I'll just make you truly crippled. It'd be unfair if merely threatening you got me reported to the main house, wouldn't it? As he spoke, he casually flicked his finger. I think I can still take responsibility for cutting off one of your arms or legs. We've already argued anyway, so that's reason enough. There are still two other heirs left. Bright white slashes appeared across his arms, legs, and neck as he said, I think the Seok family would still be willing to compromise over that. Don't you agree? Only then did the young master realize how dangerous he was. Cold sweat covered his body as he thought of the family's elders. He was right. What the Seok family valued now wasn't the three heirs, but his ability. Ever since Seok Muryong started coming here, his influence had grown rapidly and his position was no longer the same. I came to make use of him, so I shouldn't push too hard. If I clash with him now, it'll only delay the succession. Truly frightened, the young master no longer knew what to do. Stammering in fear, he said without his former arrogance, I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me. He showed him no mercy and said coldly, I don't like fake apologies and I don't want to talk to you. Leave. The young master desperately tried to stop him. W8, tell me what you want, whatever it is, I'll give it to you. He said harshly, this is my final warning. If you keep bothering me, you won't be leaving here in one piece. His fierce expression made it seem like he'd tear the young master apart if he persisted. The attendant behind the young master frowned and said, young master, if we just return like this. Before he could finish, the eldest young master exploded. So you want me to go back and cling to his leg begging, to that bastard who wants to cripple me? Terrified, the attendant hurriedly apologized. Please forgive me, young master. The young master ordered, go find every martial arts school in the Central Plains. One of them must know how to overcome the wall of agony. Money is no issue, so keep looking. Turn my guards into supreme masters. Also, find every supreme master I can recruit. If things keep going like this, your lives are over too. The two guards stood straight and answered, yes, eldest young master. The young master walked away with a furious expression, engraving this grudge into his heart. As he left, he swore, I'll repay today's humiliation. 10-fold, no, 100-fold. Time passed. A crowd gathered outside the gate chatting when a large man shouted, why not? A scar-faced man with a sword on his back glared at the girl half his height and said, I'll speak directly with the owner. So Kang replied irritably, the owner ordered that visitors without appointments won't be received. Please leave. The scar-faced man snorted arrogantly. I am Joe Gumpel from Jagi County in Jiangxi. Don't compare me to ordinary people. So Kang said awkwardly, that's not what I meant. The scar-faced man rudely slapped him and yelled, still don't get it? Are you asking for a beating? The scar-faced man tried to strike again, but a hand caught his arm. He appeared out of nowhere and asked with restrained anger, what are you doing? The scar-faced man shook off his hand, not knowing who he was, and arrogantly said, who are you to treat a guest so rudely? He asked in confusion. Oh, I'm the person you came to see. Gumpel realized who he was and asked in shock, the person I came to see, then does that mean? Gumpel finally recognized him. He immediately bowed 90 degrees and greeted him respectfully. Greetings, owner. I am Joe Gumpel from Jagi County in Jiangxi. He had lost patience with the scar-faced man and said coldly, enough, get out. Even after being driven away, Gumpel respectfully continued, I heard you are no longer accepting disciples, but as a martial artist I couldn't just do nothing, so I had no choice but to come here despite my rudeness. I beg you because I'm the only support of my family. I must care for my elderly mother and young children. To pay for my mother's treatment, I have to overcome the wall of agony so I can earn money outside. Joe Gumpel said loudly while keeping his head bowed, sincerely hoping to be accepted. To make up for my rudeness, I've prepared a generous training fee. Please accept it. Gumpel held out his hand, revealing 2 dazzling silver ingots in his palm. The dazzling silver only made him angrier. Last warning, if you don't leave now, you'll leave behind an arm or a leg. With that money, couldn't you easily find a clinic in the Central Plains? He showed no pity for Gumpel and immediately exposed his hypocrisy. You have money, yet instead of treating your mother, you came here. With sharp eyes and endless patience, he scolded, get out. Before I expose more of your lies, even if you were sincere, I have no intention of teaching a fool, so leave while you still can. Exposed by him, Gumpel awkwardly turned and left. Before leaving, the scar-faced man clicked his tongue. Watching him leave, he crossed his arms and sighed. I was just thinking life had gotten easier, yet these idiots keep showing up. So Kang looked at him and he added, next time people like that come, just leave them to Mariung. So Kang nodded. Yes, I'll do that from now on. As he left, another man ran over and greeted him cheerfully. Hello, I'm here to see the owner of Ascension Martial Arts Hall. Remembering his earlier instructions, So Kang put on a fierce face. We're not accepting disciples right now. The newcomer awkwardly explained, I'm only here to deliver a message, not to learn martial arts. The man took out a scroll and said clearly, this is a letter from the Sichuan Tang clan for the hall owner. In Sichuan, beneath blue skies and white clouds, bright sunlight shone through the tiled rooftops. A gentle female voice called out excitedly, wow, so Xiao, look over there. Everyone in Sichuan really wears black. Strong, well-built men walked back and forth before them. So Xiao observed, the clothes here are different from ours. Harin happily chatted while riding her horse. The hall owner doesn't seem surprised. Isn't this your first time in Sichuan? He lowered his head without answering Harin's question. I've never been very excited about visiting unfamiliar places. Then he thought, besides, this isn't my first time. In my previous life, I traveled all across the Central Plains. Still, thanks to the clan leader, Nanny and the children get to enjoy this trip, and that's enough. Since it's the spring festival, there should be plenty to see. The two chatted happily. Harin said, we've arrived. The Tang family district is just ahead. So Xiao asked curiously, the Tang family district? Harin replied, you can think of it as a village where everyone with the Tang surname lives. So Xiao smiled. Oh, like a clan village, so everyone is related. Harin nodded. That's right. When they arrived, someone came to greet them. Welcome to the Sichuan Tang clan. Greetings, hall owner of Ascension Martial Arts Hall and honored guests. The Tang sisters happily greeted the steward and he smiled warmly in return. It's been a long time, young ladies. The steward took his horse and smiled. I'll escort everyone to Bihyun Pavilion. Those are the clan leader's orders. He said nothing and thought, as far as I know, Bihyun Pavilion is a private residence reserved only for distinguished guests. The perceptive steward smiled knowingly. It seems you understand the significance of staying at Bihyun Pavilion. The clan leader wishes to offer you the highest hospitality. He nodded in understanding. I see. The servants then led the horses away. As he walked, he wondered about the Tang family's intentions. Why give us such a fine place? It only makes people uneasy before they've even exchanged greetings. Deep within a bamboo grove, an old man meditated atop a stone. Suddenly, the old man let out a sly laugh. Meanwhile, he narrowed his eyes and sensed the aura of a powerful expert. Though I don't know who it is, since they've greeted me, I should return the courtesy. He released his own aura as a greeting to the hidden master. Haren, being sensitive, noticed something unusual. She turned to him and asked, Hall owner, is something wrong? He looked confused. What did you say? Seeing nothing unusual about him, Haren said, nothing, I must have imagined it. He teased her. Maybe returning home after so long made you nostalgic. Deep inside the Tang family's inner estate, hidden within the bamboo forest, the old man remained seated in meditation. A gentle breeze stirred through the bamboo grove. The old man sensed his aura clashing with the others. He burst into hearty laughter. Just as the clan leader said, raising his hand, he felt the flow of energy filling the air. A truly interesting fellow has arrived. The old man looked happily at his hand. Supreme Elder and former clan leader of the Sichuan Tang clan, Tang Chingguang. Time quickly passed until nightfall at Bihyun Pavilion of the Sichuan Tang clan. Aaron stood with folded arms and asked, what do you think? This is the finest guest residence of the main estate, and even the meals were prepared with great care. He simply replied, it's fine. Aaron found his reaction strange and asked again. He answered, thank you for treating us as honored guests. Aaron pouted. That doesn't sound sincere at all. Seeing things getting awkward, Haren smiled and said, Aaron, how can you trouble our guests like that? Father arranged this because he was worried everyone would be tired after the long journey. Aaron sighed. I didn't even say anything. She then smiled and said, we'll head back now. Please get some rest and tomorrow we'll visit my father together. He smiled and replied, thank you for your concern. I'm sure we'll sleep well tonight. Under the dim moonlight, everyone exchanged farewells before going to bed. Nanny, please get some good rest. So Sial, So Kang, and all the instructors too. Good night, young ladies. Yes, see you tomorrow. Late that night, he wandered across the bridge in the rear courtyard. He spoke to someone. The clan leader already said we'd meet tomorrow. Yet it seems the old gentleman doesn't intend to wait. Behind him stood the silhouette of a large man hidden in the darkness. Tang Chingguang burst into hearty laughter. What are you talking about? He laughed confidently. When a guest arrives, it's only proper to greet them in person. He turned around and asked calmly, is this how the Sichuan Tang clan welcomes its guests? This feels more like a challenge. The old man explained, that's why I came personally to apologize to you. He was annoyed that the old man wouldn't even let people rest. Do you know what time it is? If I hadn't sensed your aura or responded, would you still have come? Maybe not, but it feels rather unpleasant, as if I had to pass several tests. The old man didn't think he was at fault. Folding his arms proudly, he said, I'll formally apologize, but as their grandfather, you should understand my position. He nodded. That much I understand. The old man introduced himself seriously. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tang Chingguang. He also introduced himself respectfully. I am Siak Jinho. Feeling his cold attitude, the old man sighed. So you really dislike me? Respecting his elder, he bowed and replied, even if I understand your reasons, your approach was still quite rude, so I'll take my leave. Watching him leave confidently, the old man remarked, look at that kid. He said what he wanted and simply walked away. Impressed by his ability without seeing any arrogance, only confidence, the old man thought, no wonder the clan leader left the two children in Huanghua County. Then he wondered to himself, where did such a monster even come from? Morning came, and the sun had already climbed high above the Sichuan Tang clan's clan leader hall. Walking in front, he said, now that everyone's here, let's go. Behind him, Nanny gently said, young master, it would be better if you went alone. He reassured her, we'll look around the area, so don't worry and just enjoy yourself. You're not coming. The Tang sisters warmly welcomed her. Haren said, Nanny is our guest too. The letter specifically said we must invite you. Aaron added, "That's right, so don't be shy, just come with us. You're only meeting the father of the people you've been living with." Despite their warm invitation, Nanny smiled gently and declined. "No, you all go ahead." Knowing he couldn't persuade her, he said, "I understand, then I'll be back soon, have fun looking around." A Tang family servant smiled and said, "The clan leader ordered us to escort everyone to the guest reception hall instead of the main hall. He wants everyone to feel at ease. We'll also take good care of the young master's companions." The Tang family servant smiled again. "The Tang family ordered us to escort everyone to the guest reception hall instead of the main hall. He wants everyone to feel comfortable. We'll properly attend to the young master's companions." Hearing that, he understood. They were clearly being considerate. Meeting in the guest reception hall would make the atmosphere more relaxed. The servant announced, "The two young ladies and the hall owner of Ascension Martial Arts Hall have arrived." A voice came from inside, "Bring them in." As they entered, 3 members of the Tang family were already waiting. Seeing the 2 elders, the sisters happily called out, "Father." Erin paid no attention to appearances and immediately threw herself into her father's warm embrace. He gently said, "I thought you'd grown up, but you're still a child." Erin pouted and asked sadly, "So you don't like that?" He smiled kindly. "That's not what I meant." Unlike Erin, Harin appeared much more mature. She calmly bowed to her parents and asked, "Have you both been well?" Mrs. Tang smiled gracefully and answered her daughter, "I've been well." She was Bu Yaoxiao, the lady of the Sichuan Tang clan. There was one more person whom the sisters called their eldest brother. "It seems you've both been doing well." He was Tang Murin, the young clan leader of the Sichuan Tang clan. The whole family was happily chatting together before they finally noticed there was still another guest. The clan leader laughed. "Haha, forgive us, young master. We got so caught up talking that we neglected our honored guest." He respectfully bowed. "Greetings, clan leader. I am Siok Jinho." The Tang family warmly introduced themselves one by one. "A pleasure to meet you. I am Bu Yaoxiao." "Greetings, young master. I am Tang Murin." On the tea table, a cup of hot tea released its rich fragrance. The Tang family leader said, "I thought you must still be tired from the journey, so I prepared some medicinal tea." Taking a sip, he smiled and praised it. "People say poison and medicine are only a step apart. This tea truly has a wonderful aroma." The clan leader asked in surprise, "You know that saying too?" He answered casually, "That's the only one I know." Holding their teacups, the two continued chatting. "It's the spring festival. The Siok family must have called you back, yet you came here instead. I'm truly grateful." He explained, "My relationship with the Siok family isn't very good. The spring festival is meant to be joyful, so I didn't want to return and make everyone uncomfortable." The clan leader advised, "After all, blood is thicker than water." He replied, "Some ties are simply too complicated to explain." Feeling that topic was inappropriate, the clan leader changed the subject. "I heard you've obtained another Millennium Purple Shell. Is it very different from the first one?" He answered honestly, "I was lucky enough to find another one just like the first." The clan leader asked, "If your luck still holds, could you share some with the Tang family? We'll pay generously." He didn't refuse and smiled. "I'll tell you everything I still remember." The clan mistress silently admired him. "I'd heard he was extraordinary, but he's even more impressive than expected. A young man barely past his coming-of-age ceremony can speak so naturally with my husband, one of the 3 kings. That's quite an impressive display." Taking a sip of tea, she began considering a marriage alliance. Since a political marriage was inevitable, it would be best if Harin liked him. As for Erin, she never seemed interested in such things. More importantly, Murin didn't seem pleased. Even while sitting there, he remained silent. As the Tang family's mistress, she worried not only about her daughters but now also about her son. Suddenly, her husband's words brought her back to reality. "It seems our Murin is quite interested in the hall owner." He calmly said, "The young master is simply at an age where he's eager to compete." The clan leader replied, "Murin is actually 1 year older than you." As if challenging him, he politely answered, "Age isn't everything." Smiling outwardly while hiding his true thoughts, the clan leader defended his son. "That's not the right saying to use here." Beneath the table, Murin clenched his fists. "Competitive? That's not wrong, but it's not jealousy or envy, nor is it because someone stronger than me appeared. I'm simply curious because we're the same generation, yet I can't see the depth of his strength." Murin didn't dare look him in the eye. The overwhelming pressure around him made him seem nothing like someone his own age. Swallowing nervously, he finally steeled himself. "If that's the case, I'll have to ask for a few pointers." Thinking it, he immediately stood up and asked loudly, "May I ask you for a sparring match?" Seeing his son take the initiative, the clan leader was delighted. Murin wants to spar, that's the curiosity of a martial artist. What do you think, young master? Surely hall owner Siak won't back down. Speechless, he asked, shouldn't people normally stop him instead? The clan leader laughed. Building friendships among the younger generation is important too. Seeing that, he accepted Murin's request. Very well, since you seem determined to provoke me into accepting, where shall we fight? The clan leader suggested. Let's go to the training ground. At the training ground, the two bowed to each other before the duel. Murin spoke first. Thank you for accepting my unreasonable request. He humbly replied, you're too polite, young master. Before the duel began, he drew his sword and reminded Murin, by the way, so neither of us has any regrets. I suggest you use everything you've got, including hidden weapons and poison. Murin looked puzzled, but he didn't ask further and said, I normally don't use poison in sparring. He reassured him, this is the Tang family and the clan leader is here, so even if I'm poisoned, I'll be fine. A full-strength fight is the only meaningful one. Even as he said that, he had no desire to be poisoned. He wasn't that crazy. The clan leader encouraged his son from the side. Hall owner Siak is right, go all out. Murin nodded. Understood. Taking his stance, Murin still said nervously, then let's begin. The moment it started, he rushed straight at Murin with full speed. In an instant, Murin pulled out several throwing darts and hurled them at him. The darts seemed alive, each carrying a different colored poison, blue, red, and yellow. He remained completely calm before the storm of darts. Murin was shocked. I'm using both soul-chasing flying butterflies and heart-piercing nails at the same time. Seeing how strong he was, Murin wondered how he could ever close the gap. Two kinds of hidden weapons plus poison. He understands the Tang family's fighting style so well. Is it because he's such a skilled fighter? But even the deadliest poison in the world means nothing to him. With incredible speed, he knocked away every dart aimed at him. Murin was stunned by his unbelievable speed. How could he neutralize every attack so effortlessly? And what is this monstrous speed? He finally realized the man before him was a hidden monster. After barely deflecting the flying darts, Murin silently prayed, stay calm. Don't panic. His sword moved so fast it looked like he truly intended to kill. Murin thought, I'll wait until he gets closer, then use soul-chasing flying butterflies. The two exchanged blows, their swords leaving dazzling streaks of light. His swings are so fast that I don't even have time to turn. Our movements are on completely different levels. Hall owner Siak only moves an inch, yet I have to move a foot. I never imagined the gap was this huge. With a serious expression, he pointed his sword at Murin and evaluated him. He's no longer just a promising young talent, but a true martial artist. How is that possible at his age? His blade struck, shattering both short knives guarding Murin's head, leaving him horrified. Right now, simply defending against his attacks is already beyond my limit. As soon as his swords were broken, Murin quickly retreated. Gritting his teeth, he thought, but I have to show him that the Tang family's young clan leader can turn anything in his hands into a divine weapon. Gripping two shorter blades, he charged forward. Even the broken fragments of my weapons can become hidden weapons in my hands. He absorbed the energy around him, then used that very power to attack him. Watching the incoming darts, he evaluated them. Not bad, most rising young talents would struggle to dodge this. But if they can't pierce my protective energy barrier? Once again, he easily avoided the blades. After exhausting their hidden weapons, the two switched to fist techniques. Looking at Murin, he smiled mockingly. In the end, it's all useless. He wore a confident smile. It startled Murin. He asked in confusion, huh? With a single palm strike, he blasted Murin backward. When facing a true master head-on, one mistake means death. Murin was sent flying. He had to leap several times before landing with difficulty. Sitting up while clutching his chest, Murin sighed, cough, I'm truly no match for you. Rising to his feet, he bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance. Despite being thoroughly beaten, Murin smiled with a flushed face and asked, may I invite you to my residence? I'd like to treat you to the tea we didn't get to finish and discuss martial arts. He immediately agreed with a smile and clasped his hands. Since you've invited me, young master, I naturally accept. Even so, he secretly thought that someone this straightforward would probably have trouble using poison. Watching them fight, the clan leader laughed heartily as he walked over and patted both of them on the shoulders. Seeing young people exchange martial arts like this is truly exciting. He was left speechless, unable to find words to describe how he felt. Deep down, he felt he'd gained yet another troublesome person. Meanwhile, he failed to notice Murin's admiring gaze. In the guest reception hall, the women stayed behind chatting together. Haran took a sip of tea and gently reminded her, Aaron, even if you're curious, don't mention this in front of our eldest brother. Aaron frowned unhappily. What? I'm not a child anymore. The three fell silent and looked at one another. Feeling uneasy, Aaron stammered, What? Why are you looking at me like that? We finally meet again after so long, and this is how you treat me. Yalciel smiled as she recalled the past. It really has been a while. You've only been away for half a year, yet the house already felt empty. Haran suggested to her mother, Since we're home this time, I think Aaron should stay here. She suits lively places like this. Aaron was annoyed by Haran deciding for her. Who says you get to decide? I don't want to, and I can't leave you alone in another man's house. Haran saw right through her. You don't want to come because of me. It's because of Darky and the three wolves, isn't it? Aaron hesitated but admitted it. So what if it is? They're so adorable. Besides, how could I let you stay alone in another man's house? Yalciel joined the conversation. From what I saw today, things look promising. Letting things naturally develop into marriage isn't a bad idea. I think your father feels the same. Shocked, Aaron asked, Mother, what are you saying? Yalciel explained. He's not an heir to the Siak family, yet his talent rivals the 6 dragons. Having him marry into our family would be ideal. But Haran, what matters most is that you're loved. If things don't go the way you hope, don't be too heartbroken. Hearing her mother's advice, Haran blushed and nodded. I understand, Mother. Aaron added, Since you have competition, I understand why you're anxious. Haran froze after being called out. Yalciel asked, You mean the blade flower of the Habuk Peng family? Aaron asked in surprise. Mother, you know about her too. Yalciel praised her. Our Haran has flawless jade-like beauty and graceful features. Haran blushed deeply at the compliment. She continued, The blade flower may be beautiful, but she has the temperament of a warrior. I still think you're a better match for the hall owner than the blade flower. Embarrassed, Haran said, Mother, you're so biased. She smiled, Of course I am. I'll always be on your side, so if you're ever exhausted, come back to me. Haran and Aaron both smiled gently and replied, Yes, we understand. Outside the training ground, a huge crowd had gathered. Sitting beside him, Nanny sincerely admired the place. It's truly magnificent. Both the scale and the food are worthy of one of the 5 great families. Now I finally understand how remarkable they are. He asked in surprise. Even someone from the Siak family is this impressed. Someone beside him added, The scale is similar to the Siak family, but the atmosphere is completely different. Maybe because there are so many martial artists, it feels incredibly oppressive. He agreed. Naturally, the people invited by the Tang family are no ordinary individuals, especially those who deliberately brought their daughters to meet the Tang family's young clan leader. None of them are weak. Another person said, I don't think they're all here for the Tang family's young clan leader. Curious, he asked, What do you mean? The man grinned slyly. Those young ladies over there seem more interested in the hall owner than the Tang family's young clan leader. Following his gaze, he saw a group of women staring at him admiringly, but he ignored them as if they didn't exist. The man added, And it seems Lady Tang Haran also. Before he could finish, he was left speechless, while Nanny added, That just proves our young master is second to none. I told you it isn't like that, but he couldn't argue with the two of them and simply let them praise him to the skis. Haran came over and asked, Is everyone enjoying the banquet? He politely replied, You must be busy, so there's no need to worry about us. Haran smiled. That's not how a host should treat guests. He answered, Really, it's fine. We're just watching, so please go welcome the other distinguished guests. Haran refused again, clearly wanting to stay by his side to keep other women away. Father and my brother are already receiving the guests. Behind her, Aaron whispered teasingly, Why not admit you're worried because all those girls are after the hall owner? Caught off guard, Haran blushed and scolded her. I told you that's not it. Aaron grinned mischievously. Should I say it for you? Embarrassed, Haran sighed. Honestly, you. As the two sisters whispered, someone approached. Aaron recognized him and said, Sis, isn't that the man who's been telling everyone he likes you? It was Gu Zhangjiom of the Gu family sword sect in Sichuan, a fierce-looking man with a scar across his eye. He walked up and introduced himself. I am Gu Zhangjiom of the Gu family sword sect in Sichuan. I've heard the famous young master Siak is here, so I came to greet you. If it isn't too rude, would you honor me with a spar? Annoyed that someone interrupted his rest, he coldly replied, A spar? I don't think that's your real purpose. Zhangjiom frowned, knowing he wasn't someone easy to provoke. Since the banquet was quiet anyway, he didn't bother asking further and stood up. Staring at him with overwhelming presence, he said firmly, Then I'll grant your wish. I'll fight you right here in front of everyone. His eyes were like a wild beast ready to tear out his opponent's throat. Jang Jum turned pale with fear, all color draining from his face. After hearing him accept, Jang Jum burst into laughter. Now that's the spirit of a true man. Looking at him, he thought he's just an illegitimate brat who got lucky finding a millennium purple shell, which is why Lady Tang favors him. Glancing at the confused Tang sisters behind him, he continued thinking, the rumor about him defeating Kong Tong Sek's first-generation disciple must be complete nonsense. Imagining himself defeating him and earning Lady Tang's praise, he thought, today I'll expose those ridiculous rumors and win back Lady Tang's heart. The crowd was still confused while the two continued talking. Since you've accepted, let's move to the training ground. He replied, fine with me, do whatever you want. Hearing that, Jang Jum turned to the elders and loudly said, seniors, may I borrow the training ground so we young people can exchange pointers? The clan leader happily agreed, of course. Standing nearby, Tang Chengguang secretly chuckled. The young sect master is digging his own grave. By then, the training ground was surrounded by spectators. Members of the Gu family sword sect and the major families held their breath, waiting for the match. The crowd excitedly discussed it. Now this will be fun. Who do you think will win? Want to make a bet? Sounds good. One man excitedly said, I'm betting on hall owner Siak. Didn't the rumors say he defeated Kong Tong Sek's first-generation disciple? He also helped someone cross the wall of agony. Another immediately objected. It feels like he's already surpassed the level of a rising young talent, but everyone knows the martial world is full of exaggerated rumors. Compared to hall owner Siak, who only became famous recently, young Master Gu's strength has been proven for years. Besides, among Sichuan's younger generation, he's second only to the Tang family's young clan leader. I'm betting on the Gu family sword sect's young sect master. A woman standing nearby spoke up. Both of you make good points, so I'll bet. Before she could finish, something shocking happened on the stage. He knocked Jang Jum to the ground with a single strike, sending him flying several meters away. The crowd immediately erupted. Good heavens. The match ended before we even placed our bets. Lying on the ground, he stared in disbelief. Was I defeated that easily? Were the rumors actually true? Still, he struggled to sit up. Even if they are true, I can't lose. Pull yourself together, Jang Jum. But before he could stand firmly, the tip of his opponent's foot was already beneath his chin. A single kick sent him flying several more meters. Without stopping, he raised his foot to stomp directly on his face. Terrified, Jang Jum screamed, stop please. He shut his eyes tightly in fear. Is this really how it ends? Suddenly, someone pointed a sword at him and shouted, stop right there. He immediately turned and grabbed the attacker. Looking at the sword, he thought, I understand he wants to stop me, but what's with this killing intent? He's gone too far. The man continued attacking without hesitation. He was one of Jang Jum's subordinates. Watching the attack aimed at him, he thought, is he trying to kill me just because his young sect master was humiliated? These so-called righteous sects are unbelievable. But then he seemed to realize something and thought, no, this is even better. He stopped dodging and counterattacked directly. Seeing that, the man thought, he's going to face me head-on. Ridiculous. He attacked with all his strength, but his strike was blocked with just one hand. The man was stunned. He thought, this is impossible. How could a mere brat overpower my internal energy? He grabbed the man's arm and snapped it downward, making him scream in pain. Then he used the same hand to slam him to the ground, leaving a huge crater in the ground. He turned toward the Gu family sword sect and said, next. Hearing that, one of them shouted angrily, what? Beckoning with his hand, he said, getting angry because your pride is wounded is already your mistake. If you still want to win back your honor, come at me. If you're afraid to come alone, bring your companions too. Furious, the man drew his sword and walked toward him. You bastard. Today I won't let you leave here unharmed. He also raised his crimson sword, ready to fight. The man unleashed countless attacks, but none of them worked. Charging forward, he smugly said, when your attacks aren't working, you shouldn't lose your composure like this. You wanted to finish this before the Tang clan leader stepped in, but instead you're worried I can hold out too long, aren't you? Hitting the mark, the man roared angrily, shut up. Raising his sword high, he looked at him with terrifying eyes and said, let me put your worries to rest. Frightened, the man hurriedly raised his sword to block. The power erupting from him was overwhelming. The man could barely endure it and thought, what is this pressure? The longer I fight, the more suffocating it becomes. It even feels like my sword is cracking. I have to get out of this pressure now. During a brief lapse in concentration, his sword was cut clean in half. The man fell to the ground, coughing blood, while he calmly said, you didn't think I'd be this hard to defeat, did you? Squatting down beside him, he whispered into his ear, you just said you wouldn't let me leave here unharmed, didn't you? Hearing that, the man panicked. "Wait, I'll let you leave unharmed." But the moment he finished speaking, he struck him in the abdomen with a palm. A mouthful of fresh blood burst from his mouth. Trembling on the ground, he cried out, "Bastard, my energy core, my energy core." The crowd began whispering again. His energy core was destroyed, but the Gu family sword sect started this. Even so, isn't this a bit too much? The Tang clan leader walked over and said, "Hall owner Siak." Before he could continue, he interrupted, "If you're here to stop me, you're already too late." The clan leader quickly denied it. "I have no such intention." Standing in the middle of the arena, he declared, "The Gu family sword sect's young sect master was the one who challenged him, and I witnessed a fair duel. They should be ashamed of their own junior. Besides, wasn't the one who attacked with killing intent an elder of the Gu family sword sect? If Hall owner Siak had been weaker, he'd be the one lying there now." Saying that, he glanced toward the Gu family sword sect and continued, "Isn't that right?" The Gu family leader remained silent. He listened to the crowd's discussions. Demanding a duel was already disrespectful. Challenging someone during the Tang family's banquet was a direct insult to the Tang clan leader. He slowly walked toward him and said, "The disrespectful must pay the price. I think taking the sect master's head would be perfectly reasonable." Hearing that, the remaining subordinates rushed forward to shield him and shouted angrily, "Arrogant bastard, do you have a death wish?" Closing his eyes with a sigh, the sect master said, "Are you really determined to do this? It won't benefit you either." Hearing that, he sneered, "If you begged for your life, I might reconsider, but I doubt you intend to." Then, to everyone's shock, he leaped down, beheaded the sect master with a single slash and said, "Then you must pay the price." Sitting at the tea table, Tang Chengguang asked, "They should have returned to Huanga County by now, right?" The clan leader replied, "If nothing happened on the way, they should already be back." Taking a sip of tea, Tang Chengguang laughed. "Once news of today's duel spreads through the martial world, Hall owner Siak will become even more famous." The clan leader said he also gained many more enemies. Tang Chengguang nodded. "That's true, he'll have plenty more enemies now." He not only took the head of the Gu family sword sect master, but also killed Gu Zhangjiom and Gu Yongmen. The clan leader continued, "His actions were completely justified, but from the Gu family sword sect's perspective, they were rather excessive." Tang Chengguang nodded. "Well, they lost both their sect master and young sect master at once." The clan leader sighed. "Even so, Hall owner Siak doesn't seem worried at all." Tang Chengguang simply replied, "Is that so?" before asking, "Has the Gu family sword sect made any moves? Are they preparing revenge?" The clan leader answered, "Rather than revenge, the sect master's brothers are fighting over who will become the next sect master. But whoever takes the position will still be far beneath Hall owner Siak, so I doubt they'll do anything." Tang Chengguang said, "Naturally, he took the sect master's head with a single sword strike, so who would dare make a move now? In your opinion, what level has Hall owner Siak reached?" The clan leader pondered. "I'd say he's at the Supreme Grandmaster level. No, perhaps even beyond that. He'd have to be to achieve something like this." Tang Chengguang was impressed. Only 19, yet already beyond the Supreme Grandmaster level. The clan leader replied, "It sounds unbelievable, but that's the reality. What can we do?" Tang Chengguang smiled. "No wonder my stubborn Haran brought back such a treasure." The clan leader hurriedly said, "Nothing is certain yet, but—" Tang Chengguang interrupted, "What if we lose such an outstanding young man?" The clan leader still hesitated. "That's not what I mean, but—" Tang Chengguang concluded, "We must keep him at all costs. We absolutely cannot let the Habuk Peng family take him away." The scene shifted to the Habuk Peng family. Peng Mujin said, "You once insisted it was impossible. Look now, Hall owner Siak has already reached the Supreme Grandmaster level. I told you he was a hidden dragon, but you wouldn't believe me. Now people even call him the Heavenly Dragon Sword or the Mysterious Heavenly Sword." The clan leader could only cough awkwardly. "How was I supposed to know it would turn out like this? I even ordered Neiyin into secluded training, and she hated it." Peng Mujin asked, "When she comes out and hears these rumors, what do you think she'll do?" He answered, "I'll tell her I only did it to avoid all those strange rumors." Peng Mujin raised his voice. "Just look at the Sichuan Tang clan. Everyone thought they were crazy at first, but now it's completely normal for their daughters to live at the martial arts hall. If you'd listened to Neiyin and me, she'd already be by Hall owner Siak's side." The clan leader replied awkwardly, "I understand what you're saying, but there are still many better matches. Let's end this discussion here." Peng Mujin immediately interrupted. "Better matches? Among all the rising talents of the great sects and prestigious families, who has reached the Supreme Grandmaster level and is willing to marry into another family? That's why the Tang family is acting so aggressively. More importantly, Neiyin wants to marry him. You yourself entered a political marriage. Do you want Nayan to walk the same path? The atmosphere grew heavy as the clan leader said sternly, enough, we'll stop here. Peng Mujin was startled. He quickly stepped back. I spoke out of turn. The clan leader smiled. Out of turn? You've already said everything you wanted. Peng Mujin persisted. It's still not too late to reconsider. I don't think it's right that we have to share the title of the world's greatest family with the Sichuan Tang clan. The clan leader tapped the armrest of his chair and muttered, the world's greatest family. Suddenly, someone burst through the door shouting, "See, clan leader, something terrible has happened." He asked, what happened? The man answered, Lady Nayan has disappeared. The scene shifted back to the martial arts hall where Siak Jinho had returned after the trip to Sichuan. Perhaps because of the rumors about his duel with the Gu family sword sect, more and more people came to the martial arts hall. Among them were the siblings Du Jiayun and Du Jiyun from the Chengsong escort agency, who stopped at the Ascension Martial Arts Hall while relocating their headquarters. The dog suddenly rushed at Du Jiayun, making him cry out in fright. Tang Harin also brought the fox named Miho from Sichuan because she wanted to keep it as the hall's mascot. At first, Jinho only wanted to open a martial arts hall and live a peaceful life, but more and more people gradually chose to follow him. If he truly wanted to avoid the current situation, he could have changed it at any time, but Jinho chose not to. Instead of living only to become the strongest like before, he now preferred watching the people under his protection live their lives. Of course, having more people to protect also meant carrying greater responsibility. After thinking it over carefully, Siak Jinho decided to take a break for a while. Standing before the Ascension Martial Arts Hall, Peng Nayan said, "So this is the place." Feeling shy, she thought, I heard they no longer receive guests at this hour. I wonder if it's rude to come uninvited. The old me would have walked right in even without an invitation. How childish would he think I am? Seeing her, Maryung greeted her. Oh, isn't that Lady Peng Nayan? She replied, Ah, Maryung. Carrying firewood on his back, he walked over and greeted her. It really is you. It's been so long, lady. Nayan replied, Yeah, have you been well? He answered, Yes, lady. She looked surprised. You've changed so much. You're nothing like when you were at the Siak family. He simply smiled and asked, I've trained hard all this time, but why are you standing outside instead of going in? Blushing, Nayan quickly explained, I was worried it would be rude to enter without notice. I also heard you're not receiving guests anymore. Hearing that, Maryung said, You're an exception, lady. Please go inside. Relieved, she smiled. That's a relief. Suddenly, she heard a commotion and asked curiously, What's that? Aren't those wolves in a fox? Maryung smiled and explained, Darky is training them, so there's nothing to worry about. She asked in surprise, Darky is training wolves. Looking at the fox, she heard Maryung introduce it. Ah, this fox is named Miho. Lady Tang Aaron of the Sichuan Tang clan is raising it. Nayan frowned, so Aaron is its owner. I heard Aaron and Haran are living here. Is that true? Aaron walked over from afar. Sister Nayan. It's been so long, I'm so happy to see you. Peng Nayan replied, Yes, it's been a long time. I heard you two have been staying here. Haran hurried over, slightly out of breath, and greeted her. It's been a long time, sister. Nayan asked directly. You don't seem very happy, Haran. Standing nearby, Aaron nervously thought, Sisters, sparks are about to fly. Inside the room, Siak Muryong slammed the table and shouted, What? What do you mean by closing the hall? Jinho calmly replied, Closing it, I'm just temporarily refusing visitors while reorganizing things. She asked, Why do you suddenly need to reorganize? Everything has been going well. He counted on his fingers. The land the Supreme Estate Lord gave me is huge, so I'm figuring out how to use it. I also need to renovate the martial arts hall, think about how to teach future disciples, build more animal pens, catch and tame a few wild horses, develop new products for the inn, and even catch food for the fox. Hearing that, Siak Muryong interrupted. All right, I get that you're busy, but you didn't have to stop trading with me. You should have explained it clearly. Jinho bluntly replied, I'm not ending our trade. Our agreement simply expired and I don't want to renew it. Besides, you've caught too many over the past while. There aren't even any century purple shells left. She replied, Jinho, the sea is vast. Jinho shook his head. The sea may be vast, but I only operate around Chuangwa County. Siak Muryong sighed and sat down. That's true. Because of the century purple shells, you can't just go somewhere else. Then after taking some time off, when do you plan to start again? He answered, I don't know yet. Hearing that, Siak Muryong sighed. I understand. When you start again, don't forget to call me. That's what good friends are for. You do know that even though this place isn't receiving guests, people are still lining up at the inn, right? He replied. When the time comes, I'll accept disciples again, but only those who truly qualify. She stood up and sighed. That's exactly the kind of answer I'd expect from you. I understand. I hope to hear good news from you. After saying that, she left. Jinho took a sip of tea and thought, I've accomplished quite a lot recently. This should be enough to prove what I wanted. Remembering the original Seok Jinho, he wondered, has that wish finally been fulfilled? If you're satisfied now, then you can leave. From now on, I'll live a life worthy of this chance. Yet even now, I still don't feel completely at ease. Anyway, from this point on, I'll live the way I want, so I'll simply do whatever I choose. Whether he remained or departed in peace, the Central Plains had already fallen into bloody chaos. The Dianking sect became the first of the 9 great sects to be attacked. Flames and smoke filled the sky as people shouted, "Stop them, hold the enemy back. Don't let them chase down our disciples." The ones behind this catastrophe were the Defiant Demon Palace. They arrogantly declared, the Defiant Demon Palace will reshape the order of the Central Plains. The Defiant Demon Palace quickly drove the Dianking sect to the brink of destruction. They sneered, "You righteous sects will never understand. Isn't it only natural to hide behind useless nobodies without strength? Yet you let those with real strength die first just to protect the worthless." The Dianking sect answered, "That's a choice of beast like you could never make, even if you died and came back 1,000 times." The Defiant Demon Palace sneered, "Because of the foolish choice to entrust the future to a bunch of useless children. From today onward, the Central Plains will no longer have the Dianking sect." The Dianking sect raised their swords. "Many enemies have come for our sect before, but no matter who they were, our sect has never bowed its head." The Defiant Demon Palace challenged them, "Then I'll be the first. Everyone, charge and wipe them all out." The Dianking sect also shouted, "Arrogant demon, face my sun-piercing sword art." The sun-piercing sword art immediately struck. The Defiant Demon Palace mocked, "The sun-piercing sword art? Is this all the sect master's supreme technique amounts to? What a disappointment." The Dianking sect elder stared in shock at the reality before him. He roared angrily, "Shut your mouth." The Dianking sect charged to counterattack the Defiant Demon Palace. The Dianking sect elder swung his sword down, but the Defiant Demon Palace blocked the strike with a bare hand. The Defiant Demon Palace sneered, "Didn't I already tell you it was useless?" The Dianking sect elder smiled. "I got you." He thought, "No matter how talented you are, you've lived less than half as long as I have. Time is fair to everyone. How could someone your age compare to my internal energy? Let's settle this with internal energy." The Defiant Demon Palace frowned. "You're really going to waste your precious internal energy? It won't be that easy." The Dianking sect elder was startled. "What?" The Defiant Demon Palace drove a fist into his abdomen, leaving him fatally wounded, then said, "All that precious internal energy will become my strength." The Dianking sect elder asked in disbelief, "Don't tell me you're using the star-absorbing technique." The Defiant Demon Palace comforted him, "Don't worry, you won't be alone on the road ahead. Those old men behind you and then the other sects will soon follow you. In the end, I'll even send those old monks of Shaolin down there, so wait for them first." The Dianking sect elder muttered, "Shaolin? That's right, you bastard, you're going after Shaolin too, with that body." But the demon grabbed his head and cursed, "You talk too much, just die already. I will claim every bit of nourishment hidden within your bodies." The man who had been determined to protect his sect's legacy now died kneeling before that cruel monster. The demon declared, "For the sake of evolution." The Defiant Demon Palace rampaged unchecked, and the Dianking sect was annihilated. The shocking news quickly spread across the Central Plains, while the sects and families capable of resisting were still hesitating over their own interests. The palace master of the Defiant Demon Palace and his 2 disciples steadily expanded their threat across the entire Central Plains. News of the turmoil reached Chuangwa County. Seok Jinho said, according to the rumors circulating in the martial world, the Defiant Demon Palace has already seized Diansheng Mountain and 3 cities. But according to letters from the Tang family and the Peng family, their elder is leading 12 disciples to target the major clans, powerful sects, and eventually the entire Central Plains. Tang Haran said their forces are still growing stronger. He replied, "They've been approaching those who bear grudges against the great sects and prestigious families. They promise to help them take revenge and lure them into changing the world. They also promise to teach them the father-son technique, making the offer almost impossible to refuse for those blinded by hatred." Peng Neiyan said angrily, "They don't even protect their own followers. They manipulate people into dying. How can anyone commit such evil?" Seok Jinho explained, "I'm afraid peace will be impossible for quite some time. It's better for you ladies to decide your own path before it's too late. Tang Harin and Peng Neiyin asked together, what do you mean by that? Siak Jinho said, right now, the 5 great families, including the Peng family and the Tang family, are in greater danger than the Ascension Martial Arts Hall. Naturally, both clan leaders want you ladies to remain here for the time being. Both women immediately stood up and objected. We can't do that. Peng Neiyin said, Father only wants me to stay here because it's safer beside the hall owner, but my family is in danger. I can't just stay here waiting for news. Tang Harin also said, our bond with the Ascension Martial Arts Hall is important, but our families are in danger. Since the hall owner will stay here, there's nothing to worry about. You'll protect this place. Siak Jinho said, actually, I called you here because I wanted to hear exactly that. I knew you were both worried about your families, but you hesitated to say it to me. The 2 young ladies looked at him and said, hall owner. Tang Harin smiled, thank you, we'll definitely come back. Peng Neiyin added, so will I if you'll still have me. Siak Jinho felt a lump in his throat, but in the end he simply said, I wish you both good luck. On the road through the forest, a carriage raced forward at full speed. The Supreme Estate Lord urged them, how much longer until we reach the Ascension Martial Arts Hall? The coachman answered, about 2 more double hours. Looking at the severely wounded Siak Myongil, everyone said anxiously, we don't know if he'll survive until then. Worried about her father, Siak Muryong asked, shouldn't we stop and find a physician first? The Supreme Estate Lord explained, if we stop and the pursuers catch us, we'll all die. The situation is urgent, so we must reach Jinho as quickly as possible. All we can do now is pray that the Estate Lord survives until we reach the Ascension Martial Arts Hall. The Defiant Demon Palace, the Star-Absorbing Technique, and the Destruction Art. The entire Central Plains will be swept into a bloody storm. It would be best if the righteous factions ended this quickly. But they'll fight over their own interests, so it'll probably take a long time. I just hope nothing even more troublesome happens. Suddenly he was startled. Sitting by the window, Siak Jinho exclaimed, Maryung Yoon. The 2 immediately turned around in surprise. Maryung asked, did you call for me, sir? Yoon added, is something wrong? He immediately ran across the rooftops. Follow me, the 2 answered as they chased after him. Yes, sir. He rushed ahead at full speed. Has the Defiant Demon Palace already reached this area? There aren't any martial sects or major martial families in Chuangwa County, so why would they come to a place like this? Elsewhere, a carriage sped forward. Maryung asked curiously, sir, a carriage is rushing this way. Should we stop it and check who's inside? Siak Jinho replied, wait and see first. From inside the carriage, Siak Muryong leaned out and shouted, Jinho, something terrible has happened. Siak Manhwa colluded with the Defiant Demon Palace and assassinated father. A moment later, the Supreme Estate Lord was tending Siak Myongil's wounds. Siak Jinho asked, what exactly happened? She replied, he's losing too much blood, call a physician. He answered, there's no need, we have someone even better. She quickly said, then please bring that person here immediately. He turned around and ordered, Maryung, inform the Tang sisters that we have a critically injured patient and bring them here. Maryung immediately ran off. Yes, sir. Then he walked over to the Supreme Estate Lord. Supreme Estate Lord, how is the Estate Lord's condition? He replied worriedly. The wound is deep and he's lost a great deal of blood. He must be treated immediately. Just then Maryung hurried back. Sir, I've brought the 2 ladies. Tang Harin anxiously asked, sir, how is the patient's condition? Looking at the wound, he answered, the injury is deep and he's lost a lot of blood. Please treat him immediately. After examining the wound, she urgently said, prepare everything so Aaron can begin treatment at once. I'll stop the bleeding for now while we move the patient inside. Tang Harin added, understood, just in case I'll prepare the antidotes as well. He then told the old man, Supreme Estate Lord, explanations can wait, let's move the Estate Lord first. The old man replied anxiously, I'm counting on you, Jinho. Watching Siak Myongil being carried inside, he said, I'm counting on both of you. Tang Harin replied, we'll do everything we can. He gestured toward the room, then please go inside. Suddenly, Siak Muryong anxiously said, the Imperial sword stayed behind to lure them away and still hasn't returned. We have to save him immediately, he replied coldly, even if we go now, we can't save him. She asked in shock, what? He continued seriously, if things had gone that well, there would have been no need for anyone to act as bait in the first place. Think about it calmly. If we go now, we'll only lose even more people. Instead, prepare thoroughly and take revenge. That's what those who survive must do. Hearing that, she fell silent in thought. The old man patted her shoulder and comforted her. Muriang, don't worry, even if Manhwa did something foolish, he probably won't kill the Imperial Sword because he'll be a valuable bargaining chip. So for now, let's follow Jinho's advice. Muriang sadly replied, yes, I understand. Seok Jinho then said, please focus on the treatment first, we can talk afterward. The old man nodded. All right, let's do that. Sometime later, Seok Jinho said, first, regarding the estate lord's condition, fortunately he's out of immediate danger. Lady Haran will explain the details. Standing beside him, Tang Haran continued, fortunately there's no sign that poison was used. Aside from the assassination wound, none of the vital organs were damaged. With proper treatment, he should recover soon. Seok Muriang let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The old man gratefully said, thank you, the Seok family will never forget the Tang family's kindness. They quickly gathered around the tea table. He said, then let's hear the whole story. Seok Manhwa colluded with the defiant demon palace and attempted to assassinate the estate lord. What exactly happened? The Supreme Estate Lord said grimly, not long ago, Seok Manhwa disappeared from the Seok family. At the worst possible time, just as we were preparing to send the guards to search for him, the defiant demon palace launched a surprise attack on the Seok family under cover of night. By now, the Seok family has probably fallen completely into their hands. We were fortunate because the Imperial Sword discovered their plot and escaped, but witnesses saw the first and second young masters being captured by Seok Manhwa. Seok Muriang continued, the only fortunate thing is that father still kept the family seal out of their hands. That seal is needed to open the secret treasury. Tang Haran interrupted, even so, it's strange that such an assassination avoided all the vital organs. It seems their real objective was to locate the seal. Seok Jinho then asked, Supreme Estate Lord, what do you plan to do next? It doesn't seem like you intend to simply endure this. Frowning, the old man replied, I'll send letters to everyone who can help. Once we've recovered, we'll gather our forces and reclaim the Seok family. Suddenly, Seok Muriang slammed the table and stood up. Jinho, will you help us? He replied calmly, help. Pressing a hand to her chest, she urgently said, you're the strongest member of the Seok family. If you join us, it would make an enormous difference. He answered coldly, but why should I? She stared at him in shock. What? He continued, I've already left the Seok family. The relationship between the Seok family and the Ascension Martial Arts Hall is nothing more than business. Unlike the Seok Escort Agency, the Ascension Martial Arts Hall is no longer part of the Seok family. She anxiously said, but you're still father's son, how can you say that? He mocked her. That only mattered after I became useful, didn't it? Hearing that, she fell silent in embarrassment. After a moment, she quietly said, Jinho. Looking at her with a cold expression, he said, in the past, the Seok family didn't need me, and I didn't need the Seok family. Simply by discovering and stopping Seok Manhwa and the defiant demon palace's objective, the Ascension Martial Arts Hall has already done more than enough. She still tried to argue. That was then. Suddenly, the Supreme Estate Lord interrupted. Enough, Muriang. Looking at her sternly, he said, Jinho is right, she replied, grandfather. He continued, just by helping us this much, Jinho has already done us a tremendous favor. Jinho, please pretend you never heard what Muriang said. Taking a sip of tea, he looked at the old man. Of course, I have no intention of denying my bloodline. If the Seok family gives up everything and stays here, I'll naturally consider helping them, but I won't promise anything beyond that. The old man smiled. Thank you, Jinho. Then Jinho stood up. Then everyone should get some rest. After saying that, he walked out of the room. In the hallway outside, Tang Haran followed behind him. Hall owner. He turned around and asked, is there something else you wanted to say? Lowering her head, she quietly asked, no, I just wanted to know if you're all right. He replied coldly, what do you mean by all right? She answered, I don't know the whole story, but the Seok family is still the place where you were born and raised. Looking at her, he replied, that's true, but protecting the Ascension Martial Arts Hall is more important to me. I'm fine, go get some rest. If you're leaving for Sichuan tomorrow, you'd better sleep well. She replied, all right, then please get some rest too, hall owner. After that, he turned and walked away. Suddenly he stopped. Sensing a familiar aura, he thought, you're still here? What exactly are you after? The next morning, they prepared to depart. Sir, we're leaving now. Tang Aaron said, I'm sorry, sir, but we'd like to stay until the estate lord has fully recovered. He replied, 1 day is enough. According to the physician, he'll recover as long as he rests properly. Please travel safely. She then said, may I ask one favor before I leave? He asked in confusion, what is it? She shyly replied, next. The next time we meet, I'd like to call you Big Brother. I hope you'll also speak to me more casually. Peng Naian and Tang Haran, standing behind her, were both surprised. Big brother. Blushing, Peng Naian loudly said, "Then me too, I'll call you big brother as well." Siak Jinho smiled and replied, "Both of you may do as you wish. I only hope this is a promise we'll fulfill when we meet again alive. Please take care." Aaron happily answered, "Yes." Then she and Peng Naian said together, "We'll definitely meet again, big brother." The betrayed young men were bound tightly and drenched with cold water, shivering in discomfort. Siak Manho arrogantly said, "After only a few days, how does it feel to experience life at the very bottom of society?" Those people furiously cursed him. "Manho, you bastard, how could you do this to us? Have you completely lost your mind?" Siak Manho walked over, grabbed the man's hair and said, "Brother, don't interfere, or I might accidentally kill you in my rage." Ironclad T-Gun advised him that killing the man could wait until their goal was achieved and not to let emotions ruin everything. Siak Manho replied, "Yes, I understand." Ironclad T-Gun added, "To open the secret vault, you still need the estate master's seal, correct?" Siak Manho answered, "That's right. I heard forcing it open will make the entrance explode." Ironclad T-Gun asked, "The estate master has gone to the Ascension Martial Hall in Hwenga County, correct?" Siak Manho obediently replied, "Yes. The Ascension Martial Hall's master, Siak Jinho, was born as a concubine's son like me. Resentful toward the Siak family, he left the estate and founded that martial hall. If you send someone to persuade him, he'll cooperate with us." Ironclad T-Gun thought he could no longer waste time. "It seems I'll have to go myself," he ordered. "We don't need his cooperation. Prepare to depart immediately." Siak Manho obediently replied, "I'll make the preparations right away." A subordinate rushed over and reported, "The Siak estate master and his men have nearly reached this area." Ironclad T-Gun replied, "Since you've personally come here, you've spared me quite a bit of trouble. Among the palace master's 12 disciples, I am the weakest, so while the other 10 sought first place through strength, I chose to seize it with wealth, becoming second only to one and above countless others. That's why while those 10 targeted the 9 great sects and 5 great families, I chose the Siak family. If I can obtain the supreme martial art hidden in the secret vault, I'll earn even greater favor from the palace master." The Grand Elder Estate Master stepped forward and shouted, "The Grand Elder Estate Master has arrived. You scoundrels, open the gate at once." Behind him were Siak Jinho and Siak Muriang. Siak Manho stood with the enemy and sneered, "It's been a long time, sir. So father is still alive? I never intended to kill anyone from the start." The Grand Elder Estate Master scolded, "I've never had a grandson like you. What kind of son would dare stab his own father with a sword?" Siak Manho said, "If you wanted to avoid this, you should have cared more about me back then instead of only looking after the legitimate wife's children." The Grand Elder Estate Master asked, "Did you really have to go this far?" Siak Manho replied, "I couldn't accept someone inheriting the position because of his mother's bloodline instead of his talent. Seeing Siak Jinho, the most outstanding of your descendants, still excluded from the line of succession made me realize something. No matter how many times I lived or died, a concubine's son could never become the family head. Then I understood it wasn't because I lacked talent, and that's why I did all this." Lord T-Gun said, "Enough of this tearful reunion. I have a gift prepared for the estate master, so please look over there." They brought out 2 bound members of the Siak family. The Grand Elder Estate Master and the Estate Master cried out in shock, "You're still alive." It was Jinryong and Ryon. Siak Manho said, "Hand me the seal and I'll return these people to you. Otherwise, they won't be going back with their bodies intact, so don't keep stalling." Jinryong and Ryon cried out to their grandfather and father, "Please save us. Father, if you don't hand over the seal, he'll really kill us." The Grand Elder Estate Master and the Estate Master were truly torn. They could neither abandon the family nor their own descendants. Siak Manho said, "So you really are heartless. Are you going to trade the lives of your loyal followers for your wealth?" He mercilessly crushed his sibling's arm until it withered. The young man screamed in agony, my arm hurts so much." Siak Manho asked, "Surely this is enough to help you decide, isn't it? Or do you still need more?" The Grand Elder Estate Master cursed, "Manho, you bastard, are you still not going to stop?" Jinryong and Ryon begged, "Manho, please spare us, please have mercy." Siak Manho said, "Your delayed decision caused this, so don't blame me." Siak Jinho stepped forward and said, "It seems you've learned some wicked forbidden arts over the years." Siak Manho greeted him, "Brother, it's been a long time, Jinho. You call such an earth-shaking supreme technique a wicked art. If you learned it, your family would be delighted." Siak Jinho mocked, "It is indeed powerful except for one fatal flaw." Seok Manhwa asked in confusion, a flaw. Seok Jinho explained there must be a reason why the martial arts world listed the great star-absorbing art as a forbidden technique. Think about it. Countless people have cultivated it throughout history, yet no one ever knew how they died. They simply vanished from the martial arts world without a trace. Why do you think that happened? Seok Manhwa replied indifferently, because this technique was too dangerous and threatened the entire martial arts world. If someone truly mastered the great star-absorbing art, the balance of power would surely change. Seok Jinho said, then why did those who mastered the great star-absorbing art keep collecting other martial arts manuals? Shouldn't that technique alone have been enough? Ironclad Tigun thought, that bastard, does he know something? Seok Manhwa said, I'm not interested in that. It's enough that my abilities are finally being recognized. Jinho, join me and help Ironclad Tigun seize the Seok family. If you want, I'll even give you the estate master's position. The Grand Elder Estate Master, Seok Muryeong, and Estate Master Seok Myeonggul were all stunned. Seok Jinho replied, so they promised you the position of Seok Family Estate Master? That's unfortunate, because I have no reason to help you seize the Seok family. Because I've already received it. Seok Jinho raised the Estate Master's signet ring before Seok Manhwa. He asked in disbelief, what, how do you have that seal? Seok Jinho replied, because no one left could carry on the Seok family bloodline, they asked me to take over. Seok Manhwa said, that's wonderful Jinho, congratulations. Then use it to open the secret vault for me. Seok Jinho asked, why would I do that? I don't owe you anything. Seok Jinho turned and said, Grand Elder Estate Master, let me make this clear. I have no intention of inheriting the Seok family. Even if the Seok family falls, I won't regret it. The Grand Elder Estate Master softly called out, Jinho. He continued, so whatever I do from now on isn't because I care about the Seok family. I'm simply calculating what I'll gain. The land you granted me is quite vast, so I'm just making careful calculations. The Grand Elder Estate Master called Jinho's name again, but he had already vanished and moved elsewhere. Seok Jinho instantly shifted to another spot, making Seok Manhwa visibly irritated. Seok Jinho scolded, why are you still standing there? If you came prepared to risk your life, then get up and fight. Everyone from the Seok family, including both estate masters, was astonished. But they quickly regained their fighting spirit and shouted together, kill them before they use that technique. Hurry and take their heads. Both sides charged at each other. Reborn and Jinryong cried out, release us first. After being freed, the Sword Emperor said, thank you. Reborn and Jinryong shouted, Jinho, we beg you to, please save us. Seok Jinho replied, I have no reason to save any of you. The Sword Emperor then stepped forward and rescued the two of them. He said, this is the only thing I can do for you now. I believe Lady Muryeong would be a better successor to the Seok family than either of you. Do your best to survive. The two anxiously pleaded, Sword Emperor, please spare us, but others behind them were already preparing to attack. Seok Jinho said, that's the face of someone who wants to kill you immediately but is desperately holding back. You seem curious about how this story ends, but unfortunately I have no intention of telling you. Ironclad Tigun said, it doesn't matter. Once your arms and legs are crushed, your mouth will open on its own. He raised his weapon to attack. If I crush your mouth too, that would ruin everything. Seok Jinho replied, you'd better watch your own mouth carefully. He slammed his weapon into the ground. Seok Jinho rushed forward and said, stop worrying about such nonsense. A single punch from Seok Jinho instantly forced Ironclad Tigun back in pain. He asked, your attacks are this slow and clumsy, leaving so many openings. Ironclad Tigun said, so you're quite confident after all. Do you really think those feeble attacks can pierce my iron armor? Your footwork is impressive, but let's see how long you can keep dodging. He charged at Seok Jinho, swinging his mace without stopping. Seok Jinho glanced at the Seok family members struggling to fight. Seok Jinho realized, so you're deliberately forcing me toward them. Ironclad Tigun said, keep dodging if you want. This time, no matter who it is, blood will surely be spilled. Seok Jinho said, sorry, but our little game ends here. Stop talking nonsense and watch your mouth. After being struck, Ironclad Tigun trembled and wondered, how is this possible? His weapon had already fallen into Seok Jinho's hands. Ironclad Tigun said, you arrogant fool, you dare step into my striking range. Seok Jinho replied, what's the point of absorbing it with the great star-absorbing art? You're just a fool who only knows brute force and has no idea how to use inner energy properly. If your crude, mindless attacks are over, then it's my turn. Seok Jinho scolded, you've never wondered how long that armor you trust so much could actually last, have you? I'll show you now, so watch carefully. Seok Jinho attacked him using his own mace. A devastating strike burst forth. Ironclad T-Gun wondered, how is this possible? What is happening? My armor has shattered. Should I abandon the mace and retreat or stand my ground? Damn it, there's no time left. I have to dodge now. Ironclad T-Gun cowardly thought, I'll retreat for now, but I won't let you off. I'll return and show you the true greatness of the defying heaven demonic palace. But before he could act, Seok Jinho slammed the mace into his back with crushing force. Ironclad T-Gun wondered, what is this? Is it my armor? Why did this happen? He collapsed in agony, causing a massive explosion. Seok Jinho shouted, Ironclad T-Gun is dead. Warriors of the defying heaven demonic palace, throw down your weapons and surrender. They were stunned and asked, has Ironclad T-Gun really been defeated? Seok Jinho stepped forward and declared, anyone who refuses to surrender will lose both hands and head. Ironclad T-Gun had been defeated. Their blood-stained weapons fell to the ground. They all knelt together and began chanting strange incantations. Everyone wondered, what are they doing? Seok Jinho shouted, everyone, get as far away as possible. It's the self-destruction technique. They declared, we swear to die together. Everyone shouted, it's about to explode. Get away now. A massive explosion erupted as the Seok family looked at the devastation around them. Seok Jinho turned back and announced, it's all over now. Seok Myungil looked around at the surroundings. Seok Muryong immediately ran over to shield the bodies. Crying, she said, Father, please don't look anymore. When Seok Myungil saw the bodies, he could no longer hold back his tears. He fell to his knees and cried out, I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. Your father was useless. Seok Muryong helped him up and said, Father, please stand. The estate master must not be like this. Seok Myungil walked over and called, Jinho. He replied, yes, estate master. Seok Myungil took his hand and said, I'm sorry. I was always trying to be the perfect estate master. I forgot I was your father and lived only as the estate master of the Seok family. When you left the Seok family, I realized it had all been my fault. Seok Jinho comforted him, it's all in the past. I'm fine now. I'm truly alright, father. After all those years, Seok Myungil finally saw his youngest son again. Through tears, he called, Jinho, thank you for understanding me. Seok Jinho stepped forward and said, now that everything is over, I'll take my leave. I can't stay away from the martial hall for too long. Deep inside, he thought, fool, your family ruined your entire life, yet you still came back to save them. How ridiculous. Can a single apology really erase all that hatred? Is this what you wanted to prove? That's right, if you think it's enough, then it's enough. Just don't let it happen again.